Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger. Ready to move out.
Of my friend, I can only say this. Of all the souls I have encountered in my travels, his was the most human.
And good evening, everyone. This is going to be a tough night for everyone, and thank you for everyone being here to support Clobberin Times family. I'm trying to hold together after seeing that clip again. I know it was going to get me, but bear with me if I lose it again. But I just want to say a few words about what a great friend Clobberin Times is to me and to everyone here and everyone on the panel. And we're going to hopefully get a few people popping in and out to give some tributes, and hopefully everyone can support Mike, Clobberin Times, if you can. Leave a donation. The GoFundMe. I know he would hate. No, he wouldn't hate that, but he never wanted anything. That was the beautiful thing about Mike. He never wanted anything from anyone. He would always give and never ask back. And whenever we tried to send him something or do something, he would never. He didn't want to take it, and that's just a tribute to his character and what a special person he was. Because a lot of people would try to get their hand out, or maybe not be able to resist putting their hand out or taking credit for something. He was such a humble man, and loved the guy. I don't think I ever told him that, but I definitely did. And it's going to be tough without him. He's been part of my life these last 4 years, and just hanging out every night. And after the show, you'd hang out too. And I'm like, I gotta go to work tomorrow, And he's like, I'm sorry I kept you up, but we start like, hey buddy. I wish I had a recording of that, but it's ingrained in my mind anyway, because that was never on air. But like a lot of you, we've all become good friends through this thing called YouTube, which is fittingly kind of like a Star Trek tech that I always think of, and we can be separated by many miles, and yet it's like we're in the same room together. And I never got the chance to meet him in person, but it didn't really matter in the end. I wish I did, but damn, it's tough to think of that. But got to spend so much time with him, and so many hours, even off, quote unquote off air. And it's tough to explain to my family how close we become, even though I mentioned Mike and all my friends here so much. It's until you meet him, it's not like you can come over for a barbecue. So it's and you guys all know how special he was. But it's going to be a big hole for everyone. We're going to try to keep some things going. We're not sure exactly what, but I'd like to keep that Monday Night Mark C tribute, which will be also now adding Clobberin Times name to that. And we're not sure about Saturday Night Star Trek and what's going to happen with everything. But the main thing tonight is don't worry about that. Just if you can, just hit that like button. And let's get Mike to 2,000 subs tonight. I know we've got, thank you, Valiant Renegade, for sending over your audience from your show is watching. I was watching some shows today, and everyone was, listening when the news broke, and we're just so thankful. Chris Gore, I think, had an announcement on his show, and he was shocked. So if everyone could, hit that like button. Let's get Clobberin Times to that 2,000 sub mark, if you can, or even just leave a note of encouragement, a message for the family. I know they've got this on in the living room, and shout out to them. I've heard maybe they didn't realize how many people he's touched, or but there's a lot of people he's reached on YouTube, and sometimes we have it's like a superhero identity, maybe, or not a secret life, but that was his superhero identity, right? Clobberin Times on YouTube, and so many people. No one says a bad thing about Mike, which is a tribute to him. Never heard anyone complain about him. So thank you to the family for keeping us up to date and posted, and posting those links. And maybe you didn't know how many people your dad, uncle, touched, relative touch, but hopefully you're getting that message now. So thank you for that. And we've got some good friends on tonight. Michael from RetroBlasting, of course, everyone knows Raquel, Sean and J-Man. We hope to have a few people popping in and out, and I guess we'll try to rotate and tell some good stories and fun times and great memories. And I just that first time I was going back onto Twitter to look to see, I just came across an old Twitter chat where he had reached out to me, and I was sending some pictures to the Global Geek Gang of my office. They said, who would want to see maybe you guys might want to see my office, I don't know, with my toys. And like, and everyone Nick Weiser was there. Said, dude, this is so awesome. And then Mike was so nice and friendly and said, why don't you join us on one of the Global Geek Gangs? And it was just such a nice memory just to find that some of those old text messages when we really didn't know each other that well in the beginning, and getting to know it. But right away I knew he was a guy that I'm like, and I said before the show, like, I hope someday I can become friends with this guy, or at least maybe get to talk to him in person a few times. He's such an interesting guy, and he seems so friendly and so nice. And thankfully that happened through the Global Geek Gang and a meeting there, and he gradually became very very good friends, like a lot of you. So yeah, it's been a tough few days. I canceled everything today and just couldn't, like a lot of you were just in shock and can't believe he's he's gone. But we're gonna keep his memory alive here and pay tribute to him tonight and try to get along all together. And being with everyone really helps. And this chat is scrolling by quickly. I have to keep taking my glasses off because I keep my eye ducts are malfunctioning. But so I'm missing some of the chat. But I see Esh is here. Esh, we need an Esh pick about how great Clobberin Times was. We need a 20-parter. Hail to Jed, Pacific, Snortopupus, and lovely Sherry. We'll go through everyone, but it's heartwarming to see so many people here tonight. Eric, the great Eric K, and just I'm gonna pass the baton along to I don't know who would like to speak next, but I just want to thank everyone, and everyone's support has been fantastic. I know the family appreciates it, so that's helped. And you don't realize what you've lost until it happens. Sometimes it's when it's taken away from you. So it's the old cliche, life is precious, and those moments are precious, but it's true. So but I'm grateful we had so many good times together, and those videos are there. Go back and watch some of those old videos, and hopefully whenever we figure out to do, we can keep paying tribute to him and keep the lights on here in some form. But he's irreplaceable, and no one knew as much about comics or toys. And Blake Seven, it's your fault. I love Blake Seven now, Clobberin Times. And someday when we get together in the sky, I'm making you watch Stargirl. But he was so self-deprecating. I remember on the stream, and he pointed out a mistake that someone made about comics, and he kind of let it go. And I'd say, more about comics than anyone on the internet and on the YouTubes. And no, what do I know? I'm like, come on. So just God bless Clobberin Times and his family and his kids. I know everyone is hurting right now, but thank you for being here tonight and getting together. And we just love the guy. We just love the guy. So I don't know who would like to take the floor next, but I'll pass the baton. I don't know if Raquel, if you're able to speak next, or.
I would just like to thank everyone for being here this evening. I want to thank you for your support since this terrible thing began. You've all been incredible, and I just want to thank you for that. I want to thank everyone who is going to participate in the panel tonight in just highlighting some really great stories about Clobby, shining a light on the love and the cool things that he did with his life, and with what time we had with him while he was here. I will admit, having trouble coping and communicating right now, but I just wanted to make sure. Well, let's just put it this way. I went back and forth with myself and I thought, should we even do this tonight? And then my husband said to me, if you don't go on there, no one will have anywhere to put their feelings. And you're all friends and you all love them. So here we are. And I just want to thank you all for your love and for your support. And I want to thank you for being friends with Clobby and for being friends with me. I enjoy your company immensely, and so did he. You all mean so much to us, and I promise you all, the way that I promised him, that I will never let this channel die. It will always be in his name and for him. And now I think I've talked enough. I'm going to take a breather, but I just want to thank, before I turn it over to Michael, I just want to thank Sean and Jay. I was holding out hope that Clobby would recover. And so tonight I had it all planned out that Sean and Jay were going to do Clobby's Wildcard Wednesday, and that everything was going to be fine, and we were going to broadcast into Clobby's hospital room, and he was going to be so proud of us. And so I just want to thank Jay and Sean for planning out a whole show today. And just imagine the amount of energy and emotion that went into that, and then to have this horrible thing happen. And so that's got to be a lot to deal with. So I just want to thank Jay and Sean. And now I'm going to turn it over to one of Clobby's best friends in the entire world. His name is Michael French, and he has been a loyal, beautiful friend, along with his amazing wife, Melinda, who Clobby absolutely adored. And so I'm going to turn it over to Mike. Michael, rescue me, please.
Sure, no problem. Before I make any comments, I would like to offer the floor up to Sean and J-Man, because you guys were regulars on his YouTube show, helping him co-host certain shows and everything like that. Yeah, I guested on a number of shows because Mike and I knew each other before I ever had a YouTube channel, and he was still doing audio podcasts, and I was an avid follower of that and everything. But since both of you have far more hours at the helm of this YouTube channel, I'd like to give you guys priority on the floor if you want to take it.
Sure. Well, thank you guys for having us on. We appreciate it. There's nowhere else that we'd rather be than here right now. Gosh, I felt like this is one of these relationships where I think it's almost like he gave us so much, and we didn't. We gave him what we could give him, but it's crazy to think that he's gone. I think I don't know, Sean, when you first encountered him, I think it was a Doctor Who. It was a Doctor Who stream, and I was commenting, and I comment on many streams, and he was answering all the questions. I thought, oh my God, this is like the nicest person on YouTube of all time. Like this is insane. Like he's going through every comment, and I don't know when this was, but I like the old Who with like John Pertwee and Tom Baker and all of those. Like I love all of it, and he was answering my questions about all the old stuff, and a lot of people wanted to talk about the newer stuff, which I also liked. But anyway, it went from there, and all of a sudden, a couple of years later, basically every stream that Sean and I do is like a Clob. I literally am like, Sean, what do you think Clobby would like? What should we do? And we're almost like the students who are trying to impress the teachers. Like, oh, why don't he likes
exactly
Legion? Why
what
don't?
it is. Yeah.
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 Yeah, like why don't we do Legion? Oh yeah, he'll like that, right? I've read 0 Legion comics.
Well, that's kind of why we did that, and also Fantastic Four, and I think he suggested the Frank Miller Daredevil as well.
Yeah, it's like just tell me what to do, and I will do it.
Yeah, we both love all this stuff, but I think Clobby's love for all this stuff was very infectious. Like as you say, J-Man, you got into Blake 7 because of Clobby. I really love the fact that he did interact with everyone in the chat. That was refreshing from everything else I see on YouTube. I always look forward to what nicknames he would give to things. My favorite is Eternals. Whenever we saw a crappy movie, I was like, "Oh boy, I wonder what he's going to call this one." And it's so nonchalant, right? Just that's what the name is,
Man of Steel.
And all that. Yeah.
My wife starts saying Man of Steel. I'm like, it's not. Stop saying that. That's not.
I say that all the time now, and without even realizing it.
You're right. He makes some. He literally reforms the language, and you're like, okay, so this is now like what I'm going to use. And then my buddies were messaging me. They're like, he won't say Man of Steel. I said he'll never say it. And the guy's like, can you get it? That was my friend Jason. He's like, can you get him to say it? I was like, I can't. There's 0 chance of that ever happening.
Well, there's a lot of evidence out there that heavily suggests, and this is not a joke. And I'm sure a lot of you here know this already. I don't know how many people in the comments do, but to that point, the evidence is strong that Clobby was the very first person on the internet to call him Jar Jar Abrams. That's not a lie. Yeah. And so when you hear people on the internet, referring to him as Jar Jar Abrams, there's a very strong chance that Mike was the person that started that.
He told me that like 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Clobby told me that like 5 years ago. Yeah.
Well, they had his BTR stream pulled, I think, one of the Star Wars shows, or talking about the show, and he thinks it was because of that. One day, yeah. So he was such a creative guy.
Clobby
and
got in trouble.
Always with the name.
Get out of here.
Clobby also laid claim to he thinks that he's the very first cosplayer of Rorschach.
Yep.
Because the series was still coming out. I think it was on issue 1 or 2 when he cosplayed as Rorschach. So I don't know.
You got to think issue 1. Like this is not the Watchmen phenomenon of right now.
No,
Watchmen's
not phenomenon yet.
Like one issue, first issue is Rorschach introduced, doing his notes and investigating. And I mean, for Clobby to cosplay, like I mean, that's crazy. Like insight into like just the brilliance of that, but like just to even consider doing that is just crazy. Like I can't. He has to be the first.
Yeah, to be the first.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I have to cut in because I just want to welcome Clobby's son Jonathan to the chat. Jonathan, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. And I just want you to know that there is no way in heck I would ever watch Strange New Worlds. It's hard to say it because
Strangled Nude Worms.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just going to put that up on the marquee if you don't mind, please, everyone. Let's just take a moment to welcome Jonathan. And I just want to say, Jonathan,
God bless you.
Thank you so much for playing us in Clobby's hospital room. That meant so much to so many people. That was just so kind and so gracious of you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, he never met an enemy. Every time he met someone, that person, he was always instantly a friend. I never saw him. I was in person with him at many conventions, relatively speaking, like many years consecutive Dragon Con. We went to a number of other shows together. We had so much fun together. And to everybody in the chat that doesn't know, the way I met him was my wife, who was then my girlfriend, Melinda, who helps with our YouTube channel. We didn't have a YouTube channel back then. We were just people going to a convention that loved Star Wars and Firefly and Star Trek and all that stuff. And Melinda liked to get off her feet every now and then. And we were in the Marriott, and she said she was going to stay on one of the hotel lobby couches while my friend and I went off to do some panel we wanted to see. And she got into an argument with somebody on the couch about the prequels because she hates them, and this guy liked them. And Melinda, for anyone who knows her, she's happy to get in there in the argument and start swinging. And there was this really nice, funny guy who was sitting on the chair next to the couch who was avidly listening to the conversation and laughing, with Melinda at everything she said and agreeing with her about the prequels, and just he started backing her up, and they started having this great conversation. And it was Mike, and that's how they met. So Melinda often claims that that she's his friend first, which is hilarious.
That's true. That's true.
But
It's true.
she claims him, but she told him that her boyfriend, me, was also an avid Star Wars fan and everything, and that he was going to be I was going to be attending the Gary Kurtz Q&A panel the next day. And she talked about my love of Empire Strikes Back, but there was no, I don't recall there being a photo shown of me or anything. So anyway, the next day I go and I ask Gary Kurtz a question at the Q&A microphone, and then I sit through the panel and I leave, and I'm at Dragon Con in the mezzanine of the Marriott, which this was 2011. You're talking about at least 12,000 people milling around, half of them in costumes, and this guy walks up to me out of nowhere and he says, "You're Melinda's boyfriend, aren't you?" And it was Mike. He knew from the question I asked at the panel that he was at that I was Melinda's boyfriend. I don't even know how a human being does that. He was obviously, he's not a creepy guy. It didn't creep me out at all.
No.
He was instantly just warm and friendly, and
Yeah.
we got along like a house on fire. And it's been that way ever since. So many good stories, so many great experiences with him. Not to overtalk it, but he and I went with Melinda to Pensacon in Pensacola. It was like the second Pensacon, and we met up there because we live in Georgia and he lives in Louisiana, and it was one night and it was a smaller convention, and so we accidentally that afternoon shared an elevator with Dirk Benedict. Well, Melinda just fell in love instantly with this 70-year-old man, and to the effect that I thought, well, maybe this relationship with me and Melinda's over. But he was so suave and so handsome, and he wasn't trying to be a creep. He's got this natural charisma. So Mike and I were trying to devise ways as the evening got on in the lobby of the hotel, how we could allow Melinda to have, sort of casual access to Dirk Benedict and Parker Stevenson. and we sat in the lobby right outside the hotel bar, he and I, and we're directing Melinda okay, now when they go past, you go out into that side alley where they're sitting outside the hotel behind the main desk. They're all having drinks out there. All the guests, all the celebrity guests, they're all having drinks out there. So you go out there and just hang with them because they'll let you, because you're a young, attractive woman. They'll let you. They won't kick you out. And so she did. And Dirk Benedict and Parker Stevenson, about 30-40 minutes later, they came walking back in to get a refill on whatever alcoholic beverage they were enjoying with their cigars. And as they came walking back out, Dirk Benedict, he's on it. He knows it because he remembered us from the elevator. And he looked over at us and he said, your girlfriend's out there hanging with us. And he wasn't saying it like, I'm going to steal your girlfriend. He was just saying it like, I want to make you aware, whatever. And Mike and I started laughing, and we both said something to the effect of, if it was anybody else, Mr. Benedict, we'd be worried, but we are so happy that it's you. Enjoy the evening or whatever.
Well, Mike had so much respect for Parker because he is the ultimate Probe fan. I mean, there isn't a bigger Probe fan on the planet.
Yes.
Well, does anyone know what Probe is, first of all? And thank you to Mike. And I think he went to a convention and Parker Stevenson was there and he saw the Probe picture and he started talking about Probe and he was like, "You remember that show?" And I don't know if he's ever told it on air. He might have, but he ended up spending almost the whole weekend with him and he ended up going to lunch or dinner with him a few times and obviously got the signed photo and then he got his card and we kept joking like, "Come on, you've never had him on. Let's get Parker Stevenson on. We can talk Baywatch and Probe." And
it might have been that convention. It might have been that convention because we had breakfast with Parker after his Probe panel, where it was a very small attendance, and they all just sat around in a circle of chairs. They all pulled them all together, and then that morning, Mike and Melinda and I had a hotel breakfast, and we happened to be seated next to Parker Stevenson, and we all just acted like it was a 4-person breakfast.
Yeah, just like he's anyone else, and that's a testament to Clobberin times in terms of just how everyone just gravitated toward him. He had that personality, where even just meeting him over there and that very first time, and of course I love the thing. Everyone knows, and my kids are like, "How come that guy stole your avatar?" I'm like, "Well, Jack Kirby created it, but the thing has become he's Benjamin J. Grimm, idol of millions is." Not an obscure character, but he's not as popular as he was during the 70s, and that was just something I gravitated towards. And of course, Star Trek and comic books, and that first show I listened to it was like my local comic book shop had closed, and I'm like, this is like being back in my local comic book shop. And half the fun of collecting comics is hanging out with everyone and talking, who would win in a race, Superman or the Flash, or so that kind of stuff is just so much fun, and just to be in that fantasy world, and reminisce on all those things or talk about those things were so much fun, and I think one of the first Star Trek shows I watched was you and Raquel in Defensive Enterprise, Raquel, with you and Clobberin times, and I made a comment about Hoshi, and I hadn't watched a series in years, but I made a comment about her, having difficulty translating, and you put it up on the screen. I'm like, wow, this YouTube thing is really cool. You can write in the chat and they put a comment up the screen. They're actually paying attention to what I say. And
hey, I liked you from the very first, especially because you sent me that research paper on whether or not Desilu actually helped keep Star Trek on air. I just want to point to Jonathan here, everyone. Once again, Jonathan, I just love this comment because look at this Jedi training. So look on this marquee. Yes. This is Jedi training right here. Jonathan says, "My dad made me watch Probe so many times." Thankfully, it was a great show.
You might be the number 2 probe fan in the world, Jonathan, because there's only 7 episodes. So
right, but that's the way Clobby would have wanted it, and now his son is a brainiac. Who else watches Isaac Asimov shows? I mean, come on, it's great.
I just saw Tom Connors enter the chat.
Hello, Tom.
Yes. Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, Tom.
Hey, man.
Hanging in there. And you've been such a great friend of Clobberin Tom, so yeah, appreciate you coming here and saying a few words. Yep.
Oh, don't worry, Tom, if the dogs bark. You know what Clobby always said to me when Lola and Paco barked? I love the doggies. I love the doggies. So don't worry about your pepperoni, okay?
Yeah, no, I didn't. I just wanted to come in real quick because, man, Clobby, I got to spend nearly every other day or twice a week with him, pretty much or more, for the better part of the last 3.5 years or so that he's been on Mead, and he's been a staple. He's been my go-to, and I'm gonna miss him so much. And you guys have been saying so many beautiful things, and I want to thank Mark for keeping everybody informed the last few days. You've gone through a lot to try and do this, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Tom. Yep.
And Raquel as well, and everybody else. And yeah, I'm sure I met Clobby probably through Michael. I've been trying to scramble through my brain all day long.
I'll just interject. Hold on. I can answer that. This is what's amazing about Mike, is that Tom and I are dear friends, and Tom, I would take a bullet for Tom Connors, and he has always been such a supporter of my channel, like existential supporter, like not just showing up and viewing, but like he's trying to up the signal. And when I found out that Tom got connected with Mike somehow, I was both pleasantly surprised and at the same time not surprised, Tom, because Mike always found the best people. And even though you and I were friends, I don't recall myself. I don't recall directly connecting you. I might have mentioned him at some point.
I have no idea, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I wish I did, because
here's the thing.
I've known him for so long. Yeah.
I'll shut up now. But what I'm saying is, I'm not surprised he found you. I'm not surprised. I'm pretty sure he would have found you on his own. And that's what made him so amazing. Please continue, Tom.
No, it's fine, brother. It's fine. I mean, I've been trying to find the words. There's not much I can really come up with. I just wanted to thank everybody.
Thank you, Tom.
And Clobby was one of a kind. They definitely broke the mold when they made him. And if they didn't, he broke it for him. And you'll never...
Clobbered it.
Yeah. I'll never be able to find anybody like him ever again. You guys are right. I mean, there was never a kinder, gentler giant in the world of comics and YouTube and punditry. He never asked for anything from anybody.
True.
He never expected anything from anybody. He hated when people would gush over him, and I wish he wouldn't so much, because I would have loved to have told him more what he meant to me.
Yeah.
And so many people in this community, and he was somebody I looked up to a lot. And I'm sure Jonathan's listening now, and I'm sure he was a great dad. Your dad was a hell of a guy. He was almost like a surrogate father to a lot of us in this community, because he was one of the older guys. He was the quintessential nerd.
Mm-hmm.
He was a quintessential geek with a heart of gold. And there'll never be another one like him. And I didn't want to take too much time. I just wanted to come in and say a few things.
Tom, listen to me.
That's beautiful.
You take all the time that you need. And even if you have to take a pause and think about what you want to say, there's no great hurry here. This space and this time is for you.
Well, and Andy, if you can make me one too, I would like to have one to watch over me. Because I think he is watching over all of us.
If you're podcasting this and you're not participating in the chat, Mark has just put Andy Masterson up on the marquee, and it says, I need to sculpt a Mike Clobby Alonso action figure. And that's what Tom is talking about, everyone. And
Thank
just
you.
very briefly, I just want to welcome mine and Clobby's longtime friend, DC Doomcock.
Yes. Hi, DC.
To the panel. Hi, old friend. I love you. Thank you for everything today. I just appreciate you so much. Thank you for everything today.
Yeah, man. It's tough. I just want to say, I've been through this, with, Mark C. I came on, Clobby was such a warm-hearted guy, and, he had a memorial live stream for, Mark and, and Admiral O.F. Doom and Cardinal Sin. And it's just like, and then this, it's, it's hard, and, I'm just sorry. And, Tom, man, we've been friends a long time, and, I just, you're
I
maybe
may have
my
even
oldest
met him through
friend
you.
on here,
Yeah.
You're
To be
like
honest,
my
I'm
oldest friend on here, man. And I just want to say, because we never know how long we have. And I just want to say I love you, Tom. And
I love you too, man. I love all you guys.
I really love all you guys. And fuck, it's just fucking hard because YouTube is so weird. And it's hard. It's like weird high school shit all the time. And but we don't take the time, and and then it's too late. And I just want to let you guys know, all of you out there, Raquel and Mark, and Tom, love you guys, and just always got to say it before, you never know how long you have. So, I just wanted to
Yeah,
say
hug
that.
someone you love, or let someone know. I remember my dad was dying of cancer, and you guys got me through a lot of tough times because I lost my dad, and God damn it, Mike hit his head and had a heart attack on the anniversary of my dad's death, and he never misses a Sunday night geekery, or he always say like, I'm running late. I go to going to my family,
Yeah.
Family for dinner, which he loved, the jambalaya that his mom would make, and I'm like, we didn't,
Pastelaya,
the
no sea
pastilla,
bugs,
thank
no
you.
sea bugs.
No sea bugs, yeah. And Steve Mitchum was on with me and Dad Man. And we're like, we haven't heard from Clobby. We haven't heard, not like him. And Steve's like, well, don't bug him. I'm like, well, maybe you got a spare flat tire or something.
Yeah.
And then I had texted him finally at the end of the show, and then and Jonathan answered back on Clobby's Mike's phone. I said, oh my God, something bad must have happened. And but it's been such a, I was going through one of my best friends who was also loved Star Trek and could quote any movie, and geek and a nerd, even though he didn't look like it. He was one deep inside. He was actually a really good looking guy. My good buddy Rob, best man at my wedding, and he drank himself to death a few years ago. So I was going through a lot of tough times, and it was great to have my good friends too. But with the COVID hit, you couldn't even go out and see people, and it was such a great outlet to make meet all this community, and Clobby and everyone welcomed me with open arms. And when I started streaming, I can't believe it. And Eric K, who's in here with us, I know he's got we gotta let him get a chance to talk. But he posted, I'm like, I got 20 subs last night. He's so like he would never care like promoting anyone else, or not taking away from he just do anything for you, give you the shirt off your back kind of guy. So it's this outpouring has just been so wonderful, because it's never going to be the same in my life, because he's been such a big part of my life, and I know for everyone here it's going to never going to be the same, but we'll just keep his memory alive. And I didn't get to know Mark C, and we would joke about how similar our names were, because my name Mark with the C, and he was and I remember watching your tribute to him, Doomcock. It was so beautiful and wonderful. I only got to know him for a few months and watch a few of the streams, but what a fabulous guy too. So I and I know that was one of Clobberin best friends as well. So of course, we always want to keep his memory alive, and what a nice guy he was. But I just got this is so nice having everyone here, and Clobby just hit 2,000 subs, and if I'm missing any chats or we don't put anything up, it's because my eyes are malfunctioning. But it's a beautiful tribute to him.
Further to DC's point, DC is emotional, but I've known him for a long time, and I know what he's getting at, and so I just want to return to that point for a minute. We know a lot of manly men, tough guys, big, strong, tough guys. Many of them are intellectuals, and it can be really hard sometimes for guys to cope with pain, with loss, and even with the demands of friendship. And I think what DC wanted to say is that he wants us all to be present in the moment, and to make sure that even if you're a big tough guy, and even if you're this intellectual guy and you're this critic, and you have a reputation to uphold, it's really important for everyone to stop and give each other appreciation. And you don't have to gush. It can just be a loving punch in the arm. But just remember to tell each other how much you mean to one another. Because I'm going to tell you something. I've only known Mike for like 5 years, but I had a very intimate friendship with him, and I didn't get to meet him. But when you're spending 15, 20, 30 hours a week with someone for 5 years, that's a lot. And there's a lot invested there. And I just want to say, I've known Doomcock since 2017. And he was speaking earlier about all the loss that this community has endured. And when we lose people, it really hurts because each and every single person matters. And the community leaders, the guys with the bigger channels like Tom, guys with the bigger channels like Michael, the guys with the bigger channels like DC, they have to see it all. They have to endure it all. And just heed Doomcock's words, please, everyone, because that's what he's trying to say. He had to cancel his show tonight, and he's so heartbroken. But please heed his words, because they're good words, and you should take them into your heart and act on them.
Yeah, man. I just, I'm just. It's like Tom was saying. You look at this graphic, and you look at all the things on this page, and it's like of a part of the world that's vanishing and getting smaller every day. And Mike was my brother, Tom is my brother, and because we speak the same language. Tom, we know the same things, man, and we're really brothers. And it's just I don't get to tell people enough. I need to tell people more. So I'm telling you now, Tom, I love you, man. And Raquel and Mark and everyone here, this is our world. And it's that thing. It's like all these moments will be lost in time, like tears in rain. And I will miss him. And I'm just honored to have been part of this time and space with all of you good people and with him.
I appreciate it. And I love you too, brother. And there's an empty spot in a lot of people's hearts tonight.
I know.
And there's going to be an empty spot on a lot of panel shows for a long time. But he would not want us to stop. He would want us to keep going forward. He would want us to keep fighting.
Yes.
He would
I just
want
couldn't
us
tonight. I just couldn't.
I know, and I understand.
Hey, you're in the right spot.
You're in the right place.
You're exactly where you're supposed to be.
And I too went to your channel to see what was going on, and I figured that this is what was going to happen. And honestly, this is the best thing for everybody. We all need this right now.
Yeah.
And I know Clobberin.
Yeah, we almost didn't do it, but then I said we better go on. And I kind of nudged Raquel. I hope you don't mind, Raquel, but I said we really got to go on tonight.
I know he wouldn't admit
have a
it.
Spot for everyone. Yeah.
I was really torn, but right before he had his cardiac arrest, we were talking a few hours before his cardiac arrest. And he said, I love you. And I promise you that I'm going to fight for my health and that I'm going to fight my weight. And I'm going to do this. And I promise you I won't give up. I won't give up on myself and I won't give up on you. And so if he can fight, and he was fighting, and he can endure that pain, so can I. So can I.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the things that I gotta tell you, DC, is I know you just said I couldn't go through with it tonight. You're streaming right now. You're going through with it tonight.
Well,
So
I couldn't do a separate. I couldn't.
Oh
yeah. Bitch about the Acolyte or Doctor Who. Even though
right.
A lot of people are very upset.
Yeah.
This is just. Christ. It's the death of. Star Wars has been dead for a long time, but this shit is just like it's the last goodbye, and then we've lost Clobby, and it's just a little overwhelming right now.
Yeah, no, I understand, but don't underestimate your own strength. You are still present tonight on YouTube streaming for a better
That's
cause.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. I totally agree, Michael. And I absolutely loved the beautiful Blade Runner reference that DC dropped and just made it absolutely beyond geeky. It was so cool, and I love it. And I think the real courage was showing up here tonight. And you deserve a Purple Heart if that's what courage is. So I'm happy that you're here, and I'm just happy that you're here. Thank you for being such a good friend to me and Clobby. I adore you. Thank you.
No,
thank you, everyone.
No,
I only have about 30 seconds or so, but he is going to be so missed. He touched so many people's lives, so many hearts. And first Mark C and now Clobby. It's going to be tough to get through this. I butt dialed him about a week and a half ago or so, and we had a quick chat. I wish I stayed on the phone longer with him. This is just really rough, but I know he appreciated every single person who came into chat, and besides his humor, self-deprecating as it was, he got that he was special deep down, and everybody loved him. So, Godspeed, but sorry I can't stay. But much love, everybody. Much love,
Love you,
panel.
Eric.
Thank you for being here.
Love you, Eric.
Thank you, Eric.
Good night, Eric.
Talk to you soon.
I
Take
just
care.
want to say, that Drunk 3PO just came into the chat, and the reason I want to say that is because we're a little tiny channel, and Drunk 3PO went out of his way to get people to watch Saturday Night Star Trek and other shows that Clobby would host, and Mike was a little starstruck by that, because Mike just thought that Drunk 3PO was such a great man. And so first, I want to thank Drunk 3PO for being here. Second, I wanted you to know how much Mike thought of you and how much he appreciated how you would try and get people to watch Saturday Night Star Trek, and that you would lurk, and then you would just reveal yourselves, and you made us all feel incredible, because that's what you do with your star power. And I just want you to know that if you would like to come on the panel, we would definitely love to have you. You don't have to come on the panel if you don't want to, but I know that you're heavily invested in Clobby, because I know that you were out in the audience listening. You were there the whole time. Thank you for that. And if you'd like to come on, I'd love to have you here. Mike would love to have you here.
I just wanted to say, while everyone is still here, that Clobby loved all of you guys. And in his private conversations, when Sean and I would talk after the stream, he wouldn't say, he'd look at it and be like, oh, I got to get to Tom's channel. He wouldn't say, I have to get to Midnight's Edge, or he'd say, I have to get to the great Tom Connors. Like, this is privately, not on air. He's like, the great Tom Connors, the great Doomcock, the great Michael French. And it's like, this is in private conversation. He doesn't need to say great, but that it just shows like the love that he had for everybody. It was crazy. And it's like, the great Tom Connors. Oh, okay.
And
Sad part is he doesn't realize that I thought the same thing about him.
Yeah.
He would never let me tell him.
And he preceded us all. He was podcasting for years and years before any of us started a YouTube channel. He's the grandfather of what we all call now real, honest, credible pop culture talk.
Yeah.
I really don't think it's a stretch to say he was genesis for what we all do. And I also think it's a testament to how real he was. I think he broke the old adage of honest to a fault, because I never saw a fault in his honesty. And he made me realize that honesty is never a fault. And when I'm looking out at this comment section right now, and I'm seeing names like Drunk 3PO, Valiant Renegade, and the positive influence that he had on so many that by the numbers on YouTube are much, much bigger than him, I'm so proud to be part of this side of the pop culture community where, to quote Yoda, size matters not. In other words, it's the quality of the person's expression that guarantees our support and our friendship. It's not the fact that I'm going to be, radio silent unless you have 500,000 subs or something like that, because
Right.
I mean, DC is here in the panel. Tom Connors is here in the panel. Valiant Renegade is out in the chat. Like, this is a testament to what Mike was a huge part of. And I'm gonna miss him like crazy.
He was intertwined with so many people. It's like, for me, I see all your guys' channels I was watching, didn't even know he was connected, and then he'd say, "Oh, I gotta be on Michael's channel." Like, "Oh, you know RetroBlasting? Oh yeah, of course, he's my buddy." Oh, I gotta be on Doomcock. Like, you like Doomcock? What's going? And you're just like, "Oh, what the heck's going on here? This guy's in every channel that I love. Like, how can this be?" And I didn't know any of it, and it's just so crazy. And I'm talking to him like, I'm like, "Oh my god, this guy's like huge. Like he's like a big part of everyone's channel. My God."
It's because
And why
he's
doesn't he
a
have
giant
100,000
brain.
subs too, right? I mean, that's what I
Yeah.
always couldn't understand. But I'm just so when we have Drunk 3PO just came in
Jay's
and
here.
really appreciate Jay
Jay.
stopping
Hey,
by.
Jay.
Hey, Jay.
Hey everyone,
man.
man. Just sending love to everybody, right now. And I appreciate you guys doing this stream. And I won't stay too long, but I do want I just want to tell like how awesome he was, my man. When I would talk about comics on my personal live stream, he would be in the chat being like, "Hey, that's not how it goes." Say it like this. No. I know about that. I know that. And I was like, "Yep, you know what? I got to get on Clobberin Time's channel. The man knows his stuff." And I loved his late night streams, and I loved when he had me on as a guest simply because it was a break from the madness that a lot of us here talk about on a daily, like the crazy SJW stuff, all that. He would just talk about classic comics. He had a passion for it. He knew like the numbers and stuff, and I loved every second of it. I always lurked when because he was on late when I was working, and I always told him all the time. We had DM conversations all the time, just how much I appreciate him, and that just like he just brought back a beautiful escapism that, and I love how he corrected me. He corrected me in a way that he didn't want to, like, I don't want to upset you, man. I was like, you're not upsetting me. Tell me I got it wrong. Tell me like, you're not upsetting me at all, brother.
Well, he thought the world of you.
About him, man. I love that.
The minute you were done talking to him, you know what he would do? He would get on the walkie-talkie with me and Mark, and he would say, "Drunk 3PO is here."
No one's special, but he was definitely very, very, very special. And I'm sorry for everyone's loss, and we did lose a good one. And man, he's up there, and God's probably saying, "Where do you want to go?" And I can hear him now. Second star to the right. Let's keep going till morning. Just smiling and looking down at all this. I don't know how he would feel about this, to be honest. But
he might hate it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I can tell you exactly how he would feel. It would make his skin crawl, and he would be so angry. He would be genuinely angry. Which is why
please everyone donate to the GoFundMe and let's make him even more angry.
Yeah, make him angry.
Yes. And that is why after he passed, I knew that it was okay to do this, because this is the way that I framed it, Jay, and I want you to frame it the same way, okay? Clobby did not like fundraising. He did not like GoFundMe. He didn't even like it if you sent him a birthday card, except for me, because he said I was old-fashioned, so I was allowed. But I framed it this way. I obeyed him for as long as he was living. And when he passed, it was time for me to support his family. And so now that we know that Ash and Jonathan have that GoFundMe, we're doing it for them. We're going to make sure he has a beautiful funeral. We're going to make sure that the family doesn't have to worry about any kind of money. And you followed the rules. I followed the rules too. I didn't say a single word about anything until he passed. And so I just want you to know, Jay, you're following the rules tonight. I made sure I followed the rules, and I framed it this way. Okay? Does that work for everyone?
My good friends Doug B there with $100 says, I honestly never watched, but I heard his name all the time. That's right, because I always talk about him in my live streams. And if he was in any way affiliated with J or G&G, then he was family. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you, Doug. Thank you for the 100. But I didn't want to stay on too long. But I just wanted to just send love to all of you guys.
Thank you.
And thank you for doing this. He'll never be forgotten. And I know some people are hurting, today, and that's okay. It's okay to mourn. It's okay to cry. It's okay to feel pain. It's okay. That's all because of love, you know. It's all because of love. But for me personally, I know that, you know, joy will come in the morning. Joy will always come in the morning. So God bless all of you guys, and be praying for the family and all of you that are just hurting for a loss of a close friend. He did mean a lot to more people than he probably will ever realize. And it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing that he touched so many people's lives. You know, so God bless you guys. I'm gonna head out because
Thanks, Jay.
I'm just gonna sit and lurk and listen to you guys talk.
care.
And you guys are all awesome. God bless you guys.
Thank you so
And,
much, Jay. Much
donate to that
appreciated.
GoFundMe, send super chats, you know, do what you guys got to do. And those that are listening. So, and we'll catch you. We'll talk to y'all soon.
Take care, Jay.
Yeah. God bless you guys.
I'll get Mikey the link here.
You got
right
him,
away.
Mike. Yep. I'm trying to keep up with everything behind, and
yeah, I know. And like I said, I want to thank you again, Mark, for everything that you've had to go through and endure, and keeping everybody up to speed the last few days. I can't imagine everything you're going through being, you know, one of his closest friends like that. It's had to have been rough, but we all appreciate it. And I just want to thank you again.
Yeah, it's made it a little bit easier, but just it's still a shock. I mean, it's just, you know, it goes in waves, and grief goes in waves. You know, we've all gone through it, unfortunately. Just, you know, you're fine a few minutes, and then something will trigger it. And if I look at the thing statue over there, that might trigger myself again.
Right.
And it's just, you're fine for a few minutes, and you're like, I'm going to go on and not lose it, not have a malfunctioning eye ducts. And yeah, it's okay to let it out, and don't hold it in. And as I was saying before, that's when my dad yelled at me. He's like, "Why are you getting so upset?" When I was breaking down, when the doctor said he's not going to make it. What are you crying for? But I think in his way was saying, and Clobberin times maybe would agree with this. Don't cry for me. Keep living your life. Go on. Keep going. Don't give up, and enjoy what you've got, and don't take anything for granted. And I always say too, it's like, people complain about some stupid shit, part of my French, in life, about something that goes wrong, or little stuff, or minor crap. And I think of all the people that have, cancer out there, or fighting health battles. And, in the grand scheme of thing, your little thing that you're whining about, because going back to my dad again, but the priest came in and said, we want to say a prayer for you. And he said, no, let's say a prayer for everyone else who's worse off than me. And he was, given, a few weeks to live. So, and I think that's why I gravitated towards Clobberin times in a lot of way. Like you said, Tom, he was a mentor, and he reminded me a lot of my dad, and, in a great way. And I think they shared, now that I'm thinking about it, they probably, not realizing that they shared a lot of those qualities where you're not out there for credit, or what can I do for you? Mike was never like that. Or, when I'm like, wow, Doomcock, RetroBlasting. I'm like, I idolize these guys. Tom from Midnight's Edge. I mean, how'd you get to meet them? They're like, oh, just, met them here and there. Would never brag, or never say anything, don't you know who I am? And that's what was so wonderful about him. And that's why I've lost such a great guy. And one of his longtime friends, the Mighty Thor, Steve Mitchum, who's known Mike for years, has just joined us. So I'm sure you want to say a few words in tribute to your good friend, Steve.
Oh man, I've known him for 4 decades. Some of y'all weren't even born when I met him. But he wasn't even known as Clobby. I do want to say, Jonathan. Jonathan said about how he was proud to be Mike's son. You may have noticed, Jonathan, or maybe not, but people on YouTube actually brag about knowing your dad.
He's a legend.
He is.
Yeah.
I hear people say, "Oh, well, I've known him for 5 years." Well, I've known him for 10. And I always want to jump in and go, "I've known him for 40." Mike, for those of you who don't know Mike in person, he's a better man than you even think that he is. I lived in Baton Rouge, the epicenter of hurricanes, for most of my life. And there have been many times when driving my old semi-broken down 65 Mustang that because I always had to buy the cheapest parts for it, I was broken down on the side of the road many times. And there's a lot of friends that say, if there's something I can do, let me know. Clobby wasn't that guy. Clobby was the guy that said, "Oh, where are you?" And then he'd jump in his car with an umbrella and, stop by the parts store and buy you a fresh battery or an alternator or whatever it was. Every time I came to Baton Rouge, when my mom died, when my brother died, Mike Clobby said, where are you staying? And I said, well, I'm staying at the Hampton Inn. And he's like, Hampton Inn? God, that's like $150 a night. No, come sleep on my couch. And Jonathan can attest to this. There's been many times when Jonathan woke up in the morning and said, okay, there's Steve on the sofa again. So I just wanted to say that he's a better person than even I think a lot of you realize, just because you haven't gotten to know him in person. And it's funny, for being an agnostic, I don't know if I've ever met anybody more Christ-like than Clobby. He's the epitome of generosity, of selflessness, of kindness. And I'm not going to cry because I've been crying all day and I'm cried out. I actually had to leave work. And I am all cried out, and now I'm kind of left with all the funny stories. When Jonathan was, you guys will get, somebody can explain it to Raquel later. Good morning, Bunny. I'm talking on the phone. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm talking about Uncle Mike. Okay. I'll be right back.
That's
Sorry.
That's Maddie for those of you. Yep.
That is my little princess. Yeah. Who loves her Uncle Mike. They're jumping on the trampoline, so I apologize for the noise. When Jonathan, when they brought him home from the hospital, I pulled up in the old 65 Mustang that I told you all about, and Clobby came out and said, "You came in that? You're braver than I thought." Raquel, you're not a Star Wars person. You're a Star Trek person, but they can explain it to you later.
Correct. That is correct. Steve, can I get you to pause for just 2 wags of a puppy's tail? Because you know what? DC isn't feeling well, and he would like to excuse himself. And I just want to give everyone a chance to say goodnight to him. I just want to thank him for being here and just let him know how much Mike and I love him, and that I know that Mike would be so happy that you are here. And get some rest. I love you very much, and I'm so sorry.
Love you too, Raquel. I know you're very upset, and Mark and Tom and everyone on this panel, RetroBlasting, man. Loki. I just want to say, God bless Clobby, and he was, he interviewed me on his podcast before he had a YouTube channel, and I encouraged him. I said, why don't you make a YouTube channel, And he was like, I don't know. And I was like, it's the same thing as the podcasting, man, you might as well. And he did. And I think he was great at it. And I just, we're all going to miss him. And so God bless you, Clobby.
Before you go, I just want to tell you, me and Eris drove up to Baton Rouge today, and we got to spend a couple hours with him before he passed. And for you and for everybody else out there that loved him, I told him as soon as I saw him, I said, you have been and always will be our friend, brother. You will always be our friend. Yeah. And his family knew how much he was loved. All of his family knew. They'd heard all the stories. They knew about all of us. They knew about the people that loved him and cared about him. It wasn't something he kept to himself. They knew, and they knew how much we all love and care about him. And it was very much appreciated today.
I'm glad you got to do that, man. That's great.
Thank you for getting that representing us in a way, I guess, too, and for all your updates and letting us know what was happening. And I know it's not easy, but and a shout out to Jonathan too. I was able to hold up the phone and give a message to Clobberin Times, and say some last words to him. It's wasn't easy, and I don't know how I got through it, but I did. But you just hope that he heard everyone.
He did.
Yeah.
He heard us all, because all that heart and love that went out to him, that has been going out to him ever since this happened. He knows. He does.
Yep.
Well, God bless him, and God bless all of you guys, and we'll just carry on. We'll just carry on, and we will never forget him, and I'll never read a Fantastic Four comic book again without thinking about him. So
thank you so much for being there.
God bless you guys.
Godspeed.
Night,
God
DC.
bless you.
Take care,
God bless
DC.
you.
Good night, you guys.
I don't know who will be in Baton Rouge when they I don't even want to say the word, when they pay their final respects to Clobby, but I will be there, Jonathan. I don't care if I have a bullet in my chest. I'm going to be there. And I've talked to a few people like Cast Iron. I can't even think. And anybody else that can make it. I know what Clobby wants. He wants for us to get together, probably at Walk-Ons or Twin Peaks, and swap stories, the fun stories. So if anybody else is going to be there,
we will. We're gonna drive back up.
And you have to be super charming to the waitresses.
Yes.
Because if anyone knows Clobby was slick with women, especially hot women, is extremely slick. So you have to be overly kind to the waitresses. It's a must.
Yeah, I don't even think we have to say that, because I don't think any of Clobby's friends, would ever treat a waitress.
No,
badly,
but I have to take every opportunity I can to help a Loki broach the fact that Clobby was so slick with women. It was ridiculous.
Yes, he was. It was. If you've ever seen Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, he was bashful. He would bat those eyelashes at those girls,
right?
And they would just melt like butter in his hand.
He was the James Bond, and hail to the great Mexican Iron Man who's joined us on the screen right now.
Good evening, Mike.
Hi, good evening. Hi, everybody. So, in honor of Clobby, Clobby and I had many battles and fights. He was one of the first 5 people I ever met online. I've known him before everybody, as close as I am to Tom and Andre, Doomcock. The list goes on and on of people that I'm close to on the internet. I knew Clobby first. He was literally one of the first 5 people, because Star Trek didn't bring me to the internet, to YouTube. Star Wars did it. It was comic books. I lost my collection. I wanted to come online to find out how I could rebuild the comic book collection that one of my aunts sold at a garage sale for microscopic pennies on the dollar. And I found Clobby almost immediately. So going back to 2018, he was my big brother of comics. He was my big brother of Star Trek. We fought bitterly over Zack Snyder in the early heydays of the Snyderverse. He loved me anyways. He says that he loved me anyways, even though I was always wrong. He says he'd say the great Mexican Iron Man. And I said, well, Clobby, you don't even agree with me on Zack Snyder. Well,
we gang up on him so bad, though.
And we disagreed also about the Flash, because as any Mexican would know, that running fast is a pretty lame superhero superpower, because for Mexicans, it's part of the course. It's what we're born with. He and I would fight over the Flash. It was Speedy Gonzalez versus the Flash, and he knows I hated the Flash. Well, I'm wearing my Flash shirt.
Oh, man.
There you go.
It was very heartwarming today when I got to talk to Jonathan on the phone, and he told me, I said, I'm Mike, I'm Mexican Iron Man, and he said, I know who you are. I didn't know he ever talked about me, because I always just talked about, God, how am I crying now? God, I'm really sorry, guys, because I cried enough already. I don't know.
That's okay, man. It's okay. It's okay.
I even waited an hour before I came on this.
Mexican Iron Man, he actually talked about you in April when I was there. We went and had lunch, and we talked about Raquel, we talked about Mark, we talked about a lot of things, but he also he brought up something that you had said. I don't remember what it is offhand, but yeah, he spoke of you as recently as April.
Thank you.
Anyway, he'd mention you all the time. He'd mention you all the time.
You know,
everyone here. Yeah.
As far as I could tell, he loved you.
Clobby and I, you know, we met in the Xanadu back in the olden days. I remember losing Admiral Doom, OF Doom, who was a bridge to Loki when Loki created Valhalla and left. I didn't know anybody. I didn't know Loki for a hole in the wall. I was very intimidated of Loki back then. And I didn't want to go into Loki's chat. And Admiral OF Doom, lost him, and he was somebody that would talk to me. Mark, our good friend, Steven, was a good friend of me and Clobby's. And I remember when we lost Mark. Clobby was there for me. I was there for Clobby. Clobby and I were there for Doomcock. And then Cardinal Sin. And Clobby was there for me when we lost Cardinal Sin. He was a big brother. He was like a dad. I know we're probably not that much different in age, but I looked up to him like he was a godfather figure. I thought I knew a lot about comics. Well, freaking son of a bitch. He knew a lot more. Unbelievably, despite how many DC comics I bought, holy crap, he always knew more. And I thought for sure one night on one stream I got him because I brought up that one of my favorite runs in the DC universe, because I was sure this time I got him. I'm like, there's got to be one run that I know better than him. Okay,
you got to get him,
right?
right?
Sure, I got it. And I think you were at Mark. I think you know where I'm going to go with this. This is one night. Okay. And it was the Green Lantern, Green Arrow run. Okay. That's actually my favorite comic book run, that team up of various books. And I own them all. I own like duplicates of like all of those books back before my aunt sold it at the garage sale. And I started engaging with him in the chat. And he was coming right back at me. He's like, yeah. And then that way that and then when the book changed, where it was written like, you know, he wouldn't really use the ring. He would wait to see what Green Arrow did. And I'm like, how does he know this? Like, wait, he was on a totally, you know, he always knew more, and that's why it was like going into a comic book store live on the internet. It was the most amazing experience, and he was so patient with me back when I was a Snyder broho. I mean, we would get in these knockdown drag. Tom, you were there for all of them.
Well, like I said, him and I would gang up on you sometimes, but we loved you.
Oh, the two of you were absolutely brutal. And I've now seen the light, of course. Clobby, I love you so much. I miss you so much. I was so used to you being around, to showing up, that I could not imagine a world where you wouldn't be around all the time. I just could never imagine this.
I just want to say something real quick, and then I'm going to go soon so I can make some room, because I'm sure there's a lot more people who want to come in and say some things. I know you guys were talking about earlier how he would probably get upset about us doing a lot of this stuff, but what Mike said is very true, and I wanted to say it before too. He was always the guy who would be there for everybody. He would be the first one to make a tribute to any of us here.
Yeah.
Yes. So I don't want to hear his bullshit right now.
Yeah.
Because I would tell him, you know, god dang well, you'd be the first one of us to do this.
Yep.
And he would do it for each and every last one of us.
Don't think about that, and don't worry about that. You know,
I know, but I love that
personally
man.
know a lot of Mike's intimate feelings on this issue. He spoke at length about it with me and what would happen if he died. We spoke about these things extensively. And I'm telling you the same thing that I told DC, and I want you to hold that in your heart. While he was here, we held on to hope. We did exactly as he said. We didn't fundraise. We poured all of the money into the channel. But you know what? this thing that Ash and Jonathan are doing, what his family's doing with the GoFundMe, this is for them. This is our chance to thank them for creating this beautiful person and to give him the best send-off we can. So I want you to know for sure, there's no way he would be mad at you. I obeyed him until the end. We all did. And it's okay to move forward, protecting, honoring, and supporting his family. And it's only fitting that all of us should be responsible for sending him to the grave, perhaps. It's okay, Tom. I know it's okay.
Everybody, sorry to interrupt, but we have Melinda here.
Well, thank you.
Oh,
Thank you. Yep.
Hi, Melinda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Let me
trying
take
to figure out if I could speak without crying. But I did just want to say that, as someone who, I organized Iconicon for a couple of years, and, I did a couple of different things working with Mike, and being in the YouTube space, a lot of times people will tell you, yeah, I'll help you out. Yeah, I'll be on your show. Yeah, I'll do whatever. But Mike was not only there, but so knowledgeable and so enthusiastic. And it's just so rare to know someone who is like a walking encyclopedia, a walking Wikipedia, who really knows it and really like lives it every day. He's not just someone who can look it up really quick on his phone. Like, he doesn't have to do that. And it's just his graciousness and willingness to help anyone, to be on someone's show, to be a resource in any way is just so uncommon. And he's just, I don't even know how to say it. He stands out among everybody else that I've ever known as just being such a cheerleader and such a supporter of other people's channels, like not asking for anything for himself, but going above and beyond for everybody else. And that is just such a rare thing. I just really feel like he made the world a better place. And so I just wanted to say that.
Thank you so much, Melinda.
He absolutely adored you. He not only did he think that you were brilliant and talented, but he thought that you were gorgeous. He absolutely, I wish you could have heard him bragging about you.
Well, I consider him one of my dearest friends.
You were.
I'm really heartbroken, but I'm so happy to see that you guys are all here and sharing such wonderful stories about it. It's really heartwarming.
Thank you for sharing him with us.
Can I just add really quick what she said about Clobby and how wonderful Clobby was? That translates to this entire family. The Alonzos are absolutely wonderful people. When I called Jonathan yesterday, I did not want to be in the way. I didn't want to get in the way. I didn't want to be a burden or anything. And Jonathan and his sister Ashley and their grandmother welcomed me in. Their entire family was there. I mean, we're talking like 20 people were there today to see Clobby, and they all treated us like family. They were absolutely wonderful. His mother told some of the funniest jokes about Clobby, and having him over for Sunday dinner. What do you want, Clobby? You need pizza. No, you're not having pizza. Well, what do you want? I want tacos. No, we're not. We're not doing tacos. And the stories they shared and the things they shared were so wonderful. This is his family. It wasn't just Clobby, it's his whole family. His whole family is wonderful and caring and kind. And this is doing this GoFundMe for him and his family. This is the least we can do to try and help them with what is happening.
Yeah.
It is the very least we can do.
Exactly.
Thank you for that. Yeah, it's just, and then just to give an update, we're doing a lot for the, everyone out there is doing a lot for the family. So they're almost up to just about $12,000 in the GoFundMe.
Excellent.
And the Clobby's, of course, broken the 2,000 subscriber mark, so he's at 2,000. Let's see, 2,045 subs. So thank you everywhere for everyone out there for
Thank you,
subbing
everyone.
to the channel and all these donations, all these amazing super chats. And normally, you know, we don't get too many super chats on this channel usually, so we have a chance to read them all. To be quite honest, but this is overwhelmingly this support is overwhelming, and yeah, it's just put my camera on for a change. You can look at my ugly mug, but just so I can say hi to everyone, and you know, once in a while I put the camera on, and that's an old, even that's a Disney hat. I got that way before Disney went bad, so because my last name starts with a D, obviously. So Mark with the D, but so don't pick on me for this Disney hat.
You've got the good Disney D on there, you know, from way back when. We can tell by the font. You're good.
Thank you. Yeah, and I appreciate the your hat too. I'm Swiss, so I appreciate what you got on your hat. But thank you everyone for this is just so overwhelmingly nice, and it just makes us all feel better. And we're all sharing, you know, sharing a little bit of that pain, like J-Man and Sean were talking about that in that comic where with the you had to and the Legionnaires had to, you know, share some of the pain together, and it just helps you to move forward. And it's not going to be easy, you know, for any of us. And there's just a big huge hole out there. It's just you know, I was so lucky and privileged to get to know him, and you know, we'd hang out, as we said, you know, at night. I'll show. Yeah, let me make you show that, J-Man. Yeah, and you know, after the show, sometimes, like I said, we'd be there for. There's the comic. Yeah, we'll save
We were
the
supposed
princess.
to review this on Monday.
Yeah,
we were supposed to this Monday. We were supposed to do Earthbeat. We were supposed to do Earthbeat.
I know. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No,
I got two messages. One from this is from Chris Persia from Valhalla. It says, "Lo, there do I see my father. Lo, there do I see my mother and my sisters and my brothers. Lo, there do I see the line of my people back to the beginning. Lo, they do call to me. They bid me take my place among them in the halls of Valhalla, where the brave may live forever." And from my friend Josh, our friend Josh at Project Storytime, also Valhalla, he sends along this quote: "Of all the souls I've encountered in my travels, his was the most human."
You know, that's the first quote I thought of.
And that's
when I heard from Mike and Mark today, it was boom, boom. And I want to make room for other people because, like I said, I'm sure there's a lot of more people that are trying to come in.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to say once again, thank you everybody for everything that you've done on behalf of the Midnight's Edge After Dark panel. We thank you, Mark, for keeping us posted about everything, and Mike as well for everything. We're going to keep fighting. We're going to keep doing this. I wish I had the words, but even if I did, I can't speak to breathe them right now. And I can't breathe to speak them right now is what I said earlier online. And I still feel the same way. And it'll be a while before I probably can think of the right words to say, but I know he would tell us to live long and prosper. And he was always somebody, like you said earlier, guys, after the show, he would always make sure to talk to everybody. And at least I know the last time I talked to him was right after one of the shows. So I did at least get to say, see you and take care. I just wish it was not for the last time.
Tom, be at peace knowing the fact
and I remember
you got to say that.
And I reminded now, because Pablo reached out and he reminded me that it was actually Clobberin who reached out to us years ago over some Conan stuff. He wanted to get us on the show, and I recognized him from the chat. So, God, I don't even know how long ago it was now, but it's been quite a few years. And I'm going to miss him every single day, especially when we do Midnight's Edge After Dark. Because even when he couldn't make it, or if he was going to be late, he would always let you know. And he was the most inviting person I ever met. Even when I would just pop in and say, hey, he'd be like, hey, you want to come on? I'll send you a link if you can't make it. No big deal. And my Sunday nights when I'd hang out with Mark and him were always so much fun and just relaxing because I didn't have to worry about any of the other crap. was going on, and we could just talk about geek stuff. And I loved it. And I hope we can keep doing that. And I know Clobby would want us to. But I just want to leave you all with this. I love you all, and I want to thank everybody out there who's come through for Clobby's family. And I want all of you to take care of yourselves. Because I know Clobby would have if he had had the chance to. It's not fair what happened, but we have to move on and we have to keep fighting for him. Because he would have wanted it that way. And I want to thank everybody once again. And I just want to say take care. And I know, Mike, you said you were going to leave with me, so I'll just let you say a few things and we'll go together. But
no, my thanks and my love to everybody on this panel. You, Jonathan, you, Mark, Raquel, longtime friends, and everybody else on this panel. Love you all, and thanks for doing for this. And Clobby, I love you forever. And maybe one of these days I'll admit I might be a YouTuber, Clobby. Maybe.
Thank you, Mike.
Love you all.
Tom.
Bye.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much for being here,
guys.
Thank you, gentlemen.
guys. I'm gonna go too. So thank you so much, Raquel, and thank you, Mark, for having me on here. I love you both so much, and I know Clobby loved y'all so much, and I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know what we're gonna do on Wednesdays from now on. I don't know if I can. Without Clobby there, I just don't know what I can do on Wednesday nights. I just don't.
You just need time to process. You just need time to process. You know, he loved you so much. I mean, you had a very intense relationship with him. I mean, to the point where he was like, he told me you were like his real life friend. And, you know, his wife, Eris and Clobby, they used to stream together.
Yeah.
I mean, this is
he knew your wife before you did, right?
Yeah.
He knew Eris before I did.
Knew Eris before
Yeah.
Loki. So you know,
Eris introduced me to Clobby.
Yeah.
So Eris is the one who introduced me to Clobby.
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you please send her all of our love and all of our support? And can you please hug her for us?
I will.
You know, that she's so gentle and quiet, you know, in all the time, in every opportunity I've had to meet her. And so I would just love it if you could do that for all of us. And I don't want you to worry about anything. We're all going to get together and we're going to figure it out together. We just need some time to process, but we're not going to let the channel die, Loki. Okay?
Okay. All right. And I will, Raquel. Thank you.
Call me
I love all
if you have
guys.
to, okay?
Okay.
And don't
You
forget
too.
to tell Eris that we love her and give her
I
a kiss
won't.
for us, okay?
I won't. I will.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you,
Good
guys.
night.
Good night.
Take care, Loki. And we've got one of Clobberin Time's long-time friends here too, Minimus mostly. Minimus, you want to say a couple? Oh, no, of course, Violent Renegade was in here first. I should let Violent Renegade should say a few words. Yeah.
It's okay. You've got the show, man. I'm good. Go ahead. Whatever.
All right. Well,
you like.
let Minimus say a few words of his longtime friend, Clobberin Times, who would introduce him. He would always say, typical Mike would be, you know, Claude would bring over a gift or not a gift, like an action figure or something, and you hear like, damn it, that Claude, he gave me this action figure or this movie or something, and you know, begrudgingly you'd take it. But you know, Claude's been a longtime great friend of our buddy Clobberin Times.
One of his longest friendships. Yeah, he's known. I've known Clobby. We've been friends for 40 years, 42, 43 years. Claude, and I won't call him Minimus because if he gets angry, he can humiliate you with his jokes. He's the best. But he's known Clobby longer than I have. When Claude, I hope you don't mind if I tell the story, but
tell anything you want to say. It's probably a lie, but it's more interesting than anything I could say.
It's about Jan.
Oh my God!
So I don't know, 35 years ago.
I should take out a copyright on this story.
It's a great. It's my favorite story about you. Clobby fixed me up with this girl. a redhead. Some of you know how Clobby feels about redheads. And let's just say she didn't sugarcoat anything. And Claude wears glasses, and he took them off to clean them. And Jan said, "You look a lot better without your glasses." And without missing a beat, Claude said, "You look a lot better without my glasses." So this is why I don't call him Minimus, because I don't want to take him off, because that night we were playing Trivial Pursuit, and Clobby held up the card. The question was for Claude. He said, "Name Superman's dog," and like that, Claude said, "Margot Kidder." So you don't want Claude to be angry at you, because this guy he makes what's his name, the insult comic dog, he makes him look like an amateur.
For you to poop on. Yeah, it was. I was very young and inconsiderate of the feelings of others, and now I'm very old. So.
And inconsiderate of the feelings of others.
Oh, didn't I say that? But I just want to say, first of all, this has been. I went to my mother's hospital for 5 days in a row. She was out of it most of the time, but I did get to speak to her at the end. She was on morphine. Mike was a different situation. You know, you love your mother. Nobody can say anything or do anything to your mother. You can find the strength of 10 when somebody insults your mother or attacks her or something. And I only did that twice, and that was to my father. But I apologize if I crack in this, because he was my very best friend. Now, when I was in school, I had this friend named Charles Ferris, and that was from second grade on up. And then one day they met, and they met at the comic shop, and Charles loved Iron Man beyond all reason. Charles, for some reason, was the last person to buy Iron Man when it was still being printed with that flexographic process.
Wait a minute. A guy named Ferris liked
Ferris,
Iron
yeah.
Man? Gee.
Sorry. Hey, I didn't name the guy, but so anyway, he would always go up to the comic shop, and he would stay there on his days off. And then when he wasn't doing that, he'd look at his watch. Yeah, remember watches? He would look at his watch and go, "Oh, got to go to the theater. What's playing? I don't know." So he would tell Mike, "I'm going to go over here," and this could be like at 10 o'clock in the morning or 11, whatever the shop opened. And right before the shop closed, Charles would come back. He goes, "What'd you see?" He was like, I walked around. I saw like 3 or 4 movies and stuff like that." And I was like, "Did you go visit Claude?" "I don't have time for that." So, but I'm getting ahead of or behind myself. I'm going to tell some truth here, Steve. Is that okay?
Since
Steve?
when have I ever been able to stop you from telling
Yeah.
the
Well, Steve, when I first met Steve, we didn't get along.
Well, that's because you thought I slept with your ex-wife, which I did not.
Well, you know what? Who are you?
Maybe this is for another time.
How about this?
I didn't do it.
I apologize then for even thinking. I wish somebody would apologize to me for making me marry her. But Steve had his personality, and he had stuff to back it up with, and he still does. Steve would come right up to your face and tell you, "I'm a kung fu master," and that's already intimidating. I remember, how long did you work on that Joker and Batman painting in Mike's shop? He had I think Batman kicking the Joker in the face. I thought it was hilarious because Batman punches people, but he was kicking the Joker in the face.
I totally forgot about this.
Do you remember it now?
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it took a while, but we got to know each other and got better. And then I hadn't seen him for years. And one day he's at Mike's. Mike calls me and says, "Hey, Steve's over here. So I drove over there. I was expecting to see this haggard old man. Um, and I said, "Are you a vampire?" Because he looked the same that he did, like I think it was like 20 years before. And I'm still thinking he's a vampire. Or maybe he really is a Norse god. And I just want to say to Mark D, thanks for letting me talk way too much to you on the phone these past few days.
Okay.
I
Yep.
really appreciate it. It means more to me than I can say. And so far, everybody's like right on with how Mike was. I got a little thing to say. It's not anything bad, but we were at a restaurant called Super Salad one time, and Mike, as we say, he gesticulated wildly when he was speaking. So we're in this salad place, and we're both sitting there, and I'm eating and he's trying to lose weight, eating salad and stuff. So this waitress is walking by, and just as Mike was about to make a point, his hand went up, and he struck her on the back side of her head, and it didn't hurt or anything, but boy, you knew it happened. She turned around and looked at him, and he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry." And then she's staring at him, and then he points at me and says, "He's sorry too." I'm like, why?
Oh, we lost Minimus. We're gonna have to wait for the punchline, but
Minimus
minimized out. But let's I'd love to hear some Violent Renegade stories about buying comics from Clobberin Times in the shop and meeting them years later again.
Man, yeah. So
wait. You went to Clobby's shop?
Well, okay. Well, it wasn't his shop. It was Miss Linda's shop in Metairie, BSI Comics.
BS the Bull, yeah. He called the Bull Institute, yeah.
Yeah, I well, that's another story.
Carl.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, old Mr. Carl and then Miss Linda, and yeah. So, yeah, that's to backtrack way up. I mean, 25, 30 years ago, whenever it was, when he was there. I mean, I was going to that comic book shop. I grew up in New Orleans, and I was there at least once a week for, 6, 7, 8 years. And my dad would take me there every week, and well, years later, Clobby and I find each other on YouTube again. Just stupidly. I mean, just like one of those small world situations. And I'm pretty sure I probably met him through Loki or Tom. It was one of the two. I just don't remember which. Loki called me today, 10 minutes before we were going live for a show, to tell me that that Mike had passed. And he was driving back from Baton Rouge because Loki was down there today visiting. And I was like, what do I do? All right, I don't want to start the show with that, because the show, I mean, I already had like people waiting for the show to start. I had guests backstage, like half a dozen guests backstage. It was like, this is going. And I didn't want to start it off with that and with that mood and then have to like immediately cut to, and here we go making jokes about the Acolyte. It just didn't seem right. So I'm like, okay, I know what we'll do. And I called Loki back. We're like 2 minutes to showtime. And I'm like, okay, look, he said, Mark is going to do a show tonight on Clobby's channel. I said, awesome. I said, tell Mark to make sure that he's got, the permissions opened up for redirects. I said, because what I'm going to do is, on the Wednesday shows, the bigger audience kind of shows up towards the back half of the show because of the time. And I said, we're going to redirect the whole show over to Clobby Stream. And, when we close down, because I want to close the show with this. And of course, it didn't take but like 20 minutes into the show, news was breaking because Ashley had posted it on the GoFundMe page and all this stuff. And, hey, rest in peace, Clobby. And I was like, yeah, I didn't want to start the show with that. And I said, it's terrible. We're going to talk about that at the end, to stick around. But the biggest thing for me, I mean, I didn't know Clobby that well. I didn't know Mike that well. But he was everything you guys said are absolutely right. He was always the kind of guy that when we talked, he would treat you like he'd known you forever. And I mean, granted, we knew each other, we first met 25, 30 years ago, whatever it was when he was there. And I would always joke with him, one of these days, I swear I got to find it. I don't know where it is, but there's got to be almost 100% because I have so many old printed photographs from when I was in that comic shop. There's got to be a picture somewhere of me and Clobby in that shop like 25 years ago. So one of these days, hopefully I'll run across it. But, a couple of times I was able to make it onto Clobby's show was always a scheduling issue. Clobby and I live an hour and a half apart. I would pass through Baton Rouge regularly. It was one of those things I'm like kicking myself today because we could never get our schedules to line up. Every time I was going through Baton Rouge, it's like, oh, wait, he wasn't around. Or if he said, hey, you coming through this way? It's like we could never kind of get things to work. I wish I had. It would have been great to kind of reconnect with him because he really was just everything I knew about him. Everybody loved Mike. Everybody loved him to death.
Can I tell you something that I think Mike would want you to know? Before you ever spoke with him, Mike never forgot a face. And before you spoke with him, Mike saw you on Twitter, and we were talking. I can't remember if it was on the walkie-talkies or if it was like through YouTube, but not on air, obviously. And Mike said the cutest thing to me. He said, I know that guy. I sold that guy comics. So like even before you connected with him, he knew, like he picked your face right out of a crowd.
That's
and I just
amazing.
want you to know that.
I believe it.
because
No, I believe
he
it.
was
I
so
believe it.
excited. He was like, I think I sold that kid comics. And it was the first thing he said the minute that he saw you, and he knew. So I just wanted you to know that because it's an important part of your story with Clobby. And it's also because I want you to know how sincerely he thought of you.
Yeah, he was a super cool dude. And I guess the thing that hurts the most today is wishing there had been time to get to know him better. Doomcock was on here earlier, and I think he made some absolutely outstanding points. Life is too short. We can't live. I think he said something like, all the YouTube bullshit, his words, none of that's important. It's not. None of it is. It's about this. It's about the friendships that we have, the people we meet, how they enhance our life experiences. And I think he's totally right. And I'm just sitting here, I'm like, I wish there had been that opportunity where Mike and I had been able to go to lunch. Because I remember the last couple times we tried to hook up in Baton Rouge. Because usually I would drive through Baton Rouge on business. I was meeting clients, rarely in Baton Rouge, but usually I was passing through Baton Rouge to go to like St. Francisville, Louisiana, or I was going to Lafayette. And it was one of those things we could never get the timing right. And I wish we had, but, it's funny because he was one of the first people that I realized on YouTube. It's like, oh wait, we actually have a connection. Cause when he was talking about where he was and he mentioned, oh yeah, in Louisiana too. And all this. And then we started narrowing it down and then it was like, oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. So we definitely, he might've been there the day I picked up my Black Bag Superman Died comic, from the shop. I just don't remember the exact time frame.
You know what he did with that comic? Sorry to interrupt, but he ripped that to shreds.
I know, he told me.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he told me.
I still have my Black Bag
He
Superman.
hated gimmicks.
Oh God, I know. But it's just one of those things to show you how great a place YouTube can be. And everybody on here tonight talking about him, it's just so heartfelt because I'm gonna tell you what, going to that comic book shop, and I know even though he wasn't a fan of it, I get it, but going to that comic book shop, the memories that kids created there, especially, and I've told the story on YouTube before, my audience knows this, but I was an only child. My dad died when I was 16, and I remember going to the comic book shop, Clobby's comic book shop down there that he worked at all the time. And it's one of those things where you have those fond memories, and you wish you always had more time, more opportunity. And unfortunately, just like a lot of the guests we're talking about, Tom and Doomcock and Jay and all the other guys out there, all y'all that have been on here, everybody wishes for more time. You have it now. Take advantage of it. Do everything you can. I started realizing that earlier this year. It's like, I need to take more time to do what I can now. To go out, and it's like, hey, you know what? I got a lot of friends that I've made on YouTube. I want to try to get out to go meet them more. I want to try to make some of these meetups. I want to try to make some of these functions. So I've made it a point earlier this year to try to start doing that. And I wish I'd have gotten a chance to sit down with Mike, and I'm feeling it today. I'm regretful, but one thing I can say definitively about him is that he would not want me sitting here bitching and moaning about it. So I'm not going to.
Absolutely.
And he's in a better place. And I know when Loki called me a couple of days ago to tell me what was going on, and we talked, and I was like, you know what? I remember what it was like when I was a kid, and it was my dad in the hospital, and just like you kind of get that sense, it's time. And I, for what this is worth, saying this to the family right now, I knew it. You got to know when it's time, and you realize, as hard as it is in this moment, and I'm speaking from personal experience, the best thing that gave me solace was knowing that he's in a better place. And as much as we'd still like them here, when they're in a certain situation like this, you take a deep breath and you go, you know what? I want what's best for, in this case, for Clobby. The best thing for Clobby was at that point to be at peace. And I know he's in a better place. And I know he's watching all of us right now get through this. And the family get through this. And, I want to see, hopefully something better will come out of this for everybody. And I think part of this is here, the catharsis of sharing these memories of who he was and the great guy that he was and the impact that he had on everybody. I think that's one of the best things that you could hope for in this situation. And this has been wonderful tonight to watch this. I've been sitting here for hours watching and listening in the background, and it's great. I know it's hard for everybody, but everybody will look back on this night and smile that we all.
Well, we've been given we've been given a great gift by getting to know Clobby or Mike Alonso. It's something I always cherish. Being privileged and lucky enough to actually meet him and know him, and Raquel and I know we spent a heck of a lot of time with him the last few years, and after the streams or some of the oh god, we have so much fun streaming, but just that sometimes, like I said earlier, and I'll just never forget that last time I said goodbye on after Saturday Night Star Trek, as I come on, after when the show's almost over, and say hi to everyone, and have a little chat, and part of the reason is just so I can hang out with Raquel and Clobby after the stream, and just that one last night I was just so tired. I had family visiting and been barbecuing all day, and I almost sometimes Raquel will say goodnight, and then I'll stay on for another half hour talking with Clobby. And that night I almost stayed on for a click or two, and I said, oh, I better go to bed tonight. I better just not talk to Mike for another half hour, because Raquel had to get going, and I guess I can't regret. I mean, I spent so much time with him, but just that one time, I'm like, oh, why didn't I just stay on? And when you never know when you're going to lose that person, or that's going to be the last time. So always cherish those moments, and once in a while say, hey, you love someone, or you really appreciate them, so they get to know that, and it's okay to say that even if you're a guy, right? I mean,
it is, and that's the point that I think everybody has kind of talked about in one form or fashion or another tonight, is that take this as a moment, and I think Mike would want the same. He was always a very upbeat guy. He always tried to see the good in everything, I mean, I know he loved to, drop some snark on Marvel and Star Wars and stuff like that, like we all do. But, he was always a very upbeat, happy guy. And taking a look at days like this that are terrible and tragic, and it just hits everybody like a ton of bricks. Try to turn it around in your mind, because I really think this is what he would want us to do, and see the positive that can come out of it for everybody here. The life lessons we learn, like everybody's talking about. Appreciate every day. Don't waste a moment. Don't take things for granted. Don't get caught up in the bullshit, whether it's your life or YouTube or whatever the case is. That's what's most important, because we don't know how much time that we have left. And I mean, I've dealt with this with clients professionally for over 20 years. And it's just one of those things. And when it hits close to home, you feel it the most, but the lesson's always the same. And we should look forward and be happy with the time that we got to spend in the relationships that we did with Mike.
Very well said. Yep. And thank you, Lorena, for that nice gift, and saying she's so sorry to hear of Clobby's passing. I remember when I first started streaming, I think you were one of the first streams when I went on with Mike or Clobberin Times, and we were talking toys, and I think was the subject something with Spider-Man. I can't remember what it was, but you wanted to have me and Clobby on, and it was so much fun going on your channel. It was very early on when I was on YouTube. So I remember, oh God, what if I'm wearing a shirt that doesn't look good on camera or something? And I was so nervous, and you're always a little bit nervous going on, but now it's become like a home when you're on here. It's not but that first, I just remember being on in the beginning, especially that first time going on the Global Geek Gang with everyone, and my heart was racing, and it was so much fun. So it's just been so nice to see again all this outpouring and to share all these stories. So it's a great community that he helped create, and he's been a central figure for everyone. And there's no one else like him. It's just can't. Someone say, yeah, the mold is broken, and that's it. I mean, it's just but try to keep going and make him proud, I guess. And yep. So,
Mark, I'm going to cut in here because Jay and Sean would like to step away. But before Jay and Sean go, I just want to thank you, Jay and Sean, for your support today. I want to thank you for planning out Wildcard Wednesday in support of Clobby's channel. And you did that, and I asked you if you wouldn't mind doing that, and you both jumped at the chance to do that. And I just want to thank you both for being such great friends to Clobby. And it really meant a lot to me that, I was just going to keep the show together, and I just really had my heart set on Clobby Clobberin his way through this. And the second I reached out to you, you planned a whole show, and you promised me that you were going to make him proud tonight. And I just want you to know that he was very proud of you, and he was very proud to stream with you. And I want to thank you both for your time today, and for your loyalty, and for your friendship. And I just want to say that I'm deeply sorry for your loss.
Thank you so much, Raquel. Thanks for having us on. I wanted to say something about his channel, because the channel reflects the person. And he was my favorite YouTube channel. I do love everyone else's channel on here, don't get me wrong. But I love that he set out to do a show, and every show start out as a positive thing. It could get negative if we're talking about, garbage acolyte, or, Doctor Who's dead and whatever. But it started out being positive, and it was about something that he always loved. And he stuck with that with every stream. There was never a stream where it was about something he didn't like. And it literally inspired me to completely change my outlook on how I do things. But also I just think it's probably one of the few channels that never got into that trap. I mean, I've posted Doctor Who sucks and, you know, whatever, right, videos, but like he's never gone there. And it's really admirable. And I just wanted to talk up, you know, just to mention the channel as well. And if you guys were going to keep it going, I will definitely come in to do whatever I got to do to keep it going for sure. I have been asked by some people privately in the chat. I'm not doing Earth B anymore. That was Clobby's thing with me only, and I'm not continuing it on. That's not continuing on. I will continue Legion of Superheroes, and I will continue Fantastic Four in the way he wanted it to continue. Exactly the ones he told me. He told me the order to do them in and where to stop. So we're definitely gonna continue those. But in any other, if you need me my help in any other ones, sorry. If you need my help, then just let me know. That's
okay.
it. That's it.
Thank you, J-Man.
Okay,
He would
thanks.
love that very much. He absolutely loves streaming with you. And again, thank you for putting in all the hard work, you and Sean, to create that show. And, you know, maybe one day we will revisit that wonderful episode that you had planned for this evening. Sean, I know you're a man of few words, but
Yes.
you're also a very good friend to Clobby and I just appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Well, thanks for having us on. And I don't know what else to say other than Mike loved all of you. When we talked offline, he would mention all your names. And also saying the great before saying your names. And like I think Jay and I have both taken a lot from Clobby, a lot of appreciation for not just like fandom but also life as well. And the way he conducted himself with the chat and also I love that he talked about things that weren't popular. He wasn't really chasing views, you know, and I
I mean,
learned
Blake
a lot.
Seven's not popular.
Oh, it's
No,
the best thing ever, Mark.
this isn't a big channel. We just do what we love. We catch a lot of heck for it.
Well, you love that, and I love that, and I do a lot of that in my channel, and I you know I learned a lot of stuff I didn't know that I thought I knew everything, just watching his channel. So as Jay Man
Thank
was
you.
saying, his channel was fantastic. If you want to continue it on, I'm all for helping out with that. And yeah, that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Sean. Yeah, thank you so much. Yep. And we've got as people pop out, I sent out the link to some people, and if anyone else wants to get in, we'll rotate in and out so everyone can get a chance. But we've got Ash Singh here. Who,
By the way,
Yes, but before we
Thank
get
you,
to
guys.
Ash, Ash Satri, it called my brother. But before we get to Ash, Valiant Renegade, he has to scoot, and so he would just love to be able to interject.
Oh, I
So
didn't see
I'm going
that.
to do
Thank you
that
so
for
much. Yep.
him. Valiant Renegade, thank you so much for being here, for redirecting all of your channel traffic to us, for your loving, kind words and your support. Is there anything that you would like to say before you go?
No, I think I did already. I've got to go do dad stuff. So, no, I just, like I said, Mike's in a better place. Best wishes to his family. You know, anything I can do for the family to help, let me know. But this has been great to see everybody come together tonight in this situation, and all the guests that have been on. I know a lot of people are gonna. It's gonna take them a little bit to kind of get over it, especially the ones that were really close, like Tom and DC, and I get it, and a lot of folks on this panel. I mean, it's one of those things. But thank you to everybody out in the chat for supporting. Thank you for getting Clobby over 2K tonight. Thank you for helping out on the GoFundMe. The link is posted at the top of the chat. Check it out if you can help. Great. That's really it. Thanks, guys. Good to see y'all.
Thank you so much. Yep.
Good night.
Mark and
Yep.
Mark and Raquel, I'm here to help you both throughout this stream tonight, but I can also go backstage to make room for more people who want to say something about Mike. I can make a space and still be in the green room, and I'll be here the whole time. and you can bring me back whenever you want. So just wanted to let you know that you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Michael. Yeah, right now I think we're okay, but if we hit that, we will.
You're so gracious, but you
Thank you
stay
so much for
put.
saying that.
You know how Clobby felt about that. Clobby liked it better when people would excuse themselves. He didn't like it when they would opt out of leaving. So I'm going to stand for Clobby here, and I'm going to do all of the interrupting when people need to come and go. And I'm going to insist that you stay.
Okay.
So I'm going to do the Clobby thing tonight, Mike.
I wasn't going to leave. I was just going to make a space in the background.
Yeah. No, you stay where you are. Thank you, though. That's incredibly gracious of you.
I'll stay right where I am.
All right, guys.
Listen to Raquel. I've learned not
so
to.
much. All right.
Yeah,
thank you guys. Thank you so much.
I will be making space for somebody soon because I know there's a lot of people in line. But first, I want to say to Ash, 我英国的弟弟，好久不见，好吗？
我很好，谢谢。
It's good to see you, brother.
You too, bro.
Sorry
Thanks.
it's under these circumstances.
I know it's a tough one because my return to Clobby's channel has always been a long time coming, but it's so hard that he's not here for it. You know, I don't know him as well as other people that have been here, and but like I sort of got involved with Clobby a few years back through Pop Culture Archivists, and then my first ever stream on YouTube was with Clobby, and I was like, oh, who's this guy? He seems cool. And then we got talking, and then we formed the Global Geek Gang, and we run that for nearly a year on this channel. And then yeah, we talked about all kinds of stuff. Mine and his banter was a bit on the unique side because in the grand scheme of things of this community, I'm the kid on the block. So I'm finding out about all these new things, and he's the reason I watched the original Fantastic Four animated shows for the first time. And I eventually watched those for the first time, and we talked about those, and it was a great time. And when we were doing the Trek nights on Saturdays,
The Ash pick. The Ash pick.
Yes, I'm the reason the Ash pick is a thing.
You are the OG, and we still talk about
Well, we
you.
have to explain what that is. An Ash pick.
We missed that.
I'll get onto it. Yeah.
Yeah. So with Saturday Night Star Trek.
Don't forget to also talk about what Mark brought up earlier, and that is the fact that your defense of the Green Lantern, what the way Bobby talked about you behind your back, he said directly to me, that young man is a bright young man, and he put up a great fight. So you have to tell them that story, okay?
I'll get into
Well, the first story about that, that we started doing you guys started doing the Star Trek show on Saturday Night Star Trek, which is something everyone looks forward to every Saturday until you started covering Voyager. But you have 200 characters. So, and originally, a lot of us write our reviews for each episode before the show. And actually the reviews started, I went back, I love history. And I went back, was listening. I have, the first episode, I have a spreadsheet. Everyone knows my spreadsheets. And I mark, when the first person did a review and actually left, I think we started doing the letter grades, and then someone started doing reviews, and it kind of just fell into that thing. And then of course you've only got 200 characters. So you're trying to squeeze your review in. But then Esh comes with, like part 1, part 2, part 3, I think 8-part reviews, 1,000 character reviews.
But it was important
on the
because
episode.
he was
But
somebody
it was great.
who was watching it
so
for
awesome.
the first time.
They were very insightful reviews. I mean,
they were.
He was. Other people were like, "This episode sucked," and Ash was like, to quote Shakespeare.
Yeah, it was very much like that, and I was always annoyed with the 200 character limit because I wanted to write so much, even because back when we were doing the original series, I was watching it for the first time. I'd never seen TOS before. I'd seen Next Generation because my parents had seen that, so I was introduced with Next Gen first. And then I went back and watched TOS, and I just started putting out these reviews, and like, they were started to get longer, and more people were doing them. And you guys were like, "Oh my god, there's so many reviews, everyone's doing them. What are we gonna do?" And now I understand there's like a limit on how many parts you can put on them.
There are, but that's also because it's regular folks who are like really familiar with Star Trek. But like when Katie Carr started hanging out with us, we were so thrilled because I used to say, "Who is this beautiful young ballerina hanging out with all of us fogies?" And then we've got you, and I was just like, "Here's this brilliant young man, and you've gone back to university, which is why you're no longer YouTubing." But back then, I was just like, "Clobby, who are we where we have these fresh faces, these young kids who actually care about us and actually care about the stuff we love? Both of these kids, they're not lying. They really care about what we care about." And so we were ready to roll out the red carpet for you, Esh. We hung on your every word because here you were, this fantastic, well-mannered, wonderful kid. You're not a kid anymore, but there you were, and you were like, "Okay, this is my take on this episode."
Yeah.
It was fab.
Yeah, you're totally a kid, Ash. Every time I hear you talk, all I can hear is MCU Spider-Man saying, "Hey, you guys know this really old movie called Star Wars?"
I mean, Star Wars is part of what we used to get into heated discussions about, because I'm part of the new generation that grew up with the sequels. So my first Star Wars films at the cinemas were Force Awakens and the rest of the trilogy, and like that, because of that reason, it's why those sequel films hold a special place to me. And we used to get in discussions and about all this kind of stuff, and like even with Green Lantern, for example, like I'd prepared all these documents and presentations about Green Lantern, and I think I don't know how anyone can say this, but I successfully convinced Mike to rewatch the Green Lantern. So that is my partial claim.
That was a win.
That was a win with Mike for me.
It was a total win. It was a touchdown.
And I wish you were one of my friends way back when, because I took my birthday is on June 17th, and the Green Lantern movie opened that night, and I always take all my friends to a movie. You know, if it was a comic book movie, that's a double. Oh, Minimus is there to mute him, and it was a double whammy. And then, God, still to this day, if it's my birthday, like, you're not going to take us to a movie like Green Lantern again. But
well, if you need someone
to
Green Lantern, call me up.
hail to Paulie, who just joined. And one of Mike's, I guess, one of his first friends. He always tell me how happy he was to meet Paul, the great Latino Slant, and get to know you right from the beginning. I guess right when he finally came to YouTube.
And Clubby also wrenched for Latino Slant. He absolutely was so proud of that, and he loved all the guests. And it was just his first true friend. And Polly wouldn't even stream against Clubby, and it meant the world to him. It meant the world to him, because here he is. He's got a YouTube buddy, and they're going to grow together. And Clubby adored him.
I thought it was going to be okay. Thank you, Raquel.
If I could break in for just a second, y'all, I have got to put this. I got to put this one to bed. Maddie, you want to say hi?
Hi.
Good girl.
Hi, Maddie.
Oh my goodness!
Good night,
You've grown so much.
Nice shirt. Your dad's raising you well. That's
she
a great.
Oh yeah, the Spidey.
I love it. You are a great dad.
Beautiful.
Our ratings just went way up.
Yes. Hello, sweetheart.
She beat us all out.
Let me
And
unplug.
she did get to meet Mike, right? I mean,
She did.
She met Mike Uncle Mike 3 times. Yes, we had lunches together and we hung out together. Do you love Uncle Mike? Yeah. So the concept of, it's something that I can't really explain to her right now. But I'm gonna see if I can put her to bed. She's the sweetest child in the world until it comes to bedtime, and then it's Thunderdome. So I'm going to put on my my hockey.
Well, she wants to watch Star Trek, maybe.
It's on the way. She loves
Put on
Spidey.
4.
She loves Iron Man, Hulk. She just now figured out that Thor is not daddy, and that's a little heartbreaking.
Will never be the same.
I showed Mark knows that I used to do a lot of bodybuilding, and I used to have 18, 19-inch arms. Maddie was looking at my phone one day, and she came across the picture. She said, "Who's that?" And I said, "That's Daddy." And she went just like this. No. But I'm going to see if I can put her to bed, and I'm going to, but I will be hanging out and listening.
Okay, Steve.
I will, let's see, I'm subscribed to Nick. Who else? I think I'm subscribed to everybody. And Ash, it was good seeing you again. Good.
You too.
Finally getting to prove to you that I actually do speak Mandarin as well. 你可以告诉他们. But I will be listening in. Clobby loved you guys. I loved you. I love many of you. And just try to remember that Clobby would prefer us to laugh and smile and not cry, which is why I do all my crying in private. Also, the last thing, besides, if you can donate even $1 or $2 to the GoFundMe, it will definitely be appreciated. And I will personally consider it a favor. And then if anybody else is going to say the final respects to Clobby, please let me know, because I know he wants us to get together and tell some stories and laugh and remember that way. And so with that,
I have every intention to try and make it to that. So just let you know.
Oh, that's not optional for you.
I know. Not that I would consider an option.
Yeah,
well, wild horses couldn't drag me away, but it's going to be incredibly expensive for me, and it's going to be a very long system of flights because of where I live in Canada. But I'm going to do my darndest, and I give you my word. Well, you already know this anyways. How many years have we been saying this? The minute I get anywhere near you, I promise we'll get together. And you know that. I've told you that for years. I will not go down there and not see you. I promise.
Good. Mark, it's not an option for you either, buddy. You will be there.
Make sure you eat a real pizza for Clobby. Don't bring your
Don't bring a clam pizza
from Connecticut. You
We don't have real pizzas in Louisiana.
You heard Claude talking about me being a real kung fu master. So it's not optional for Ash. It's optional because there's an
across the pond. Yeah,
just a small pond in the way.
Yeah, but hopefully some of y'all can make it. Raquel, by the way, Raquel, it just occurred to me. I wish Mike was here to realize this. You're related to Superman, aren't you? Superman's Kryptonian name, Kal-El. His dad, Jor-El. His uncle, Zor-El. That's Raquel. She's been hiding that she's Kryptonian all this time.
Oh, that is wonderful. That is very enlightening. I am so sorry that I am delaying my response to you, but Paco and Lola went a little nuts as Andrew just came home. So very interesting idea. I'm on it. It's a great idea.
Well, I think Clobby would have loved it. And so anyway, good night, everybody. Thank you all for
Cheers, Steve.
Hey, kiss Maddie for me. Night, Maddie.
I love you.
Good night. Good night, Steve.
Night.
You guys.
Good luck fixing up that Mustang for your daughter.
2 Mustangs for her, actually. You guys, I will be listening. Maddie, you want to say bye-bye?
Bye-bye.
Good girl. Love you guys.
I'm sorry. I only have a few
Steve.
minutes, and I just wanted to jump on, and I wanted to say a few words, if you guys don't mind.
No, of course. Thank you for being there.
We all process differently, and that's just the way it is. And for me, the last 2 days, it's a very, very very heavy, and very out of body for me. Mike is a sensational man, beautiful man, funny, warm, intelligent, such a great buddy. We literally came up together in this space because I didn't know anybody, and I met him in one of the chats. Then we just started kind of like meeting people together, and we quickly became close buddies, and any milestones we just had in that first year we had so many streams together. He was just a sponge, but it was like being with your favorite uncle. I just loved being on a stream with him. And yeah, when he was the first, he was the first buddy. He was, now that I think about it, he was the first. I think it's him and Brian, the first members of the channel, the first mods of the channel, the first everything. And I remember introducing him to Tom, and it's just like you said. He was so in awe that he was on a panel with Tom. This was way before there was a Mead. And it warms my heart to see Nick and to see Brian and Clobby just making Mead what it's been the last couple of years. And I always love just popping in. Most of the time lurking, listening to Raquel and Clobby chop it up. Wax and waning on Wax Poetic on Star Trek. Listen, I've had plenty of conversations with him over the years on telephone. I think anything else I'll say, I'll just kind of start breaking down. So my eyes are very red and watery for a good reason, and that's where I want to leave it. And God bless you, Mark and Raquel, and his family, Jonathan. And payday's coming up, and I will be donating for sure. And I encourage every single person that can give a couple bucks, because those expenses are not cheap. So just wanted to say that, guys. Thank you so much.
Hey, listen to me
Hey,
before
Polly.
you go. He loved you very much, and he appreciated your loyalty, your trueness, and your sincerity. And he was so incredibly proud of you. You should have heard him hooting and hollering as your channel grew, and he would tell me how many people were in the chat and all your beautiful stars, and the way that you treated him, the way that you talked to him, and just you were such great chums. He really, really loved you. I want you to know that.
Thank you, Raquel. And I know that because you know how you know those things with some people. It's like you're connected.
Yeah,
And
they
you
let
had
you
said
know.
it. They let you know by just their presence. You had said something
Yeah.
earlier about men processing, their vulnerability and how they mourn.
Yeah.
And you're so right, because especially from certain cultures that we're from. I was just talking about this in a recovery meeting this morning. Sometimes our culture holds us back. And but what I've seen today from all the men here that have been on this stream, I'm like, wow, that's very special. And I don't, everyone's got all this, everyone goes off and does everything differently with their channels. God bless you all, but this is what it's all about: is your humanity.
Yeah.
In good times and in bad. It's
You're
your
right.
humanity.
That is correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well said,
Thank you,
mate.
Raquel.
Well
You are a
said.
true
Thank you,
blue
Paula.
friend.
Yep.
You are a true blue friend, and I'm honored to know you, and so is Clobby. And you just keep shining. You just keep pumping all that love into the world. I wish you the greatest success and so much love. And you have to do me a favor, because you know I'm going to say this. You got to kiss the pepperonis for me. Just got to give them big smooches.
Yeah, here's another one.
Oh, good.
And then there's Bandit. And then Mr.
Sleepy
Butters
time.
over there.
Oh my God.
Babies.
Yeah.
They take after their father.
They do.
Yeah. Furry and well fed.
Thanks, Polly.
I love everyone on this
Thanks so
panel.
much, Paulie.
Bunch of
Cheers,
great
buddy.
people. Comics. I love you, brother.
Hey, man. You too. You take care.
All right. I'm gonna go, guys. God bless.
Yeah.
Good night,
Take care,
sweetheart.
Paulie.
Good night.
I hope you don't mind if I say a few words. What Paulie said there was in his. He mentioned Clobby and I being in chats and being in his chats, and that's when I realised early on that Clobby had a shared love for British science fiction television shows, like Blake Seven and the whole Avon Lives thing started. And that's fantastic. This guy knows exactly all about these shows. But I first of all, I should say, my condolences to Ashley and Jonathan and the rest of the family and all these wonderful friends that knew Clobby so well. I just can't. I mean, I feel bad. I can't imagine how you guys feel that knew him knew him so much more. But as a couple of people have said, and I said earlier in the chat myself, you can measure a person by the people that surround them and are drawn to them. And Clobby was, I mean, you could see it today that hundreds or more of people who've just expressed such love and have been so hurt by this. That's the mark of the man. He built such a great fellowship and community around him. He was so that says everything about him. I think that he was so wonderful that all these other great people wanted to know and wanted to be part of what he was doing or have him be a little part of what they were doing. And he was such a welcoming and encouraging guy to a guy like me who was way behind in terms of how do you do this stuff, and coming on, let me stream with him and just encouragement and friendship and as many people have said, never asking anything for it, never. He was just that kind of guy, the guy couldn't help but be drawn to it. And there's many times with Mark and Raquel in the Star Trek shows or when he was talking about comics that I wasn't even chatting in the chat. I would just sit and listen so I could soak up that wonderful knowledge. First of all, about the comics, which I know nothing about or very little about, and then on the Star Trek shows, they were so wonderful just to sit and listen to. It's some of the most wonderful experiences I've ever had on YouTube, just sitting listening to those shows, not even just being chatting sometimes, but not always. Sometimes it was nice just to sit and listen. So I mean, I thank you guys, Mark and Raquel, for that. But Clobby, absolutely love you, brother. It's such a, and we were of the same age. We were of a similar age, so it was also a little bit of a kinship there. So
Brian,
really going to miss
you
him.
for that. And I also would just like to publicly thank you for how you have been working behind the scenes to send all of us supportive notes to let us know that you're there to talk, that you're there to listen, that you're there to you just want to be there for all of us.
I'll
And
do anything to help you, Raquel and Mark.
you
Anything
you
need.
have a wonderful friend to one and all, and I just know that Clobby is just just so grateful, and thank you for listening, and thank you for supporting us, and not just as a listener, but as a true friend. Thank you, Brian.
No, thank you for everything you've done, and you've done Clobby proud with in the last few days with everything you've done, and I think we all appreciate it. Sorry, I'm gonna stop talking for a little while and choke it up a little bit.
Well, what you just said about him, just reeling you in to just listen to what he's saying about comics or about science fiction. I lived that. I already knew he was a walking encyclopedia. He was a dear friend of mine, just like he was to you. But I lived it all over again in a different way when I asked him to help me out with the Pryde of the X-Men video that we worked on together. And he sent me, we did an interview together, and he sent me, some information, and then we recorded offline this interview. I interviewed him, and then I cut that interview into the video, and in the pertinent sections. And as soon as the video hadn't even been posted, I just, like you said, listening to him and the knowledge that he elevated everything I was trying to accomplish with that video just by being there. And it is one of the videos, I say this not because of the circumstances, I've said this for years, it's one of the videos on the channel that I am the most proud of, because his authority was there talking about that subject. He made that video not just relevant, he made it worthwhile of anybody to listen to. It's an education as well as an entertainment. Thank you for saying that about the way he just makes you want to listen to him, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I could listen.
And we'll just interrupt. We've got Mike's son Jonathan here, so let's give the floor to Jonathan. He's showing some great pictures there, and I've never never met.
Yeah, I got some pictures here.
On the phone, got some pictures, but thank you so much for sharing your dad with us. And he'd always mentioned, Jonathan's
Absolutely.
back there. We'd be streaming, and I hope he didn't wake you up too much trying to play Fortnite the few times that we tried to play.
He told me he was playing that game. I was amazed that you got them to play that game.
Well, we had him drive the tank. It was the season with the tank, and nothing says Sergeant Hulka but Clobby.
Yeah,
it was fun, wasn't it, Mark? Just put him in the tank.
He said he didn't know what the hell he was doing, but he just enjoyed hanging out with you guys.
That's what was so important.
Special. That's all he cared about. I just came on to say thank you everyone for all your well wishes. I can't explain how much it meant to me and everyone else to see so many people come out and just wish him well and say great things about him. It gave us a lot. It really helped us out a lot during this time. So just, I don't know what else to say, but thank you so much.
How are you holding
and
up,
as for the
Jonathan?
GoFundMe, that's just, it's been a very hard 3 days. Some of the hardest, this has been the hardest thing that's ever happened to me, for sure. After seeing him off, I feel a lot better now, to know that he's in a better place. It's very painful to see him like that, and now to know that he's at rest, I feel okay. I cried a lot. We all cried a lot. It's very sad, but like I said, after 3 days of being sad, I think I'm a little tired of being sad. So I'm just going to be happy I knew him. I'm getting some more pictures here. Oh man, just some old pictures. That's me,
Bless.
little baby, and that's him with his mustache. He had this mustache for years, and when he cut it, it was very weird for me as a kid.
Who are you?
He did a great Groucho Marx too.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He had a nice dude, man. Look at that head of hair, man.
I know. I'm very jealous.
And with the shades too, man.
Yes, I was like 40 or maybe.
Can I interject for? Can I interject for just a second?
You got a
I've known
story?
Jonathan his whole life. And when he was born, I said, "What are you gonna name him?" He goes, "I don't know. I don't know." I was like, "I don't know." And then I called him. I said, "What did you name him?" He goes, "Jonathan Lawrence Alonzo." And I went, "Hang on, seriously, JLA?" Yeah,
Well,
intentional. It was purposeful.
Oh my God, that's great.
He wanted to name me. He wanted to name me Ben. Ben J. Grimm. Ben, but my mom vetoed that, and he got to choose. JLA. He fit JLA in. I was supposed to be Ben
And
though.
another little one about your mom. I used to go to movies with them, and she was pregnant with Ashley, and we were driving around his parking lot in Metairie trying to find a place to park so we wouldn't have to walk more, like 2 more feet to the theater. So Mike's driving around his big freaking boat of a car, and Vicky goes, "Just park, just park," and he goes, "All right, you want me to park? I'll park." And he jerked the car into a parking space, and we stopped, slam. Vicky opened the door and vomited. And the movie we went to see, it was already pre-vomited. It was a little thing called Howard the Duck.
Incredible.
This is for you, Claude.
Yeah,
this is for you, Claude. This is what he wants to.
I know. I've
This is
got
what-
another
this is
one
what he-
just like that.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
But yeah, thank you so much. You guys, it meant so much to all of us. And my grandma, his mother, she was just so floored, and she was just so honored that so many people had so many great things to say and so many well wishes. And it made her feel so much better. And and the whole family too. We all just amazed. He has so many friends. It's pretty crazy. I inherited a lot from him, I think, but I never inherited his gift for the gab, I guess, and his ability to make friends. I never inherited that. I have some friends, not that many, not as many friends as he has. He has so many friends, and that's the thing. I always just admired him and was a little envious of him, actually.
I think you have more than you know.
But yeah, he just maybe picked up a little bit from him. It's, who is this, Claude? I don't even know who this is.
Some
I-
comics in there.
I'm looking at what's in the wall as well.
Oh, holy crap!
Okay.
That's some guy. He won something that your dad was giving away, and I don't know who that is. But
Looks
see
like
how
he's
he,
being held up.
Is
yeah.
that Dark Knight Returns or comic? Or something? I can't tell. The guy's holding, maybe. I can't. It's tough to tell.
Oh.
But, yeah. The guy. Is it?
think
Maybe
so.
there's a Batman logo on the back there.
Oh, this is
But, yeah, God, I wish I'd been able to shop in that comic book shop. So, if I could, yeah, you could travel in time. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
It is Dark Knight Returns. Yeah, I think, right? Yeah. Not that it matters that much, but
Well, yeah, I love that shop partially because he had a couch.
All right.
That's all. Those are always the best shops when they have the couch, because then you end up ordering it 5 pizzas and then reading all your books, and then arguing with your friends about which character is better.
Yeah.
Clobby shop definitely reeks of that atmosphere. I would have been there every day for that.
And next to that couch was Steve Mitchum's painting of Batman kicking Joker in the face.
I think he showed, what was the name of it? Mega City Comics was was the shop, and I think he had one picture he showed us online at one point. I'm trying to remember, but we got to see Mega City Comics. Yep.
Oh, he's got that Reverse Flash shirt too. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still have that shirt.
Nice.
We were passing out flyers for the brand new comic shop in town, and by we I mean me and probably Scott Young, the guy that's in the picture with him. Go over to Cortana Mall, the biggest mall. Go over there, like putting flyers on windshields at that place. When we come back over there, and it's like, just sit down. Like, we actually worked. We did a job, and now we're in a comic shop.
Yep.
That's life, buddy.
Yep.
Oh,
That's him at the Superdome.
Josh Alonso is there somewhere. I just saw his name pop up.
Yeah, he was in
What's
the
up,
chat.
Josh?
I just put.
He loved his Saints though
Yep.
in the old days.
And Ace is
Yeah.
asking for one of those pictures. I don't know if it's that one or
That's
the one.
Ace.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ace. You know, this picture here, I'll definitely give to you. I got this one here. But the next time I see you, I definitely want to give these to you if you don't have them already. But yeah, this is him and his friend Rashid next to him, and that's Ace in the middle there.
That's in Atlanta.
Is that Atlanta? Oh yeah, it's Dragon Con.
Yep.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the Dragon Con.
Yep.
Yep.
I think back then they called it Atlanta Fantasy Fair. It might be Dragon Con though, because they kind of switched really quick.
Yep. That's him getting beat up by a Hooters waitress.
I think he wanted to get beat up by her.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's really
He was
suffering.
literally asking for it.
To the pain.
Oh,
To the pain.
You know,
Clobby and waitresses. Clobby and waitresses. I'm telling you, so many stories.
Raquel, we saw it. The missus and I saw it live last year at that box seats, Drew Brees' restaurant. When we had dinner with Clobby that night, we could see. Oh, he was all the waitress, and he played it up with having the dessert that he recommended to us, but wasn't going to eat. But you know, you could see those stories. I mean, live in action. He loved his waitresses, and they loved him back.
The waitresses loved him, right?
They loved him back too.
Yeah.
The waitresses loved him back. You guys are great.
Yeah.
This is him and his cousin, his nephew to his left here, and his friends. Watching every Sunday, they would just get together and watch Saints. And when he was still in the football, and it was every Sunday, they would always come over and watch the game with him. They loved.
And he
Uncle
started
Mike.
watching football again. He started watching football again too, because for a while we weren't watching the sports ball, and he said it was never the same, but he always said, "Oh, I'm going back to enjoy football." And deep down, he loved. God, he loved sports.
Yeah,
ball
he still
and all
loved
that.
it. Oh yeah, he couldn't give up on
Well,
it.
you know, I could tell that honestly because he's one of the first people I ever asked on my stream, and people said about people reached down. He reached down to the smaller streamers like us. I did an NFL show. Nervous to ask him, he did it without batting an eye. We did a whole half a season Super Bowl run, and you could hear the passion. He enjoyed his football. It broke his heart for what the NFL had become and all, but he still had that fire and that love. He knows his history. Oh my gosh, we did a Hall of Fame special last year. He loved that history. The voice of the NFL playback guy. He just loved the Saints in the old days and had plenty of stories. He didn't like the Falcons, though. Apparently, there's no love between New Orleans and Atlanta. But, I will always appreciate that about him. He took a chance with a little guy like me because all he got was Mark D with a C showing that clip about me. I was saying GD at Mark. And then he comes on the state channel with me, does football repeatedly, and he enjoyed it, and the passion was there. And just I'll be forever grateful for that. And actually having got to meet him last year, when we mentioned it, it was he didn't even hesitate. It's like, yeah, let's do it.
Oh, he loved talking sports ball, yeah.
Oh, he did, and I loved it. He had
As on
passion.
BTR, he used to do. He would tell me about I've only listened to a couple BTR shows, but he told they had, I guess they had sports talk each week too, or a couple of shows with just talking sports. And those BTR episodes are still, some of them are still up there. So I think if you watch the anniversary stream that was that last month, episode 1500. I think it was Ace Cast Iron or posted the link to the BTR show, so you can go listen to. I don't think Clobberin was like, "Oh, don't listen to those," or so, But I think there's some of them are still up there if you want to go up there. And he's named Ace Cast Iron. He had such a way with all the word, what he called everything. It was just
his knowledge among so many topics are amazing because I got the feeling that when he started talking football with me, it was like an opening door to another world because I know
That's
in somebody's
exactly what
community
it was.
many
He
community
didn't want to go back into football, and he said you dragged him back into football. He said that to me.
That's so special because I could hear the passion. I mean, like I said, a new guy coming in with this stuff, and he took the time. We did it. You could see he enjoyed because I know a lot of times the geeks don't like to hear the sports ball and this, that, and the other. But it just was. You could hear he gave his heart to everything he did, whether it was comics, movies, and sports too. And it just truly was an honor. And it was capped last year by actually getting to meet this man. That folks, what you see and what people tell you is what he is. I walked up. I don't hug guys very lightly, but it was not hugging this guy, and it was a great time to meet. And this was a special honor. And everything that they've said tonight is true when you meet the man in person. And Jonathan, I'm glad to talk to you today, and I'm glad to talk to you now. Is that honestly was really a pleasure to meet your dad last year. It was the start of our trip, and and like I said, he didn't bat an eye to want to meet us. And it just was wonderful, and it was just a great time, and we will cherish as a family forever.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and he loved all of you guys, and he really, he loved everyone, really, and he appreciated every one of you who came on his show or just even posted one time in chat. He loved you. He really appreciated everyone that listened to his show. The show was. I think after he got fired, he really poured himself into the show, and I think we really helped him kind of keep going. Yeah. It really gave him something to do while he was kind of unemployed. It gave him a purpose, and you guys really helped him.
A lot of famous people do say that getting fired from a job they hated helped them kick it in to the next job that they love.
So true.
Yeah, it's the best thing that ever happened to them. Hey, who's been sitting here on the panel so quiet is a very old friend of Clobby's who we both love very, very much. And I just want to break in here because, that's why Clobby keeps me around, is I always do the breaking in, the awkward thing no one else wants to do. But I just want to say hello to Comics Division. And I just want to welcome him to the panel. I just want to thank him for his friendship. I want to thank him for getting a hold of Gary for me today. And he's just a loyal, kind, and wonderful friend to Clobby and I. And I just want to send my love to Comics Division and thank him for being here.
Clobby was a great dude, and he's going to be very, very missed. Sorry, I don't have a whole lot to say.
Thank you, though.
It's been a rough day. Jonathan, Ashley, I'm so sorry for your loss. Your dad was a great dude. He knew his shit.
Thank you, man.
And we always had a good time, even when we didn't agree on Picard season 3.
And you were wrong.
Yeah,
so, there you go.
He was friends with everyone, even the people he disagreed with.
Yeah.
He was great friends with everyone, even the people that he disagreed with completely.
He was never a
great friend, but he'd
guy.
still tell you you're wrong.
Yeah,
it's true, Jonathan. It's true. He loved Gary. Gary, he thought that Gary was the coolest guy ever. And when Gary liked Poopy Stew 3, when he loved Pea Hard 3, oh my God, it was like the world ended.
Yeah.
I got so much shit in the comments for Clobby about giving Picard at season 3 a positive review. It was so
I wonder if robots have built-in catheters.
Right?
Yeah.
He could also be.
I won't say who he was talking about, but he would. I won't say who he was talking about. He would often say, "Man, I really love this guy, but God, he's so wrong about this. Why does he like this? What is wrong with you?"
That says a lot about him.
I won't say who he was talking about, but
he still loved him. Yeah.
Jonathan, it's okay.
I love this guy. He's so cool, but why does he have such a wrong opinion about this?
Yeah, but he'd say it right to people's faces, so you're not in bad form, Jonathan. That's the way he was. The minute he had an opportunity to confront you on it, he would 100% do it. He would do it in a very nice way, but he would let you know what he thought.
I remember many of those conversations.
The thing was,
Star Trek 2009.
He could also be delighted. he could also be brutal when you agreed with him, and I don't mean brutal in a bad way. I don't mean brutal in a bad way. There was one of the most vivid memories that I have with him was he came to stay at our place while we were going to a convention some weekend. I can't remember which one it was. And in the evenings, we'd drive back to the house, and Melinda and him and I would, be sitting there watching stuff on TV and talking and whatever. And he and I fully agreed, always had, that Abrams' Trek was terrible. Like, we both agreed Abrams' Trek was terrible. But he had this endurance that I can't claim, this endurance to still go subject himself to things he knew were terrible because he wanted to be able to talk about it, in a knowledgeable fashion. Well, I had bailed out after the first Abrams Trek. Mike went ahead and suffered through Into Darkness. I don't know why. You could tell from the trailer it was going to be bad, and he knew it was going to be bad too. That was why it was so baffling to me. Well, that night, one of those nights during the convention, we got back to the house, and he said, "By the way," he's like, "Did you ever see Into Dumbness?" And I said, "Hell no." I said, "Why would I do that?" He goes, I think you really need to see it. I'm like, I don't. I really don't. Well, Melinda, who loves Mystery Science Theater and bad movies, she said, "Oh, I agree with Mike. You need to watch it." And I was like, "Oh God, please no." So it was like, I felt like Malcolm McDowell in A Clockwork Orange, where I was just like tied to this chair with my eyes forced open. And they made me watch Into Dumbness. And Mike was laughing the entire time at my reactions because he knew that I was going to hate every second of it.
So that didn't make you love it?
No, I look, Mike agreed with me how bad it was. Like, he wasn't enjoying it as like a good bad movie. He just literally wanted to enjoy watching me hate it. That was what he wanted to do.
That is true friendship.
It was one of the best nights. It was one of the best nights.
Yeah, and one of the things I'm really gonna miss is we would watch Strangled Nude Worms, Strangled Nude Worms together, and I'd share it. I'd share my Disney Minus or whatever the heck it was on Paramount Minus, and we'd hate watch it together. And God, I'm gonna miss doing that. But that was one of the things that got you through it. And he did bow out of Star Trek Disgracery. I'm going to use all his terms tonight, but I kept going. I still haven't watched the latest season. He's like, "Mark, why are you doing that?" It's okay. You can stop. Yeah, it's just he had such a great perspective on everything. And a lot of times he would change how you thought about something too, which doesn't happen too often because like the Watchmen movie, I really liked it. And then he explained to me why the ending was so horrible. And I'm like, damn it, you're right. I mean,
right. I always right. Bobby and I got so much crap for that. And he and I stuck to our guns on how crappy that ending was. Ugh.
And like, you ruined the movie for me. Well, you ruined most of the movie for me. Yep. Oh, Jonathan, let me get Jonathan back in here. Yep.
All right.
And he was it was just so great. Great to have him that unique perspective on everything. But he was never mean about it too. He was never like, you're a jerk. Like, yeah, why would you like that? Why do you like clam pizza? Why do you like that stuff? He'd suffer through it.
Remember when I said I didn't mind the Marvels? When I said it, his reaction was priceless on that one. Like,
the eatery.
Oh, Jonathan, you were going to say something,
the eatery stuff. He would put you in the agony booth. You need to go in the agony booth because even now, you're talking about food, and so now I have to ask you, your agonizer, please.
There it is. Yeah, there's the agonizer, right? Yeah. But yeah, it's great that we can remember these fun stories and laugh about them now. It's been a lot of tears today, but it's also, really therapeutic to be able to share that. I'm so glad that Jonathan and the family, Ace Cast Iron, just posted something very nice in there in the chat about how tough it was. And but yeah, it just makes us feel better too. We're both making each other feel better, celebrating your dad and what a great special guy he was. Because
he knew he knew how much one that I, loved the original Star Wars trilogy, because that's how we met, and we talked about all that on the floor at Dragon Con. So he also knew how much I hated J.J. Abrams. So when J.J. Abrams
Excuse me, that's Jar Jar. Sorry.
Sorry, yes, Jar Jar Abrams.
Jar Jar.
So when he and I both learned that Abrams was helming the next Star Wars movie, he knew that I wasn't happy at all, and we suffered the next like 10 months or whatever it was from the announcement to the movie. And then Melinda dragged me to that movie because she said people are going to ask you what you think about it over the next few days. So you need to know, and I'm like, I don't want to see it. I've seen the trailer; it's going to be garbage. And then it was the same. It was that weekend, opening weekend. We saw it. It was terrible. The reviews were coming in, and the reviews were like fairly positive about the film, and I couldn't believe it. And Mike, like, not to borrow too much parlance, but Mike clearly just sensed a disturbance in the force coming all the way from Georgia, and he called me on the phone. Like it wasn't a podcast, it wasn't a show, it wasn't anything like that. He just called me up on the phone that one night. It was like Sunday night of that weekend. And we talked about this movie for like 3.5 hours on the phone because we both felt like we were the only two people. Melinda agreed with me, but we felt like we were the only two people in the world that saw that movie for what it was. We saw that the Emperor had no clothes. And I felt so grateful that there was somebody out there that took the time to know me as well as he did, and then took the time to call me to commiserate with me about this horrendous experience that those hours I can't get back. I'll never forget things like that. I'll never forget it.
Yeah. Very special. Very special. Yeah. And those are the things you want to share with friends too right away. You're like, who am I going to talk? I got to talk to someone about this, right?
He had such a great way of expressing how bad things were without ever sounding like he was being nasty. It's just, I don't know how I could never do it. He was just so good at that.
He was
so good
funny about it. It was the humor. He made you laugh about it. That was the thing.
Oh well, if you like it, oh well.
When you throw in the humor, you don't think about like the criticism or the harshness of criticism because you're thinking of how funny that person's being. He was having fun with it. He wasn't being dour and miserable and drowning in filth about how bad something was. He just right away went for the pot shots, and it was very entertaining.
Yeah, he's the only person I've ever met who can say the word filth, and it sounds like a happy like
filth. You love that word.
Yeah, yeah.
And or I defend your right to have the wrong opinion.
Oh yeah.
There's a short one too. It has nothing to do with movies, but because we went to so many conventions together there over the few years from like 2011 to 2018, and this is just this typical Mike. He was always so considerate. He was always so polite, and he was a very just honest yet classy guy. Like he knew he was like the epitome of a kind of manners with a dash of devil may care. There was something very unique about his personality, but he was also very self-aware, which is something that I very much respect in a person because we don't have enough of that these days. And I was doing all these presentations at Dragon Con because I got the way it works at Dragon Con is if you want to do your own presentation, you have to allow them to sign you up for like 7 more where you're on like different panels with people, which can be some of the most atrocious things to have to listen to because it's like 7 comic book guys from The Simpsons all in a row having a conversation with themselves that they could have had at Applebee's. So it's like very boring. But Mike was so supportive, and he said, "What do you got next? What do you got next?" Because he waited for us. He was there at our presentation, and then we would all hang out afterwards in between. We hung out with him throughout every Dragon Con. We would just hang out with him all the time. That's part of the reason we went, was to hang with him. And he said, "What do you got next?" And I said, "I'm on this panel with like 6 other people." And I don't even remember what it was about. It was like they had some topic. I can't remember. And I said, yeah, I just got signed onto it. He's like, oh, okay. So we go, and I'm up on the panel, and we're listening to the very boring moderator and all these people with very boring opinions. And you could have heard a pin drop in the audience. It was just, and I'm sitting there just, counting the seconds of my life draining away, this thing's happening. And Mike is sitting at the back, and it was so boring. There was no way to save it because the people had no energy who were running the show. And Mike understandably fell asleep. Like understandably. and I'm sitting there like wanting to fall asleep, but I can't because I'm actually part of the presentation. So, and I want to be clear, Mike never fell asleep in a presentation. This was the presentation. This has nothing to do with Mike. But the reason I tell the story is when this hellscape was over and I was able to get off the stage, I went over to Melinda and Mike, and the first thing out of Mike's mouth was, dude, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to fall asleep. He goes, I didn't mean to. Maybe it's just been a long convention. And I looked at him and I said, Mike, don't apologize. Don't try and find a reason that's your fault. I said, that panel was shit. And he was like, okay, well, I didn't want to say anything. And I'm like, no, dude, he was such a great guy, such a polite, just self-aware guy.
For the record, he would fall asleep during things he liked, so don't feel bad about it. No, he would constantly fall asleep.
It wasn't my presentation. I took no offense at that whatsoever. I felt like we were both living through a nightmare. It was, yeah.
No
TMF,
escape, right? No
thank
escape.
you so much for that wonderful gift. And Clobby got such a kick out of you. God, he loved you. God, he loved the way that you would just take everything apart, but you do it according to my manners and my demand for decorum. And yeah, the best way to describe it is, gosh darn it, he got a kick out of you. Every time you walked into the room, he was just excited. He could not wait for you to stir up trouble. And I love bugging you about your wife's addiction to Reba McEntire. And I loved that night that the three of us laughed about the alternative factor. You're the best. And tell your wife that Clubby and I send our love.
And yeah, shout out to TMF. Yeah, if you've never watched Saturday Night Star Trek, and I'd say watch one episode, find the episode that's the alternative factor. And I think we had, and I always said, we'd had some of the most fun for some of the worst episodes because we'd rip the episodes apart. And this is even TOS, right? There's actually some not so good TOS. And that was Lazarus's beard and Lazarus jumping off of everything. And TMF was hysterical that night. Almost died laughing.
I was almost amazed at how many of them you did rip apart.
Well, Fox always likes to bring up how Spock's brain is Clobby's favorite episode of TOS.
Or his Wesley Shrine. He has a Wesley Shrine too. Right?
Okay, with the Wesley Shrine. Yeah.
All I know though, with Clobby, and I'm going to have to go on this, Mark. A couple things was one thing with my wife. He and her were playing chicken about her age because he wouldn't ask because she's proud. She's like, I'm 59, and he's like, it was being such a gentleman, not asking her age. But I will say, to me, as a Star Wars person, I never got into Trek. He spurned a desire to get to know more about Trek. I still owed people to watch more Trek because of him and his passion and his kindness in his chats to his people that ask questions. He educated people. He'd take the time to tell people like me. I had questions, didn't understand it because with Raquel, I'm a bang bang pew pew guy.
That's okay.
But he really helped bridge the gap. It's like he could step in any world and help people transition or to learn more to understand what was going on. And I tell you, when you guys were doing the animated series, I really got into it. I really enjoyed that time with that. And a lot of it was because, of course, I've referred to you, Mark, and him as the Trinity of Trek because you three together are just an amazing, always made an amazing team. But there was, with Clobby, I considered it an honor when he came on with my football streams. But I also really was happy that he took the time, introduced me to Trek, and opened up a new horizon to try to look at things And I owe my buddy JT Kirk to try to watch Wrath of Khan again, and I will definitely do that in honor of Clobby. But
Okay, well, I have a secret for you before you go.
Okay.
I need to tell you something.
Okay.
Clobby was pretty mad about the whole sportsing thing. And you guys know I know zero about sports. I'm an academic. I'm a nerd. I know nothing about sports. And Clobby was telling me about how he had beef with football and that football would never be the same for him. And when you were reeling him back into football, he was complaining about it, but he was telling me about how much he was enjoying it. And here's the good part that I want you to know about, and I want you to take it away and keep it close to your heart. Clobby said to me that the best thing about that was that he absolutely loved hanging around with his nephews watching football, and that getting back into it meant that he could hang out with them and watch football with them again. And it made him feel cool. It made him feel loved. It made him feel like he was more than an uncle, like that he could be friends to his nephews. And
He was Uncle Mike to not only his nephews, but to all their friends and so many other people. He was Uncle
Yeah.
Mike to a lot of people.
Yeah, right. So this whole thing with the football, I just wanted you to know, Dad Man, that it had a huge effect that maybe you didn't know about, and I wanted you to know about it. And so yeah, so that was the effect you dragging him back into football had on his life. He got to be the cool guy again. He got to hang around with his nephews again. And it really meant a lot to him that you were like, oh, come on, man, stop being mad. Just come watch football.
I told him I got the same issues, buddy. I got the same issues, but we'll get through it together. And, that really, that makes me happy to hear, because I tell you, it was like I said earlier, here the passion came through like in everything else he did. The man was so versatile to so many different things. And you could hear how much he missed the game because of all the stuff that had happened. He knew his history. He knew the old NFL announcers, and just the history was amazing. You could tell the love and the passion he had for it, like everything else. But Raquel, thank you for sharing that with me, because that really means a lot to me. And like I said, he reached down to a streamer with a few hundred. He treated me like if I had 10,000 subscribers. That's a class individual. You can't replace that, Jonathan. It was great to speak to you today in person. And, you had a great dad, and he actually meant a lot to our family, a lot. We shared some things that have happened with him. He's beyond a streamer. He's beyond the personality y'all know. He was a real guy, and he was a real friend to those around him. And he, just nothing but love. And, you guys are on our thoughts and our prayers, the Mrs. Me and Ang, and going forward, Jonathan. And thank you, Mark, for sending the link, and Raquel and Jonathan for letting me come on for a little bit. Y'all have a great night, everybody.
Thank you.
Dadman clan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the Dadman clan too. He loved that too. Now it's a famous thing thanks to you guys.
I don't have the clip of you saying Dad going crazy. I should load.
No, you should play the GD at Mark when in honor of.
I'll have to load it. I'm gonna switch the brand and load that up. So hang around until I can load that up.
Okay,
and then,
I'll do that.
Yeah, the
he loved that one so
much.
There was another thing I wanted to say. He loved that. He hated that clip, because he'd always when saying that gig, he's like, "Damn man, why do you let Mark do that? Why do you let Mark do that?" I was just kind of laughing out, because it's the GD at Mark, one of our first late night Fortnite things that you streamed, and it was just poked out of nowhere in the middle of the night, and I scream, but Clobby said, "Mark, you're being mean to that guy. I mean, you're being mean to that guy," and then he's laughing the whole time. I think he started showing it on some of the show that shows on the channel.
Yeah, it was just such a fun, genuine moment, and the football. I know, he used to talk about how he'd just watch old NFL films, and he loved watching, on YouTube now, especially. He'd watch everything, and he knew. I mean, he knew everything. His memory was just so brilliant, and talk about the old school NFL, and he just tell me he just loved watching watching old school football on NFL film. So, but as Dadman leaves, here's the famous clip
Yes.
that we and Clobberin times would laugh at my laugh. He said he had the devious laugh in the back.
Oh yeah, the devious laugh, and he's finally started playing on his channel, I think, because
Yeah.
it's hilarious.
So here we go. Here's what Dadman leaves. This is Dadman's exit video.
Turn over that way.
God damn it, Mark. Jeez.
On that note, love you, Clobby's family. You guys take care and have a good night.
See you, Dadman.
Thank you.
Take care.
I can't believe you guys made him play Fortnite. That is.
And we also made him try to load it on his PC. I made the mistake. I didn't realize how loaded his PC was, and I didn't.
Oh, that's what happened.
Yeah, and I didn't realize like
Jonathan.
He's gonna set the house on fire. What are you doing?
Exactly, Jonathan. Exactly. Mark is such a troublemaker.
Yeah, and then he played on his PlayStation, but I'm like, well, don't you have a gaming card in your, I don't have a PC without like a gaming card in it. I didn't realize that. And when Dadman's not here, I'll blame Dadman too, but he's like, yeah, just load it up on your PC. It's free, you can play. And then we had some fun some nights, or he'd show up on the Fortnite. We do Fortnite on Friday night. He'd always come in, hello, ladies, and he'd say hi to us in the chat for a little bit. But we never did get him back on. He played those few times. We never did get him back. But it was some of those things you look back and you say, God, that was so much fun just to be able to do that again. Hang out with your friends, or you don't realize when it's happening what good times they are, or how special those moments can be when obviously when they're happening. So yeah, those were some great memories, and I don't mind when people pick on me. That's kind of my nature. I get blame Mark. It's a fun thing. So and he was obviously everyone was always joking about it, but it was towards the just a few weeks ago we did that tribute stream. It was finally, I would just pop in, and that's what I'm gonna miss now too. Like in the beginning, I'd say, I'd send him a message like, you want me to join, or he'd send me and he'd always say like, only if you want to, you don't have to. I'm like, what do you mean if I of course I'd love to come on the channel. And after a while I was just coming on every night. He's just like, just pop in whenever you can, don't have to, because I've been polite, can I pop in now? Or of course if there was a special show with like RetroBlasting or someone on, or a subject, I'm like, you tell me whenever you want me to pop on. I don't or I don't need to come on tonight, and he's like, oh, well, just come on in the end and say hi, or we'll when the main topic is over. So he was always so nice about that, and
very welcoming. He was just so welcoming. Just say, yeah, pop on if hey, do you want to come on? Well, that's just I'll miss that. I'll miss that a lot. I'll miss that.
Yeah, Mark and Raquel, you two really he would have probably stopped doing the show if it weren't for you two. So I think I'm really grateful for you two for helping with the show so much. And again, the show kept him going. So in a way, you two really kept him going and gave him something to do while he was unemployed. And you helped him so much with the channel and the growth of it, to where he was able to get some income out of it, and he was able to support himself a little bit more. So
thank you. Yeah,
outside of me supporting him, but so yeah, you guys really helped him a lot. So I'm forever in your debt. And
yeah, we're in yours too, because and thank you for giving us that chance today. I know it couldn't have been easy being in that hospital room and passing the phone around so we could give those messages. A lot of, and then I felt bad too. I'm like, oh God, I'm giving too many people your phone number out to too many people.
No,
and
I regret. I really regret, and I feel bad about not getting more people to call in and not giving more people the chance to call in. I should have done that yesterday actually, but I just didn't think about it, and I kind of wish I could have got more people. I know Mike, Mexican Iron Man, he called me, and I just didn't get to him in time. And then a few other people wanted to talk to him too, and I really regret I didn't get enough people to.
No, that's
call
okay,
in and
but
talk to
just
him.
Jonathan, you had enough on your plate,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
you're really close with your dad, and I can't even believe that you're here with us right now. You are just so generous and gracious and kind. I don't
Nah,
want you to think about
that's
that
all
stuff,
you. That's all you guys.
because we had
That's all you.
all the opportunities to spend all the late nights with your dad when he wouldn't sleep or he couldn't sleep, and then you let us broadcast directly into his hospital room. I mean, what family does that? You went above and beyond for all of his friends, and we all love you and appreciate you for that. You are a very special son, and put all those thoughts out of your mind and out of your heart, because you're the best, sweetheart. You're the absolute best. And I know when I'm speaking for everyone here when I say you've made a few thousand friends tonight.
Thank you so much. But yeah, the show was always really important to him. So I really wanted. I felt like it would be important to involve you, and have you be a part of, him leaving us. And we would have wanted, especially you and Raquel, you, Mark, and Mark. Yeah, we would have wanted you to know what was happening. So
I appreciate that. Yeah, it's not easy, and you're hanging in there, and it's giving us all strength too, because you've been through hell this week, and the shock of getting, I'm sure, that phone call, and being so close to your dad, and it's just tough to process, and my head's kind of spinning right now too. I can only imagine what you're going through, and I'm sorry about that, and yeah, it just doesn't. Someone that's in the chat, yeah, it doesn't seem real, and in some ways it doesn't. But yeah, you gotta go on, and you got to remember what I always do with my dad is remember the good times we had, all the best times, and cherish those memories and think of them. When you get sad, because you're gonna get sad, you're gonna break down, like I am now. It's just gonna happen, and you can't control it. Something will trigger me, and boom, it just comes back. Or you think about everyone out there has a good friend they lost, or someone, and it's just gonna happen and you just gotta let it out, and just then what you got to do is try to remember all the fun special memories you had together. Because if you dwell on the what ifs, which sometimes I do, and we all tend to do, you're going to make yourself miserable. So I always kind of go, oh yeah, I remember that time I went, with dad somewhere. We went sailing, or we did something special together. Going to Disney World with him. I always remember that. We're good friends. Just try to remember those special memories, and that's my kind of way to cope with things. So that's what I'm going to try to do going forward, but it'd be lying to say, oh yeah, it's going to be easy, you're going to be fine, everyone's supporting you. And it's sometimes it's tough too, when, after you get all this outpouring of emotion and support, and then it's tough too, that few weeks. So reach out to, friends and family, when you're feeling that, because it's just, that's when you really need your friend. And that's when you find out who your friends are, right? When, when it's, the people that do things when no one else is watching, that's when a true friend, not when the spotlight's on. And there's one movie I wanted to watch with their dad so much, called Greater, the football movie about a professional athlete who he's in college and he works his way onto the team. He's a walk-on, and he just works and works and works, and he makes the NFL, but he tragically is killed, a week before he gets to play in the NFL. And he practices so hard. And one of the lines in the movie, the coach comes in, turns the lights on, and he finds this guy. I'm forgetting the player. It's a real life player, forgetting his name. And he's practicing in the dark. And he's like, well, coach, you told me to work on my steps. And he beat out all the guys that were on scholarship, and he's beating them out. And it's the movie is Greater. It's a great football movie. That's one of the I wanted to watch with your dad, because I know he likes football and he would have enjoyed it. But the message of the movie was just so great. And your dad was like that, always working hard, and never, taking anything for granted. And always, if you asked him to be, I know he was tired. Something I'd do that stream on Sunday night, and he would never say no, or never not be there. I did a poster unboxing a few weeks ago from some Star Trek posters, and And I said, "Oh, Mike, I know you're with your family that day. Probably, it was Sunday afternoon." And he's like, "Well, why didn't you call me? I would have." I'm like, "Well, you don't have to be. Not that I don't want him there for every stream, but I'm like, you're with your family, you're in the pool or something." I'm like, and he's like, "Well, next time, make sure you let me know, and I'll be like, it's okay." It was a last minute thing. My wife was yelling at me to get the damn poster tubes out of the dining room and get the frames out. But that's just the kind of guy that he was, where he was like, "Well, I'll be there for you." And
he loved to be involved, and he was happy to be invited to things, and he was always like really excited to do things when people would invite him on their show or whatnot. He's always he's always very excited to be invited and wanted. So.
Well, he was definitely very wanted. He was a huge part of my family here. My whole family knew him. And we would use our phones like walkie-talkies. And of course, so he would talk to my husband, Andrew, and he would talk to my daughter, who I don't talk about on air because I just don't want to do that. I feel like it's like writing her name on a bathroom wall. I think the internet's kind of dirty, but he loved her so much and thought she was so beautiful that he called her on her birthday and he sang her an old-fashioned song about her name and her phone broke. And so today she was just shattered. She cried for like 2 hours because she'll never have the message that he sent her of him singing her birthday song. It's just, what am I going to do with my time, everybody? You guys all know that I'm an introvert. I don't usually even talk in public. But Clobby, he owns 8 hours of my day on Saturday. He owns 8 hours of my day on Thursday. He owns it. It's his. It's been his for 5 years. What am I going to do with myself? I'm sorry, I have to take a break.
Raquel.
It's okay, Raquel.
It's okay.
Yep.
Well, that. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say Ash needs to head out soon too, and I know he's across the pond. So what time is it? It's
5:30 a.m. The birds are out, just like back in the day when Raquel would say, "Oh, I can hear birds in the background," and it just like that again. But I do want to say that ultimately I'm just the nobody kid, and I'm at the start of my life, start of my journey, and I'm in university. I'm at the start of my career, and they usually say, when you look back on your life, who was your role model growing up? And I'm starting my life, I'm growing up, and Mike is one of those role models for me. He's so kind and welcoming, and it's just a great person to be around, and he's someone who I want to look back on my life and say, yeah, it really was Mike. And so, Mike, I love you, and I have never forgotten you, and I'll never forget you for the rest of my life. Thank you for everything you've done, and take care, my friend.
Hey, look, you're not a nobody. You're my dad's friend. Okay. You're not a nobody.
You. Love you all. Take care, everyone.
Cheers, Ash. Good to see you.
How you feel?
Thank you, Ash.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I think I'll follow Ash out the door, I think. But yeah, thanks, Raquel and Mark, again for doing all this and everything you've done. Jonathan, I hope you and the family can, remember the good times and heal and eventually come to terms with this. But I know how bad it must, I know how hard it must be, but, all the best to you. And thanks for letting me be a little part of this show tonight. Clobby was possibly one of the most wonderful human beings I've ever met. I think it's hard to. It sounds like hyperbole, but it isn't. Everybody knows it. He was just this wonderful guy, absolutely amazing guy, so welcoming, so knowledgeable. I could listen to a 4-hour show about comics, and I know nothing about comics. I could just sit there and listen to him.
Yeah.
It's just the most incredible thing. It's like he was like hypnotic. It was wonderful. Anyway, it's been a great to be part of this commemoration, but to celebrate the life of a wonderful man too. So thanks for letting me be here.
See you later, Brian.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody. Take
Thank
care.
you, Brian.
Everyone,
Bye,
take
Brian.
care. See ya.
Thank you,
Good
Brian.
night, 70s.
One of the things I do want to bring up, and it was prompted by what Raquel just said a few minutes ago. What when she was asking the question, what will I be doing with my time on Saturday? I know Mark and Raquel's dedication to this channel, but I also know their dedication to their interests, and their interests were Mike's interests. And I have no doubt in my mind that this show will not only continue, but that Mark and Raquel's presence on YouTube in these topics of conversation will continue. I'm certainly ready, willing, and wanting to continue to spend time with you both and continue to do more to add to the legacy of what Mike has done. But I also want to remind everybody that and this is only a story that a DeLorean owner will tell you. So you're like, where's this going? One of the things that some people may not know is that for an orphaned automobile, the DeLorean has one of the largest spare parts stockpiles of any car model. And the reason that is because when John DeLorean's people came to him and said, hey, our budget is in trouble, these cars are hard to make, we need to slow down a little bit and figure out our quality control problems, John DeLorean said, nah, let's double the production speed and let's keep putting out more cars. So by the time the company folded, they had 3 times as many spare parts and more cars than they were ever going to sell, because everybody knew by that point that the cars weren't any good. Now, how does this relate to Mike? And it's not going back to his days as a car salesman there for a while. It has to do with the fact that we have a treasure. I've heard a lot tonight about, and I've said a lot tonight about how Mike was so knowledgeable, and he had this wealth of knowledge, and he was amazing to listen to, and all of that is true. The benefit that we have is that he was also so prolific in bringing his knowledge to YouTube, because a lot of his podcast episodes are still around, but some of them have been lost or archived. You can't really get to them anymore except through going to certain friends of his that downloaded them or whatever, and they're kind of like in the oubliette somewhere. Whereas here on YouTube, he was so prolific in that John Z. DeLorean final months of John Z. DeLorean's company kind of mode, where he produced so much content on YouTube with so many wonderful co-hosts that his knowledge is still here and it's not going anywhere. Like it's now virtually archived here. We can all go back and listen to the Alternative Factor episode as many times as we want. We can listen to all of his discussions about comic books, hours and hours and hours and hours of his experience and knowledge and lore. That is, to me, like it's a wonderful bit of cosmic good luck. We might never have a conversation with him in person again, but there's no shortage of hearing that man's wonderful voice.
Yep. I actually, this may be a little, this might be a kind of a dick thing to say, but I've actually never listened to his show. Not really, not as much. I occasionally I would turn it on, usually put it on mute in the background. So now, I mean, I can just go back whenever I miss him, whenever I miss hearing his voice. I can just go back and turn it on, and hear him complain about Star Trek. And then, the reason why, by the way, the reason why I never listened to his show is because I live with him and I got to hear all these opinions before anyone else.
Right.
So I didn't really feel the need to listen to all those things over again.
That's funny. Did he talk to you about the new, like the one thing I didn't get to talk about was the latest Doctor Who episode? Before we streamed on Saturday night, I think he said he was grumbling about it, but
yeah, he talked about it.
he talked about.
I don't think I don't think I can repeat what he said on YouTube. It might get us kicked off our ears.
And that was one of the things I was looking forward to on that Sunday night. I'm like, we got to talk about new hoof. I want to, and he's like, Mark, you like to stir the pot, right? I'm like, yeah, I do. I'm a shit stirrer sometimes, and my nice, scoutmaster way. But I like to, kind of get people going when I can. And I was waiting for, that was one of the things I was looking forward to on Sunday night was to hear a new Who rant. But I can only imagine. But he did fortunately not have to watch the new episode of The Acolyte. So
there you go. He dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, I was gonna say I actually dodged a bullet that one, man. Whew.
It's a rough episode.
By the way, that DeLorean he was talking about, I wrote in that, and we got pizza in it. Remember that, Mike?
Right. Yes, I do remember that very vividly. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have a picture. I have a picture of me somewhere with a Ghostbusters power pack or power backpack.
Yep.
Somewhere.
And
yep, that was you.
That proton pack is now the property of our wonderful RetroBlasting moderator and admin Timothy Ward, who I gave it to him because he's a much bigger Ghostbusters fan than even I was, and I'm like, you know what?
There you go.
Yeah, but yeah, that's right. We went and got pizza in the DeLorean. I remember
that's right.
That. Awesome. Yeah.
Very cool.
That car must get so much attention when you drive it around, which is so great. It has so much fun.
It hasn't really driven around in a while, but yeah, that's a cool memory. I vividly remember us going to get that pizza. I'm so glad that you mentioned that because
Yep. Yeah. I was a shy little introverted kid. I didn't say much. It was probably an awkward drive, but
no, not really. I remember you were wearing that sort of like Rambo army jacket, and
oh yeah, I still have that.
Yeah, and we went and got pizza. No, you were
wore it yesterday.
Yeah, see, they last forever. No, you weren't introverted and odd. I remember really enjoying spending time with you and meeting you during that trip. So yeah,
compared to my dad, I was. Yeah.
Well, not many people was like, was your dad the kind of guy that if he was in the grocery store, he'd just strike up a conversation with random people, like or just he would never not strike up a conversation, right?
Yep. He strike up a conversation and make friends with people right off the bat, and I would be so fucking be so freaking jealous of that, of his ability to just do that.
Well, that's as Mike was
superpower.
Saying, that's how he met Melinda, right? As you were saying in the beginning of the show, right? He just struck up a conversation.
I remember that. I think I was there when he started talking to her.
Yeah.
I think I was at that convention.
Yeah.
At Dragon Con.
He didn't like impose himself in any kind of way that was. Mark, you and Raquel know this better than anybody. He just knows. He has an intrinsic talent for just talking to people without putting them on the back foot. Like there's he makes people feel at ease, but it's an authentic feel at ease. Like, and then I don't know, he just it's masterful to watch. The number of people that I piss off just by making a video. I've often thought about, Mike, and I've been like, if I could just get some of that fairy dust, if I could just get a little bit of that magic. Yeah. And the other thing that I love so much about Mike, I've heard you guys talking tonight about and showing the photos of Raquel was saying, how good he is with waitresses and things like that. He and I would be in these long conversations at Dragon Con, that would go for, hours at a time right there out in the lobbies of the hotels and stuff. But Mike would always, it wasn't a running gag so much as just a kind of charming honesty, because he was always so honest about himself. We'd be talking. He always maintained very good eye contact until he wasn't maintaining eye contact for a moment. And it was because some attractive woman had walked by, and and he would just kind of look for a minute, and then he'd look back and he'd look at me and he'd go, he'd say, "Sorry about that. I was listening though," and I'm like, "It's totally fine." Yeah.
Really? To me, he always went. He always just went woo.
Oh, well,
but I was around.
I will not forget. It didn't matter what movie is being talked about on Toxic Tuesday. It didn't matter what comic is being talked about on the Comic Shop Show. anytime a lady showed up in the chat, he had to make sure on my show he made a scene about it, and the ladies were swooning about it. Holy crap! Every time it was priceless. So I was just like, I'm not gonna stop him. This is great.
He would do this thing every time. He would adjust his glasses and squint like he was getting like he'd been blinded by the sun or whatever. Like he was doing this kind of like, it was this very unconscious kind of thing. And it was always the indicator, like he was like, oh, like, and then he was like adjusting his telescope or whatever. Like, but it was not him pantomiming. It was just, that was his, his what do you call that? His motor reflex. It was just, he was so genuine. He was such a genuine guy. And he talked to anybody. I mean,
Oh yeah.
Talk to anybody. I mean, God, I'm envious still. I swear, I can't even find my words, but I'm trying to find an example. Like, I swear, one of the most, I don't know, Haley Atwell from Captain America, she could walk into a room unexpectedly, and everybody else would be like, what's she doing here? And Mike wouldn't have paused. He probably would have just walked over, charmingly said hello, and struck up a conversation with her, while the rest of us were sitting there like, what's Haley Atwell doing here? And then he's like trying to drag us into the conversation. Like, oh man.
I can actually see them playing out in real time in my head. I can see the whole thing, page for page, dialogue for dialogue. Oh
yeah,
man.
Yeah. It's unreal. It's unreal.
Oh man.
That's true. He could be on the panel on Midnight's Edge, but if I say hello to him, he'll return it, even if he probably shouldn't have been doing that during that panel.
Oh yeah. He always had his eye on the comment section in a good way. There was never a moment where he missed a beat with who was coming into the comment section or leaving. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
And hail to Cinema Gulp, who's just joining us to say a few words about Clobberin Times.
Yeah, thank you so much for sending the link. I don't really, I wanted to come on, but I don't really know what to say because he was one of those guys to me that like I watched every day. And the only story I can really tell is I hounded him for so long to come on Cinema Gulp once we started our live stream. And he was always really busy. And I understood that because the guy was just on everything all the time on YouTube. When he finally came on our show, we did a Planet of the Apes stream, and holy crap, I had no idea his knowledge on that. And he was just so funny and everything. I was sitting there, I was really giddy because I'd been watching him for so long, and then he's finally on my show, and like it was amazing. And he was so fun and warm, as he always is. And we just loved his presence on the show. And we were talking about having him on again, and he was going to come on again. And I don't know what to say. I'm so thankful for the time that we got to hang out with him, and I appreciate you guys letting me on to say that. So
it's a nice memory. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, yeah. Sometimes, you don't keep saying that. You don't realize sometimes, how special people are, those chances you get, or just those small moments, right? And God, he did love Planet of the Apes, and I think I know sci-fi and comics, and then he'd remember something, and he'd remember that in the Planet of the Apes TV series or Blake 7. Like I always tease, you made me. We joke about asking each other to read different comics or watch different things, and when I started watching Blake 7, so I always joke. I said, "You made me watch Blake 7," but you always say, you might like it. You maybe might not like. And one of the big things we debate was like, would Raquel like something? So we're definitely sure that we thought maybe she liked Princess Bride, but we know like Dumb and Dumber, she's not going to like, but we're not so sure about Red Dwarf. And yeah, it was just so much fun. And then I'd be asking him about an episode. I'd be like, oh, with those little creatures in the lab, and what was that? He's like, oh, that episode is the web. I think I'm trying to remember now. Is it episode 5 or whatever? He's like, well, I don't really remember it that well. And then he'd start reciting Avon's lines from the episode. And I have, the thing ripped. So I pull up the transcript and he's reciting the transcript word for word from a Blake 7 episode. And he's like, well, I'm not really that good at it. I don't really know it that well. And that was Mike to a T. So I can only imagine when he came on your show to talk Planet of the Apes. I mean,
so when I, because I've watched him for so long, when I finally had him on, I wasn't trying to challenge him. I was trying to show him that I was cool too. So I brought up all these clips of like actors that would show up on Johnny Carson from the 70s and Planet of the Apes. And he knew every one of those interviews. I was like, no, I wanted to stump him, but he knew every one of those interviews.
Dude, that guy forgot more stuff than probably this entire panel knows. Like, it's not
pretty much.
It's true.
Or will ever know.
Go ahead, Raquel.
Well, that was me. I said, or will ever know. Sorry for interrupting.
No, it's okay. Well, I'm just trying to get, because like, all right, I streamed with this man 3 to 4, sometimes 5 times a week. At least 2 on Midnight's Edge, 1 on the Comic Shop, sometimes on Toxic Tuesday, once a while on Mark's Geekery. Sometimes we'd bring him on Comics as TNT, or him and I would have at it on a Wednesday night. I'd seen the man every week, almost every single day. And I remember, and it wasn't like he was talking about knowledge, like he was showing off. He would just talk about it like it was just ingrained into it. It was just like an extension of who he was. He just talked about that. It was a normal part of his everyday life. I remember every time I would see someone in every chat always be blown away by how much he knew, whether it's Star Trek, but even or the few times I catch him going off about football. Of course, Marvel and DC as well. There's always something like, whoa. I need to find out what's going on with this guy. He knows like freaking everything. Yeah, he runs circles around the knowledge of us. It's not even close.
Yeah.
He could quote every line of MASH TV shows from beginning to end. And Jonathan will remember probably that every time I would knock on their door, for those of you who remember Superman, the first Superman movie, every time I would go over and knock on the door, Clobby would open the door very quickly and say, "Be a pet, mail this for me," and then close it and slam it in my face.
I can't confirm.
Even the Alan Alda episodes, yeah.
Yes, even the yeah. Jonathan, I wanted to before I forget this. My first memory of you, I went over, and Ashley's what 2-3 years older than you.
Yeah,
so she was walking around. They had just brought you home. That's what I told you. The thing about when I showed up at my Mustang, and your dad said, "You came in that. You're braver than I thought." He
might be Ashley.
No. This we used to do with you. That is. I think that's Ashley.
Amazing.
This might be Ashley. Actually,
I think that's Ashley.
My mom would know.
What you?
He'll probably yell at me.
What your dad used to do with you is he would put a blanket over you, your baby blanket, up to your chin.
That might
be here. I think that is you. Yes, I think that's you. Beard. So yeah, it's probably you.
Yeah, my mom just said yes. So.
Your dad used to put a blanket. Oh, your mom's here.
Actually,
or your mom's there?
She's in the bed. Yeah, she's. That is me.
Please tell her I said hi if she remembers me.
I will. Well, she's listening right now in the other room, so probably.
Hi, Vicky. She'll remember this. Your dad used to put your baby blanket up to your chin like this, and then he would reach his hand up through it and have his finger on your chin right below the blanket, and then he'd have you like quoting like Yippee-ki-yay, mother! You know, you were his little
Oh
big
yeah,
fro
no,
push dummy.
he did that until I was 10. He didn't.
The other thing I wanted to say really quickly while I've got you on is you're going to find a drawing that seems completely random, and it's of a fawn, you know, the old Greek half man, half sheep or whatever. And it's the only thing I could get. It's from the great animator Lee Mishkin, who animated the opening to the '66 Batman TV show. And I was lucky enough to study under him for a while, and he didn't have any drawings from the Batman show, but he said, here, give this to your friend named Mike. So if you find it, that's what that is. So it's from the guy who animated Batman. So
I'll look for it.
So
there's a lot of his things I need to go through. A lot of things I want to at some point have all his friends have a chance of just kind of maybe taking some of his things that they might like, because he has so much. He has so many statues and action figures and comics. I want to give all his friends, like whoever possible, that wants to come over and look at his stuff, and they just want, oh, this is awesome, something to remember him by, and just something, you know, cool to take. I was talking to Claude about it earlier, and you know, he said just bring everything to Second and Charles. It's like a used bookstore, and I could get money for it. But I don't really want to. I don't want to. First off, I don't want to go for the hassle because I'm lazy. But well, selling it, I would rather just have people, you know, take it, or I could donate some of this stuff to people.
Mark, stop
He's got
salivating.
so much stuff.
Mark D with a C right now.
Hey, if you can get down here, you're very welcome to come over, and you can, you know, look at everything he's got. I would love for you to take some of it.
I'm sure comics division can tell you like where to go, like to sell that.
Yeah. And Michael, he's got.
I'd love to have for a memento. Is like, and I've got Ari
Absolutely.
Cardinal Sin's brother sent me. You know, I was going to do an unboxing with Cardinal Sin and Clobberin times, and he sent me a challenge coin and a couple of mementos. Just the, you know, it's not so much the stuff, but it's the memories of, you know, and the having this, like, I'm going to keep this of Cardinal Sin always on my desk. This challenge coins always remember, you know, be able to remember Gil, and it'd be nice to have something. And one thing I always regret, I'd almost finished 3D printing the Liberator, and I'm a perfectionist, so I'd painted it, but I had to put the damn decals on it, and I was just going to finish it for his birthday coming up, and finally send it to him. And you know, I got so many things going on, and you always make excuses, and I volunteer for, you know, a million different places, and so that's one of the, you know, kick myself, you know, I should have just, you know, dropped everything and finished that Liberator, because I know it lit up, you know, he's like, I can't believe there's actually you know, I could get have a Liberator. So that's one of, you know, thing I regret doing, but you know, that's how things go sometimes. But yeah, it's be nice to have just, you know, a few mementos to remember your dad by, and that'd be very special.
Yeah, I got comics. Michael, I got a bunch of his action figures and toys. If you want to look at them, you know, we could talk behind the scenes or something. I don't want to throw. I definitely don't want to throw anything away, and I don't really want to sell anything because it's just
a hassle.
I don't. Well, that, and I don't want to make a profit off off his stuff when I could give things to people, you know, who loved him and he loved. Something to remember him by, or
I know I sent him. It was one of the only things he ever, you know, because you had to sneak gifts to him because like he wouldn't take anything.
Oh no!
But I remember I successfully managed to get him shipped to him a third Doctor John Pertwee figure and TARDIS for his house, his display. What I would tell you with that particular one is, check your local listings on eBay before you decide what to do with that one, because when those TARDI go out of circulation and they move on to a new version, that particular TARDIS figure combo can sometimes go up in value. So, you know, just check that before you know.
he has this huge collection. He has this huge like box of Legion of Superhero action figures, and they're all in the same box they came in. It's just like this weird circular triangular box that folds out. He's got that. I think he spent like $400 on it when he bought that. No,
I think it's worth a little bit more than that now, but
probably. But again, I could, I mean, I guess I could sell it, but I mean, I would rather give, his friends
to a
the
friend
option
who would
to
appreciate it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I would rather do that. I mean, I don't,
That's
I would
totally-
prefer doing that. So I would like for, some of his friends to, have that option.
And that's what your dad would want too.
Yeah.
I mean, your
Now
dad.
stuff like clothes. I that stuff. I don't know if anyone is his size anywhere that would like as much geek stuff as he likes.
He had all those great shirts.
I'm sure there
and,
is, but
He's got a
Yeah.
Fantastic Four necktie that.
I'm keeping that. But that I'm keeping, and I'm gonna wear that at everyone's wedding that I go to because he would wear that, and I'm wearing that too.
Awesome.
So I want to ask John a quick question. So I'm sure you've heard the age-old topic of how when Thanksgiving comes around, and you're always concerned about that one relative who's going to bring up politics. Which relative ruined it by bringing up bad Trek or Zack Snyder movies to Clubby?
It would depend. It's usually his uncle. Sorry, his brother. Would bring up, hey, did you see this? Because he knows he likes superhero movies, but I guess he doesn't like realize that most of the new stuff my dad's gonna hate, and so he says, "You seen this? I really like this Batman v Superman or whatever." And he was like, "You like that shit?" He'd be like, "You like that shit?" It's filmed. It's his brother, so he can like talk to him however he wanted.
That new Marvels movie seems like was pretty decent.
I even brought up Days of Future Past.
It was awful.
And then sometimes his little nephews would bring up something. Hey, did you see this? Or someone else would bring something up, and they would always get they would be told what opinions are good and bad. So
one thing I remember was Clobberin Times would tell me, he had a box of action figure accessories, and like any good comic, or figure collector, you got a box where the stuff falls out. And I think he said RetroBlasting, or you almost were going to challenge, like I can match the articles to the figures, but one thing in the box I did recognize because I had one of the Doctor Strange statues. I'm like, that goes with Doctor Strange. But I don't know if you remember that story.
Oh yeah. There are entire Facebook groups just devoted to toy part identification. People post a photo and everybody else jumps in and tries to identify it for them. It's like a thing.
Yeah. So I've got a little box somewhere too of like little parts and pieces, and like don't throw that out, or someday I'm gonna remember where that goes, what that goes with, or I always catch pick on my wife like, don't throw that out, that could go with something somewhere. But that's the fun of collecting these little pieces of plastic.
Just throw it in the bits bin.
Yep. Oh, he's got a bit bin that I need to go through. He's got all kinds of action figures, old 90s action figures, and he's got so much stuff. I don't even know what to do with it all.
Does he still have 1 million refrigerator magnets?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Some of those were pretty vintage.
Yeah, he's got some pretty cool ones. Some Astro City.
He also collected
magnets. That's cool.
Wow.
Yeah, it's weird it's weird things to remember about people, but one of the things I remember about Clobby is refrigerator magnets. Yeah.
Yep.
And him using Jonathan as a mannequin when he was.
He actually did that like last week to me, so he still does it. He still did it.
I wish we had gotten to see him when we were in town. Maddie and I were there for Maddie's cousin's wedding, which neither one of them can quite wrap their heads around because Maddie's 3 and her cousin is 30. But we got to have lunch with Uncle Mike, and it was a pretty long lunch at Pa Rand's, on Perkins. And we had like a 3-hour lunch. I consider myself very fortunate that I got to see him then, because one of the worst things when you lose somebody, and as you know, I've lost everybody in my family, a brother, my parents. If you don't take that last chance, whenever it is, then you say, oh, if only I had, made time and seen him. So I feel really fortunate that I got to see your dad one last time, and, joke around and talk about this, that, and the other thing. So, and by the way,
he really loved you. He really loved seeing you whenever you would come.
Your dad is my brother, and I know that sounds like hyperbole, but I had an older brother who has since passed, and we were never brotherly with each other. He had another friend, a lawyer friend, that was more his brother than I was, and your dad was more my brother than one of my actual brothers was. He was there. He wore that tie, by the way, to my mother's funeral and to my brother's funeral. And I introduced him. I have another friend who was just like your dad. I mean, in terms of how much I loved him, but they never met in 35 years, and they were at my brother's wedding. And I said, Mike, this is Gino. Gino, this is Mike. I said, you guys have something in common. I would take a bullet for either one of you. Clobby said, if there's a gun shop down the street, I'll go buy a bullet. And before I shut up, Raquel, because I think she's related to Cal-El. I think one of the things I want to do is help educate you with comic books. I think I'm going to get together some comic books that I'll send to Mark so he can send to you, because I think he has your address. Not just the ones that Clobby liked, but from what I know about you and your scholarly endeavors, I have some that I think you will find quite appealing and be surprised by. So, and now I will shut up and let other people talk.
I think Nick Weiser has to head out right now. So, Nick, if you want to say a few words before you...
Yeah. My final words. I'm happy and very honored and proud to say Clobby is a friend. I mean, he was one of the very first guys I came across all this whole sphere. I think I first met him in one of Gary Nerdrotic's member streams when he used to do those a few moons back. And I remember we just got together. I think it was the day before Thanksgiving in 2020. And I thought, oh man, that was a great show. I was like, it's not gonna get any better than this. This is the peak of everything. And then I remember I actually got a message from Comics Division. It's like, hey, I gotta get you on a stream sometime. And I was like, hey, I'd love to, but I've already made this prior commitment. That prior commitment was to Clobby to review Wonder Woman 84. And so I fulfilled my commitment first to Clobby, which we had a fun time roasting Wonder Woman 84. And then, of course, I joined comics. We all know where that history took off. But yeah, Clobby and I just found new excuses to just get together anywhere. Even if I'd have to look for him and I'd find him on stream. Sometimes it's vice versa. It was kind of like the vegan. You don't have to find them; they find you. Clobby and I could just find each other. So it was the best problem to have in the world. And man, just the hours spent. Like, even there are times where we have conversations after streams that would last as long as the stream before it. I remember quite a few of those. Like, oh, I think we were doing one. We were talking Daredevil Born Again, and after we talked that comic, we talked for another 2.5 hours. He is the first one on this fair who's ever met my children ever too, as well. He's the very first one. He could say he had that honor, and they always love seeing his avatar because my kids hate Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, but they love the Thing. So I have to live with that dilemma even more so for the rest of my life.
Aren't you a Johnny Storm guy?
I'm a Johnny Storm guy. They hate him. So yeah, I've had to live with that. And Clobby's always enjoyed that little win over me for years. So I'm honored, and I will miss the man. I really, really will miss the man. And we came. It was great because we came up together. I remember saying to him last week, one of my very last statements I said to his dude, because we hit 2K for my channel on last Friday's comic shop show, and I said to him, "You're next, dude. You're next." And unfortunately, that was true because of the circumstances that happened. But but at least we got there. But man, I knew he was meant to be, because it just felt so cool to have that slower, steadier path, because we could see the organic growth that him and I are having along the way. We can notice it rather than have the accelerated speed where you kind of get lost in the mix of things. It was a nice organic drive climbing our way to the top, and it was great to share that path with him. And I couldn't have found a better man to do that. So, Clobby, thank you for all the time, energy, laughs as well of the names of the movies it shows. I'll be thinking of them. I'll probably continue saying them out loud. Not ironically anymore. It'll be absolutely intentionally. So regret going to comic services. No, I'm grateful to be amongst friends and fans of Clobby, and of course family of his as well. So thank you guys for having me. This is what we should be doing for Clobby, is celebrating the fun and the memories he did, because moping around about it all day is, he would probably yell at me. If he could, he probably actually would literally yell at me.
Amen, brother.
Yes, that's right. So thanks again, guys. Good night, Jonathan.
Love you,
best of luck
Nick.
with
Love you.
everything. Love you, man. Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Nick.
it.
Appreciate you a lot, so much. Yep. And Purple is in the house. And Purple, I did send you the link. I don't know if you can pop in, but I'll be like Clobby if you feel like it or have a minute. And also just under the red shirt, I sent you the link too. So I'd like to get a few more people in if possible, and say a few words about Clobberin times. But Purple, it's great to see. And I always remember when I think one of my very first streams, when I first started, I think I was reviewing Eric K, I think, was my very first sub or first like on one of my streams, and Eric was there, and I had the volume off. I'd always boom or something. I was using OBS Studio, and I'm talking for like 10 minutes, and I finally noticed him in the chat. And one of my other first streams, so thank you, always thank Eric K for that. He's like, no one can hear you. And,
I've done that a few times myself.
Yeah. And oh god, it was, and you're so nervous when you first start doing this, and Purple, I was doing a Doctor Doom, some action figures or Doctor Doom figures, and Purple stopped in and was chatting with me. I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe I've got someone actually here live, and I always appreciated that and always remembered that with Purple Valkyrie, and always enjoyed when she would be on Clobby's show, and always enjoyed listening to her and Clobby talk together. I know it's tough with being across the pond too. The time zone is not an easy thing to do, but yeah, it's a lot of special people out there, and those are some fun moments I'll never forget. With
even last month when we had Clobby on our channel for the first time, I was nervous because I'd been watching him for so long, and he'd always comment he would comment to my comment or whatever. So I always appreciated that, and like just having him on, like just like what you were saying, Mark D. So it's like for me, it was like the biggest person we've had on the channel, in our 8 years of doing the channel, but we hadn't been doing live streams for very long, and yeah.
Yeah, no, he would never say no to anyone. That's for sure. Yeah, I mean, if he could be there, it was just timing, with all the other shows going on, and we've all been there too. Once in a while, say, oh, do I want to do my show tonight? My Sunday night show is a late, 10 p.m. Late show, and like I don't, do I want to hang out tonight? And then you get into the show and you'd have so much fun, and he'd always riff off of you, and you'd always have something, you'd find something to talk about in the chat. The chat is always that's what makes YouTube so special too, is the give and take with the chat, and going back and forth. So we'd always have something instantly. We'd always have something to talk about. One of my first streams too, I remember with Clobberin Times and Pat S. I'd gone to New Orleans, in the 90s, and we had an adventure, me and my wife, and one of the lines was the bartender asked, would you like to walk home tonight or crawl home? And we were a lot younger than my wife said crawl home in New Orleans to the bartender. I don't know what he put in that drink, and I'm a pretty big guy, and I was going, and she was 3, she was gone. And we figured out what with Pat S and Clobberin times, like where we'd walk that night and like what hamburger place we went to, like a little hole in the wall hamburger place. We figured out all the, retraced our steps from like, 25 or 30 years later practically, and it was just so much fun. That was a hamburger place, that really did happen. That was what happened that night. So it was, and Mike knew all the all the places, and Pat S as well. So that was a fun, just a fun, silly memory that was great to reconnect the dots all those years later.
So clearly you don't know that much about New Orleans and Louisiana. If you ask a bartender how strong to make it, let me just show you something here. This is a tonic that was made for children by a man who ran for governor in the 1930s. It's pretty much straight champagne. This is not a joke. This is actually true. The guy that ran for governor, he ran against Huey Long. His name was Dudley, something Dudley. And they had a thing called Louisiana Hayride, where people like Johnny Cash and Glenn Campbell got their start, and they'd go all around Louisiana selling this tonic that's like 30 proof or something alcohol. I don't drink, so I don't know what the proof is, but yeah. So just anybody else that goes tells the bartender you want to crawl home, you may not even survive.
Yeah, we barely did, and people were laughing at us because I finally stopped drinking, and my much better half didn't. And we came back to the hotel, and it was actually across the street. They'd just opened the new casino there. I can't remember what that casino, the name of the casino is, but we're across the street, so a ton of people there that night. It was right when, and we were doing a trade show for our tool company. And they're laughing at my wife. I'm like, I thought people wouldn't laugh at you for being drunk in New Orleans. It wasn't a typical occurrence here, but she was so far gone. God bless her. She's gonna kill me for telling. I've told this story before, but yes, that's the last time I've been down there. But it was a great place to visit, and a lot of fun.
Hey, Mark, I need to head out, man.
Thank you for being here, and really appreciate you stopping in and reminiscing about Clobberin times with all of us tonight.
Thanks for the invite. Like I said, he's gonna be missed. Raquel, I'm here for you as always. Just hit me up in DMs.
Thank you.
It's great seeing everybody. Good night, and R.I.P. Clobby. You'll be missed, man.
Good night.
Night.
Good night.
Good night,
Good night. Good night.
And we've got Red Shirt has joined us, and he's not just another red shirt.
Oh, I don't know about that. But no, I wasn't just another red shirt on Clobby's channel either. I mean, one of the things I will always remember about him, and you mentioned it earlier because I've been watching the show, Clobby's ability to keep track of the chat was a superpower as far as I'm concerned. And it didn't matter how late I came in. It was found his stream. If I wasn't wrenching somewhere else or doing something else, I'd get on his streams, usually on Saturday Night Trek, and Chris Persia would always say hello to me, and Clobby would always call it out and say hello, and that was very special to me. That he noticed, he paid attention to who was coming in and out of his chat, and I'm losing it here. I'm very sorry.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Let it out. Yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I've been
he would always amaze
it
me.
out
Yeah.
all day. Ouch, this hurts. Yeah, because he was amazing when I first started watching his Saturday Night Trek shows. I was like, I thought I knew something about Star Trek. No, I don't know anything about Star Trek.
That's how I found him too.
Yeah, that was an education. That was like taking a master class. So I will always fondly remember showing up and just hanging out in his Saturday night streams, listening to him and Raquel and everybody just rating the shows, rating the episodes, and oh my goodness, I was never heard anybody talk about a show the way he did, the way you guys did. That was a fantastic stream, week in and week out. Always enjoyed it.
Thank you, man. Hey,
Thank you
Steve.
for the opportunity.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Someone wants to say hi to you, Steve. If you remember her. Remember that? Remember her?
Hi.
This is my mom.
Vicky!
Yes.
This is my dad's
Oh, God.
ex-wife.
Yeah. Thanks.
Ex.
Do you remember me?
Of course, I remember you coming over and we were working on your Batman costume. The old school Batman costume before the movie came out.
Wow. Yeah, that's right. That is right. Wow, I forgot all about that.
Was it Batman 66 costume then, or
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, we.
Wow.
Yeah, we.
The best costume.
Yeah, we sewed it up and everything. Yeah, actually, I met Vicky when at Megacity. Clobby had a comic book shop called Mega City, but one of the suppliers kept mashing the name together, and so it would be addressed to Megacity Comics, and there was this cute chick there, but she had a baby, and so but I was talking to her, and then she mentioned Mike Alonso, and I said, because he wasn't there, I said, Mike Alonso? And he said, yeah, I'm his wife, and this is his baby. This is pre-Jonathan. This was Ashley. And by the way, you guys, I wish you guys could have seen Mega City Comics, because it was the closest. We used to have tribble fights. Do you remember that, Vicky?
Oh yeah, I remember all that stuff. It was wild in there. We had the couch when we had that huge console TV that he put on top of the counter.
Yep.
All it was a geek fest over there, because we had the couches, and it was more of a huge living room with comics on the side.
Yep. I think the reason that it went under was because Clobby was so generous that he gave everybody a discount. And we used to say, don't give us the discount. We don't want the discount. We want your shop to remain open.
Yeah, stay open, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but he was generous to a fault, you know.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that comic shop didn't do well.
Well, it was holding its own. It was holding its own, but it went under before the Batman movie came out. I think if it had lasted just a little bit longer, we would have been all right.
Do you remember who Clobby wanted to play Batman originally before Michael Keaton?
Oh, I can't remember back that far.
Everybody's going to laugh, but if you go back
Bill
and
Murray?
look at his, I'm sorry?
Bill Murray?
Bill Murray?
No, not Bill Murray and Eddie Murphy. Actually, Clobby's idea, now, you have to go back and look at his first movies back when he had hair. Steven Seagal.
Steven Seagal.
I don't remember that.
What's he thinking?
I remember it so clearly, Vicky.
He could definitely play Batman, but maybe not Bruce Wayne. Yeah.
Batman.
Yeah. I mean, he had he was always whispering kind of, and the dude's like 6'5" or something, and he knows some martial arts, but yeah, I remember this very clearly. They were talking about, Clobby was talking about people that he wanted to play Batman because he kept going, Mr. Mom.
We went crazy when we heard about Michael Keaton. I mean, went totally nuts that he was going to play Batman. Let me grab something to show, but
Nice. You do that, Mark. I just got to say, I can't imagine Steven Seagal in a tuxedo.
Well, I mean, did Batman have the ponytail and the cowl? I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, he's always had that stupid ponytail.
I'm Batman, but this is my mom. God bless my mom. It's Michael Keaton, but when your mom always looks out for you, right? So I guess they had this standee. It's the half when they were selling the VHS. She's like, my son would like that. Could I take that for my son? And so I always have this up in my room. But yeah, at first we were like, that was one of the big debates, right? How could Michael Keaton play like you were saying, how could he play Batman? So I wish I can only imagine what Clobberin times and those fun debates back then, but he did the character justice in the end, I thought.
Yeah, well, actually, Claude, Clobby, and I, which is not easy to say, we actually went to the first showing of Batman. It was, remember at the Bon Marché, Vicky?
Bon Marché, yep.
Yep, y'all got to go first.
Yeah, it was a midnight showing. Yeah, and I guess the kids weren't born yet. Was Ashley born?
Yeah, they were. Jonathan wasn't.
Jonathan wasn't. Yeah. So,
No, he was actually, but he was tiny.
Yeah.
Do you remember what
I remember all that.
about? You remember what I was talking about? He used to do this, and he would say "Yippee-ki-yay" with Jonathan's lip.
Yeah.
And Clobber Times ruined the beginning of that movie.
He always did that. He was so good with kids.
Yeah, he was just the best. I mean, and I personally want to say thank you for, being with him at the end. I mean, it's a lot of people when they get divorced, they just remain too stubborn and too childish.
We weren't fighting really at all. We stayed friends up until pretty much the end. He's pretty much adopted my youngest daughter, and he was telling everybody she was his daughter, and that's Katie. And they always, whenever they all went out together, her and Alex and Jonathan and Ashley and Mike were always together.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, Mike is.
He loved kids. And
he loved everybody.
Yep.
He loved everybody. I was talking to Ace Cast Iron today, and I said, he could never understand why everybody loved him so much, and he, because as you know, he didn't think very highly of himself. My theory is that he gave out so much love to everybody else that he didn't have any left for himself. Fortunately, he didn't need it because he had all of us who love him so much.
I am very impressed how everybody's turning out for this. I'm not surprised at all because he was friends with everybody.
Sure, yeah. I have friends that he met one time, and one time only. And next thing I know, boom, they're on YouTube, and they're. I have a friend, George, that I did Kung Fu with, and it's so funny because George is now famous among CSI investigators. But he was the first guy to make a fart joke. I mean, it's like he was totally the class clown. And I think he either saw Mike and Wonder Woman. Jonathan, help me out. Nicole, yeah.
Yeah.
They either went with him to see Monty Python, or they just bumped into each other there. But like they met one time and became fast friends. And I have a lot of friends like that. Like all of a sudden, you're friends with Mike now. He was just that kind of guy. He could make friends with anybody. He didn't care. He didn't care if you disagreed with him on comic books, as I often did, or politics. He didn't care about what your religion was or your anything. He just was the living embodiment of accepting people based on the content of their character, and even people that didn't have such great character like me. He was my friend anyway. So, he's just the best example of humanity, in my opinion. And I'm not just trying to be like poetic over the guy, because I've said this to everybody for years, And Jonathan, you were talking about, or Ashley, you said about how, he sort of adopted your youngest. Mike is definitely family. He's my brother. And I'm not crying now partially because I spent all day crying and I'm kind of teared out, I'm kind of dehydrated. But secondly, he wouldn't want that. He'd want us to laugh and tell jokes, which is what I've been trying to do all night. So yeah, but I'm really glad to see you. Whenever you guys, I've said this before, Jonathan was on earlier. Whenever you guys arrange the last respects, please let me know. I will be there.
Yes. That will be posted on his Facebook.
And
I'll make sure that's posted.
It's going to be in Baton Rouge, very probably in
Around Baton Rouge.
Yeah,
We haven't decided. We're going to decide that tomorrow, and whenever we have it set in stone, that's going to be posted on his social media, and whoever can attend, we'll try to. We're going to see if it's how big the venue is going to be, but it should be big enough to support everyone. I hope. You can't really tell because he has a million friends.
He has
Superdome.
so many friends and
Expect some
family that
YouTubers
will
there.
come.
Yeah.
Right. But
Yes.
anyone's welcome to come and pay respects. It won't be open casket. We're thinking of a cremation, but because if we do open casket and he's a really big guy, it's just going to be insanely expensive. So
get a full a standing cardboard cutout of him and Claude grabbing Superman's boobs. I think that's what he would.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have we're
the
gonna have
one.
pictures. We're definitely gonna have pictures, and we're gonna have a monitor of pictures. Going through.
Yeah, he did break his nose in the fall, and that's it. He did. It wasn't pretty. So
yeah,
we're worried about that.
Yeah. So it's but yeah, I'll post it on Facebook when we have that set in stone. So everyone will have the chance. And my battery's about to die, so let me plug this thing in.
You have it.
But
Well,
no, appreciate that. Yeah, letting us know, and I'm sure as many of us that can try to get down there, we'll get down there. So
No, you're gonna be there, Mark. Remember what Claude
I'll
said?
drive my Mustang down to meet your Mustang. Yep, if I get back on the road again. Yeah.
Remember what Claude said? I am a legitimate kung fu master, so you're going to be there.
Yeah,
I can't threaten Raquel because she's a lady, but you I can threaten. You're going to be there.
Yeah, you can threaten me. Yep.
Hey, Mark. Yeah. I'm gonna have to leave.
Okay, thank you.
Most of you don't know me, but Mark,
I've
been
do.
listening.
Bye,
well, Jill does, but I've been listening to you, Mark, with Clobby for so long, and I just love you, and I love Clobby so much, and I just want to say thank you for all the shows. I've always been listening. I've always been watching, and
much appreciated. Yeah.
And please just keep the spirit alive. Keep doing it. Please keep doing the show and yeah, I'm sorry. Clobby was such a influence on me. I just loved him so much, and I was so happy to have him on the show a month ago. So yeah, I just want to say thank you, Mark, and thank you everybody, and obviously Jill, who I love. And,
I was so happy for you. You'd been wanting to have him on for so long.
I've been wanting to have Clobby on for so long, and I finally got him on, and he was freaking great. He's freaking great. So I just want to say, all you guys that know him so well, I'm so sorry for your loss and our loss to YouTube and his friends that love him in all different variants of life. But thank you so much for bringing me on, Mark, and letting me come on. I just appreciate it.
Sunday Night Geekery one of these days. You're welcome to come on and hang out.
Yeah.
Yep. And
yeah,
I appreciate that. Yeah.
I love you, Clobby. I love you so much. You guys have a great night.
Take care. Yep. Thank you.
Good night.
Thanks so much for coming on.
Yeah, you can see how how Mike had that reaction on pretty much everyone, right? In terms of people just appreciating him, and it's been really special to have family members on, John and Jonathan and Vicky, and I know the family's been listening and watching, and I think let me check what the GoFundMe's up to. GoFundMe's up to $12,631, so I know that's going to go a long way towards helping the family and Jonathan and Ashley, you know, there's a lot of costs incurred, I'm sure, and it's, you know, horrible to think about, you know, but what you have to go through, but that's going to soften the monetary blow a little bit, and hopefully with all these kind words tonight and all these comments, we also helped them out emotionally too as well. It's really heartwarming to see Jonathan pop in there, and I think that his phone was dying, so but hopefully, I think they're listening on the TV in there. But I mean, his dad just passed away this afternoon, and he's on streaming with us, and people that he's, you know, I guess he kind of knows us a little bit, but, you know, never other than, you know, Steve, obviously, and RetroBlasting, you know, and in person, but, you know, come on here and hang out with us and share stories. And that was really special. I'm glad, really glad that he sent me, you know, I'm glad I saw the message too, because I'm not like Clobberin times. Half the time I miss the messages or miss the thing in the chat, or you know, I missed something. But I'm so glad that they popped in here to say hi, and appreciate everyone in the chat tonight who's donated. We got you know, and sub to the channel, put Clobberin times over that 2K limit. I think he's at let's see, what's he at right now? It was 2,050, something like that. So yeah, it's just been really special. And Claude sent me an image here. Let me for Mike. I don't think he's gonna mind me posting this. So let me and Claude's for everyone you don't know, Claude's a great artist, and this is pretty special. So let me pull this in so we can see the whole thing here.
I think with all the super chats, you probably made that goal from that GoFundMe.
I would guess so. Yep. And anyone who can, sub and like and do a membership, that's really appreciated. So Claude's phone wasn't working that well tonight, but he's got the Friends Life, Claude Parrish 61224, and I'll zoom in on this a little bit. We'll scroll down, but that's him and Mike together sharing some fun times, and then Mike becoming an angel in the end there. So thank you for sending that, Claude. That's beautiful, and yeah, it's really special. Yep. So really beautiful. Yep.
Stands to reason he would bail on us right before the worst Superman movie ever comes out.
Right.
He got the escape hatch.
What some people won't do to get out of a bad movie.
Yeah, right. With Superman putting his boots on, that's what I wanted to see, right? With and everyone who knows Mike knows what a huge, massive Superman fan he is. So, oh, great, we've got Tom here and Gary is here.
I just gotta say, first and foremost, Clobby would say there's nothing that could be worse than Man of Stool.
That's true.
Here.
Yes.
What's happening, guys?
Even somewhat. This one could be okay. I was listening. I had to say that because we've talked about it a lot. So, hey, Gary, how you been, brother? It's been a while.
Hanging in there. You know, how you doing?
I just wanted to come in one more time and say that. That's all.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to say stuff when I first got on.
Go for it, Jill. Yeah.
So I actually, first of all, I just want to thank everyone who's been on this panel so far. It's so good to hear all the stories from people, especially people who really knew him personally, because I'm only just an internet person who happened to love him, but I didn't really know him outside of streaming. But Clobby was too good to me right from the beginning, because I'm not any better of a fan than anybody else. But he saw something in what I was typing in the chat, like you're saying, the way that he cares about the chat. Sorry. That he wanted to invite me on for Gene Roddenberry's 100th birthday stream, even though I I'd never streamed before, never said anything on YouTube before. And so he makes people feel special in that way. And I think that's what I want to carry with me. How did he do that? And how can I try to do that too? Because he made people feel welcome. And with a lot of strength and humor and care. And I love him so much. But I wish I had talked to him more than just streaming. And definitely wish I could have met him. And so I'm just lucky to know him. And I'm better because of him too. I didn't
You and Raquel and Six and Arwen and God, I'm gonna forget everybody's name now, but you ladies had a special place in Clobby's heart, not in a sexual way or any kind of a creepy way, but he just loved, when he got into this stuff in the 60s and 70s, there were no real lady nerds out there. It was all guys. If you, I don't think anybody here is old enough to know this, but if you went to the early cons, it was all men. And then suddenly we started getting new perspectives, from women, things that guys never would have thought of. And he really valued your perspectives. So it wasn't like, oh, here's another hot chick. It's nothing like that. But he valued women a lot. He valued your opinions, your perspectives. Yeah. And, the other thing is that, all the ladies that came to his channel, you and Raquel and, Fiona, y'all are really freaking smart. And so, your reviews and stuff are so insightful. And I know he appreciated that.
He did. Early on, when my channel was brand new, I had no subscribers. I had no viewers. He'd say, don't look at that number. That doesn't matter. And he had time for my Friday show. And he encouraged me in a lot of things. And I mean, it was fun to trash Strange New Worlds with him too, like Mark did.
Yeah. Bravo, well done.
Thank you for that.
Oh, thank you for being here, Jill. Yeah. No, it's you're part of the Star Trek crew, so it's great to have you join us for this tribute. And it was the last, obviously by the nature of it, last minute, but I'm glad, Raquel and I weren't sure if we were going to do this, but we're, I'm, looking back, very glad that we were able to, hang out tonight and share all these great memories of the Clobberin times, and have Jonathan's back. Having family join us made it all the more special. Yep.
I'm glad you guys did.
I just want to come back and say I gotta head out because I'm about to die and collapse on the ground. I just want to say just thank you to everyone that came to watch the show, that supported my dad for however many years he's done this. It's like 15 years of doing this show. Am I maybe 10?
He just had his 15-year
15,
show.
right?
Yeah.
Didn't
he? Yes, if you count all the Blog Talk Radio shows. But just thank you so much to everyone for all the well wishes. Like I said, it really helped the family cope with what happened. For the no donations on the channel and the donations on the GoFundMe, everything will be used for the memorial and whatever medical expenses come up, and that's really going to help that because we were a little worried. My dad really didn't have much in the way of savings, but so this really helped a lot. Kind of lift the burden off that, and as far as this show goes, I I would definitely like it to continue. And Mark, I'll talk with you later about that.
Thank you.
There's some things I need to do with the channel. I got to break into his phone first of all, because I have no other way to connect to his YouTube or Google account to actually gain access to it. So I have to break into his phone somehow. But anyway, I would really like the show to continue in some way.
The password's probably for the prefix code for the Reliant, knowing him, but
no. Well, maybe you have some ideas on getting that phone. But
it's Benjamin J. Kirby.
It's like a 4-digit number. I need a 4-digit number. So if anyone has like really good ideas what a 4-digit number
Not
you would use,
7201.
no, I've tried a good bit of them. Nothing's worked.
Did you try first appearance of Superman?
You know, I think Claude mentioned that. I think I probably tried it.
Okay.
Or maybe your birthday or your sister's birthday. Yeah.
I've tried those, and now I'm down to like 8. I'm down to 8 attempts left before the phone deletes everything. So I gotta be careful what I do.
Issue date of the first Fantastic Four, maybe.
Is there no way to Is there no way to contact YouTube or Google? They have to have a process in place for when people pass away and family members have to take things over.
Or even with the phone, one or the other. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Verizon I might have to contact Verizon to unlock the phone.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to figure a way out. But I definitely did get into the phone to getting access to everything because everything is behind 2-factor identification. But anyway, I'll talk with you, Mark. Yeah, I'll talk with Mark later about that.
Jonathan.
Yeah.
Before you go, from experience, I kind of hate to have to say this, but you're going to get several copies of the death certificate because you're going to various people will need those. So you're going to need copies, and they don't accept, and most of them don't accept Xerox.
Yeah,
It's gotta be the
I would say at least 10.
Okay.
From personal experience, get 10 certified copies of the death certificate. The people who require a notarized copy, the official sealed copy with the press seal on it, you're going to need a number of them, and it's ridiculous, but you won't be able to get around it. There are companies that won't let you touch anything unless you have that. And you need to be the executor.
Keep that in mind.
You need to be the executor. If you're the executor of the estate and you have the death certificate, you can talk to anybody and require that they give you access. So that's what you need to shoot for first.
The executor. Wasn't that a Star Trek ship?
You are your father's son.
I
know. You are, and it's nice to finally meet you. I did try calling earlier, but you are definitely your father. So thank you for putting a smile on my face just now.
It's also the name of Darth Vader's Super Star Destroyer.
Right, the executor.
There you go. Yep.
Yes.
There you go. Exactly. Yep. All right. Well, you guys have a good night.
Like your old man. Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here, Jonathan. Yeah,
I'll see you soon, buddy.
Okay. Yeah. All right, Steve. Thank you. All right, everyone. Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Thank you.
Good night. Yep.
He's a good kid.
That was very special.
It was almost like he was back with us for a second.
Yep. That's for sure.
Jonathan's starting to look like Mike a little bit.
Yep.
Well, Mark, thank you for the invitation. It's been fun sharing what I remember, Clobby. I can say that there's going to be a hole in my live stream list after this. That there's going to be some empty nights, there's some Saturdays that there's nothing to watch, and I'll be going through my DVD collection or my Blu-ray collection looking for something else because he won't be there, which sucks. I don't have the connection that a lot of people did. I was just somebody who stumbled on his shows And when I started to hear the amount of information that he was it just spilled out of him. And it was like, how do you remember all this? How does anybody remember all this? This is, speaking as a guy who remembers what he had for lunch 13 years ago for absolutely no reason. And I describe my memory as the Library of Congress, except the card index is all over the floor. And I can never find the card that leads me to the memory that I'm looking for. So my memory is a sieve. And I just listen to people like Clobby in absolute awe when they can rattle off dialogue, they can rattle off the plot line, they can talk about the where the holes in the plot were for something that I hadn't seen in 30 years. With early Star Trek, which is how I found him, the original series, and I was in awe. So I'm going to miss that. Really going to miss that, because if I wanted to remember an episode, and I have to say, my proudest thing was that somebody mentioned a night or two ago, you were on the show, Mark. You were running the show. I think it was Monday night, and he listed his top 10 or 20 Star Trek original series episodes, and one of them was the Corvamite maneuver, and I was like, yes, that's one of my favorites. I'm validated. Clobby liked one of the episodes that I thought was one of the best. So I'm like, yeah, I must have gotten something. I got something right. So
he ranked all 79.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm just. This has been killing me all day. I have to admit, when I first heard the news, and I was hopeful that he'd made it when he made it to the hospital, but obviously, that in the end, it was too much for him, and I just hope he's at rest, and somewhere up there, he's lecturing somebody on the original Star Trek.
Are you kidding me? The first thing he did was rent right for Stan Lee, and he gave him a piece of his goddamn mind.
No, he didn't. Stan Lee's not up there.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. I was about to make that joke, but you beat me to it. Dang it!
Clobby
All right,
well.
Thank you everybody for being included in this. This has been a special treat for me, and I really appreciate it, Mark. And I'll see all of you around on YouTube. So have the best evening you can have, and let's all remember somebody that touched us all in so many different ways. Clobberin times, and I'll never hear that phrase again the same way.
No.
Night, folks.
Take care.
Night, Redshirt. Take
Good
care.
night, sir.
And welcome to the Stark of Iron, who has joined us.
Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you for popping in to say hi. I'm not sure how much longer we're going. It's add one more link out there to Sean Carter. Want to try to include everyone tonight. Hopefully I didn't miss anyone, or we didn't miss anyone, and we can keep going for a little bit more, I think. But this has been a big help. But there we go. We got Sean.
Thank you, Mark.
Hail to Sean. So who has done some amazing Star Trek model ships and the Galactica, and we were so happy to share some of those models on Saturday Night Star Trek. Always impressed with that model work, and that's what brings us all together: the love of all this sci-fi and Star Trek. And Sean's a very talented model maker, so glad to have you join us as well, Sean.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, if you want to say a few. Few words,
yeah. I've been crying all day, and I sent a chat earlier. It's like, I've cried more today than I did for my own dad, and I adored my dad, and it's like I don't know why, but a good friend of mine asked me earlier, why do these things happen? And why do they happen to the good people? There's so many people out there that don't, that deserve to go before someone who's as nice as Clobby. And I think it's to tell us to carry on what they did, to amplify who they were. You know, it's upon us now to carry on that tradition. And you know, he never judged. He never expected anything of anybody. He never turned anybody away, and we'll never forget him. And I don't really have any other words than that, but I thank you, Mark, for the kind words. And I'm really sad to say that when I heard he had, you know, taken ill and taken a fall, I did that Klingon ship. I was like, you know what? I'm going to send that to him when he's home.
Yeah.
When he gets better, I'm sending him that D7. So
he would have loved that. He would have loved that. Yeah.
Well, Mark, I'd like to send it to you if you would have it.
Yeah. Well, wish it went to Clobberin times, but you know, if you'd want to, but yeah.
Well, I'd like to send it to you because I know you're going to appreciate it. And
I appreciate that. Thanks.
With me, it's gonna sit on a shelf. You know, I don't like holding on to these things. And I mean, I know you're a creator, and the stuff you create is amazing. And I know you could probably do the same thing I did.
Not as good as you. Not as good as you. No.
Well, okay, I'll reach out to you and get your address, and I'll send it up to you. And I will be there. If just let everyone know, I'm only 6 hours away from Baton Rouge, so God willing, I will drive there. I will be there for a funeral, for whatever, if it's available for us to go to.
Come say hi. Come. I want to meet you.
Yeah,
I'll be there.
Yeah.
I will absolutely be there.
Yeah, and thank you. I'm gonna be quiet now, but I appreciate you.
Thank you for that, Sean. Yeah, thank you for those nice words. Yep.
Good to see you, Sean. Good to see you, Tony.
You too,
Yeah,
Gary.
he wouldn't let any.
That's it.
Yeah, you're right about the opinions. He wouldn't let anybody be sorry about their opinions. He'd say, like what you like.
Yeah. And good night to Katie Dax. Yeah. Going to sleep now, but stopping one last time to pay my respects to Clobby. Mike, you are a wonderful friend, father figure, fandom buddy, and overall gentleman. You are missed, but forever loved. That's a beautiful sentiment, Katie. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm going to bow out as well. I wanted to stay till the end because Mike is my oldest friend. Well, actually, he's not my oldest friend, but he's my best friend. And when I say that, by the way, it doesn't mean that I was his best friend. Clobby had so many to choose from. I don't know if he really had a best friend, because sometimes you just have too many choices. But he loves you guys. He loves you all. And I didn't say that in past tense. He does. He loves you guys very, very much. I'm going to go take care of my daughter. And I just want to say one thing. Find time to, don't just cry. Mike would hate it if he thought everybody was just standing around crying. You know, I was sure I was going to die first because of my family history and genetics. And I had a deal with Clobby that when I died, he was going to take one of those, you know, those, the eyeglasses with the big phony nose and the mustache, like Groucho Marx. He was going to put that on me in my casket so that everybody would laugh and not cry. Scout's honor. He was going to do that for me. So, so find time to laugh and smile and think about some of Clobby's witticisms. I know when Valiant Renegade was here and he was talking about driving through Baton Rouge, Clobby would have said, "Driving through Baton Rouge ain't like dusting crops, boy." So, yeah, find some time to laugh and smile, and that's probably the way that I think that Mike would want you to honor him. You guys are all good people. I'm going to go away, shut up, and let better people than I am talk. Tom, that's Tom. I'm on my cell phone. That's Tom from Midnight's Edge, right?
He's nodding. Yes.
Yes. Sorry, everything is big
Yeah,
in
I
my
know.
eyes.
Yeah.
Before I go, I just want to say that we talked about you from time to time, and he had enormous respect for you. I always got the impression that he didn't feel like he deserved to be a guest on your show. So I just wanted to let you know that he loved everybody, but he respected you. He pointed that out specifically. So now that you're here, I just want to say that. And of course,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, and he was always too humble about that stuff.
He was. He was extremely humble. He had bags of humility.
Yeah.
Anyone? No.
It's
from the first-
Bueller.
No, Superman.
Superman the movie.
Superman the movie.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Clobby quoted this stuff to me.
Surprised Michael didn't get one too.
Every time we got together, Clobby was like, "Do you like pink?" So
I like pink very much, Lois.
I like pink very much, Lois. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. Just find some time to smile. If anybody wants to keep in touch with me, because I'm not a YouTuber, I just go on Saturday Night Star Trek and also on Sunday Night Geekery with Mark. Although I am subscribed to some of y'all. Mark has my email address, my phone number, my
I know where you live.
my smoke signal. Yeah, carrier pigeon. Carrier pigeon.
Is that a threat?
Uh-oh. No, he's a star. He's a peeping Tom.
He knows where you live.
He's a peeping Tom.
Before I go, that was Marty McFly he was doing. I think I said this on Mark's channel, but for those of you who don't know, I do an impression of Clobby doing an impression of Christopher Lloyd. And I did it at a convention in Salt Lake City where there were at least 500 people there. And I asked Christopher Lloyd if he ever got tired of people doing impressions of him. And he said, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Oh, Admiral Kirk." And I got to stand, and it's me doing an impression of Clobby doing an impression of Christopher Lloyd. I got a standing ovation from like 500 people. And the only one that didn't like it was Christopher Lloyd, who said, "You stop that." Have a great night, everybody. You guys,
It's great talking to you.
You guys are the best.
Thank
you really
you,
are.
Steve, yep.
Thank you for being in Clobby's life. You guys are just the best. All right.
Take
Good
care.
night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
And Jill's got to head out, so I think we're going to probably
Yeah, I
start
do.
winding down. But let's give Jill. Oh, we got Eric K here, but let's have Jill.
Yeah, I
You gotta head
also
out to say a few
I
words,
do. I have to go, but thank you so much for this. Thank you so much for the stories. I'm gonna have to think of a few myself. Especially the one that jumps out at me is when we all went to Cosme to watch the motion picture together. And that was really a good time. And the little discussion afterwards. But I'll talk to you. I'll see you later. Thank you for
so much, Jill.
giving me
It's
the
good seeing you.
privilege to be here. And I was
Glad
lucky to know
have
him.
you. Yep.
Bye.
We all were. Yep. Good night.
Good night.
And the great Eric K is here with, and then Clobby had all these great for all the wrenches. And I didn't show that tonight, but he had all these. He loved having everyone help out on the show. So of course, Eric K is number one on the list here, and the bronze wrencher, and he has all these great. So why don't I show all the wrenches that he did? But Eric K, it's great to have you back. Talk about Clobby a little bit.
Well, it's always a pleasure for Chris and I to come in and be on the stream. It wasn't really work being on this stream. I mean, it's not that the chats weren't as large. It's just everything was so easy. There wasn't the troll problems because everybody loved Clobby. So all we had to do was sit back and relax and maybe post a link or two and enjoy the show.
Yeah, I mean, really weren't that many problems in the chat here, thankfully, right? I mean, a few.
No, it
Yahoo
was
showed
very
up.
rare, very rare. So,
And once in a while, we
always
had
a
the bots.
pleasure
The
being
bots,
here.
the bots would show up once in a while, but those seem to be gone right now. But yeah, everyone in the chat was always so welcoming, and yeah, from the start, he knew it was a special crowd here. So here's all the wrenches. Yep.
Yep. It's been a long time since we had to deal with all those bots, and thank goodness. Makes life so much easier. You can actually get up and grab a glass of juice or water or something without worrying about, oh no, because invariably the moment you step away is when it happened. It's like the bots knew. So
Yep. But yeah, it was. I remember a couple times the bots would show up right when you left the room back when we had all those bots, and he'd always apologize, but it's like, don't that's
like,
life.
darn it,
Yeah.
I just got up for a second.
Yeah, 1 second. Yeah.
Yeah, I pretty much was with Clobby's channel pretty much from when he first started on YouTube. Within a,
You remember how you found it, or you just randomly
he popped into Gary's chat and basically started chatting, and a lot of times, especially members back then, Gary used to do a couple of member streams a week, and I used to post everybody's link if they came in the member stream. I found their channel and I'm like, hey, all you members, subscribe to this channel, and then he was doing live streams, and I just started showing up, and he appreciated me coming in, and he always had great topics and comics and all that, and I hadn't really been in comics since forever, but but I still had all my comics up until when my house burnt down. So from like when I was a little kid. And yeah, I used to always kid him that oh yeah, well, Silver Surfer could take care of Superman, no problem. Right? And he really didn't have a comeback other than, well, he just wouldn't do that.
Yeah. Right.
So it was always fun, always making fun of his Wesley Shrine collection, and used to always get him going.
What are you going to do with that shrine now?
That, and he was the leader of the comic book store owner cabal. So yep. I always had that going with my push pins and string, trying to figure out what the cabal is up to now. So always good times. But it has been such a pleasure getting to know him. And as I said before, I butt dialed him like a week and a half ago. And I wish I stayed on the phone with him longer. He's like, hey, bud, what's going on? Like he normally does, Yeah. And I'm like, oh, sorry about that. I butt dialed you. Yeah, so we chatted for a couple of minutes, but I really wish I stayed on the phone longer. I would have stayed on earlier and been here sooner, but I got a sick puppy. He hurt his paw, so yeah. So he was put under anesthesia today, so he is not feeling very well. So
I hope he's okay.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He's just he's not feeling that well right now. So I'm sure by end of the weekend or Monday he'll probably be bouncing around like normal. So I can't let anything.
Named after Kirby, right?
Yes.
I mean,
named after Jack Kirby, and Clobby was the inspiration for his name. So I mean, I usually go for the Norse names and things like that. My dog before was named Loki. So yeah. And usually I usually go for the Norse god names for all my dogs, but in honor of Clobby, I named him Kirby. So
that's beautiful. Yeah. One of my good friends' dog's name was a Stormbreaker. They called him Storm, which is another fun name. Yeah, we were talking, Norse mythology and everything. But yeah, so yeah, it's just some great times, and I know Clobberin Times always appreciated you so much, and just coming in here, and he'd always be self-deprecating. Oh, we're just a little tiny channel here, but we got the big guns over here. We got Eric K, and I mean, I always never understood why he didn't have more subs, but you can see how many people he touched, and how many people appreciated him. So it doesn't, and he never worried about that or bother with that. But we'll try to keep this channel going. It was nice that Jonathan is offering that, and people are mentioning that in the chat, and the chat was flying by tonight. So trying to catch as much as I can, but we'd love to keep that going, and if it seems like a lot of people do want that to keep going, so we'll figure something out, and I hope Jonathan can get into that phone to figure out the YouTube, because I guess once you get signed out, then it could be a problem, but that's all behind the scenes stuff. But it's encouraging to see that everyone wants this to keep going, because it'd be a shame if it went away. So really appreciate that. I'm part of the family. And I think Gary, give the floor to Gary for a few minutes. I'd like to say a few things.
Yeah, I didn't really spend a whole lot of time with Clobby, unfortunately. I did text him every once in a while. We were doing little projects on the side, and I always wanted his opinion on stuff because he was such a comic book authority. But you guys know, scumbags like Tom and myself, we're pretty foul-mouthed and horrible, and we say some pretty awful things, and we get a lot of hate, and Tom more so than me, rightfully so. but one of the things that I absolutely loved, and I will miss, was I'd come home from work or something, and I'd be I'd get ready to go into the shop and work on something, and I'd kick on the show, this show, and it was so positive, and it was so fun and cheerful and bright, and the chat was having a great time, and the panelists are having a great time, and you guys are sweethearts, and to me, there's nothing worse than this negativity shit that we deal with all the time. And I'm gonna miss that. I hope you guys carry that on, because there was this really sweet innocence about this show that I just loved it, man. I loved chiming in, saying hi, throwing a super chat or something. It's great.
Thank you, Gary. Yep.
I
Oh,
love
we've got
having
Dr.
you.
Mew here, Retro Dicky from across the pond, one of the Global Geek Gang, and a huge, massive Doctor Who fan. Great to have Retro Dicky, Dr. Mew now, I should say, popping in here, and longtime friend of Clobberin Times, and always, whenever I saw Dr. Mew's Doctor Who collection, I couldn't believe all the amazing things on the Global Geek Gang, and like, what's he going to show this week? It's so wonderful. So it's great to have you in the chat tonight, and let's get together soon if we can. Raquel, were you saying something, Raquel? Sorry.
I just Gary is just a good friend, and I just really love him a lot, and I'm just so grateful for him, and I want him to know how much, like Clobby and I would go on DC show as a package deal. and Gary was just always so wonderful to us, and I always had such an amazing time with him because he's such a gentleman. And I just want him to know how much Clobby appreciated him showing up here all the time, to send us a super chat and to cheer us on. And so I just love Gary a lot, and I wanted him to know that.
So much. And you heard it. Raquel just said I was a gentleman. You wouldn't think that from the other show that I was on, but it's true. Darn it.
Noted.
Right?
I still think we need about 3 or 4 more opinions before we can.
Yeah. Get a second opinion.
Just to be safe.
Right?
Hold on. Hold on. 1 second. Oh.
Yeah.
Nah, I got
do
nothing.
that.
No, I'm kidding. I trust Raquel's opinion on that.
Yeah.
No, Clobby was 1 in a million. Oh, 1 in a billion.
Yeah.
Nobody was inviting as him. I mean, he always, like you
Got
guys,
along with everybody.
yeah, like you said, his streams are always so much fun, and I love to just listen when I'm editing, or when I could join, it was even better, because then I could actually talk to him about all this stuff and ask him questions, and that's what I loved about having him on Mead was he was just, I was never worried when he was there about getting something wrong about a comic, and even if I did, he would correct me, and he never did it in a mean way or anything like that, and like that was what was great about having Jonathan here just a little bit ago. It was like that's the way his dad was. He would just say, and it was this, and it was that. By the way, he was always great with that stuff, and like you guys said, just a wealth of knowledge. And I always looked up to him as this, just somebody I admired, and I'm just like, God, I wish I could retain that much knowledge. And it's just amazing how he could just talk about things that he loved, and you could feel the love he had for it. And he will be very missed by this community. And I want to thank Michael and Raquel and Mark for putting this on tonight and doing this for Clobby. It's been what we needed, and especially for some of us who are probably not going to be able to travel to get to the service. I think this is what we all kind of needed. And I mean, it's been a long day for all of us. And I just want to thank you again for everything you guys have done to keep us either up to date, like with Mark, or, making this stream happen and so on. So thank you again.
I think it's been very therapeutic for everybody for this.
Absolutely.
Letting everything out, and a couple of tears, couple of laughs, and it's been nice. Everybody coming together.
Yeah,
I agree
I was
on that.
casting up some Star Trek stuff today, and I just stopped because I burst into tears.
Yep. Yeah, it's not gonna be the same. Yeah. Go ahead, Eric.
Clobby got me to watch that awful Voyager, so. Yeah, it's gonna be strange. Our Saturdays are gonna be different without him. So I know I always brought a different take than everybody else, pretty much, but I tried to make everybody laugh. So
you did.
Well, you do, not did.
Yeah, I guess I'm still
Yeah,
kicking. So
yeah. My brain is fried, but yes.
I love having you on the show, Eric.
Well, I love you too, Rock.
Yep. Well, I think we're probably getting towards that time we should wind up. I want to give everyone a chance to, Raquel, RetroBlasting, anyone else who wants to say, final message. Not a goodbye, because we're going to keep the memory going.
I don't think we heard from Tony, did we?
But did we hear from Tony?
No, I only had one story, and I typed it in the private chat. If you guys want to wrap up, you are more than welcome to.
No, we'll go if you want to tell it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Tell us, Tony.
Hey, you were with us all day. You were with us all day at work. Of course, we want to hear your story. Thank you for going through hell all day trying to get here, Tony.
When Sean Carter sent me the message, Sean Carter sent me a parody song that he sent to DC, and I was just going through messages because I can't check my phone when I'm on the floor at work. It's a production facility. And so then he says, I'm tore up right now. And the first thing I asked is, well, what's got you? Because at first I thought it was Dexter, because they just recently went through a tornado, and it could have been anything. Could have been, something going on in his life. Because Sean Carter and I are close. We talk on the phone usually twice a week at this point on average. And then he said 2 words. He said, Clobby died. And I dropped my phone. I'm shocked I didn't break it. And I stood there in front of my locker for about 5 minutes, and my team lead tapped on my shoulder. He said, are you okay? And I snapped out of it, and I looked down, I saw my phone, and I said, I need to go home, and I need to go home right now. So I come home, and the first thing I said was, I need somebody to talk to. So I had hands free with Sean on the whole drive home. And, I said, I need somebody to talk to. And I have a little private, StreamYard backstage that I just use for conversations, whether it's brainstorming or something. It's just there for me to be able to communicate with you all. I don't know if a lot of people know this. I don't really have a lot of my personal life on the air. I try to keep it that way because I don't have much in the way of family. My family doesn't want anything to do with me. And, so since the coof hit, I've brought the Stark party to YouTube and met so many very wonderful, talented, funny, great people here. And Clobby was one of them. Clobby was one of the first, in fact. And so, just hearing that, I need somebody to talk to. I need somebody to talk to right now. And Sean Carter and your Muslim uncle were the people that answered the call. And we've actually watched this entire stream. I popped out the chat and was communicating with the chat while talking and having a few drinks with Sean, and your Muslim uncle had to leave early. And I've been here the entire time. And I tried to build up the gumption. I says, maybe I should go on there. Maybe I should go on there. No, I'm too tore up. No, I'm too tore up. And you can ask Sean. I was like that all day. I had Hungry on too. Hungry was the first time I talked to Hungry in a long time in the backstage call. And I'm just devastated, tore up, because he would always, whenever he would see me come in, and I would only come in during the weekday live streams, the weeknights, Pop Culture Breakdown, and Sunday, Wednesday night Star Trek, Monday night with Geekery. And I, if I can, I'll leave a hail in the chat, and I'll talk with people for the 30 minutes on my lunch break or the 15 minutes on my last break before I have to clock back in. And I am disconnected from everybody here again at work. I work 10-hour shifts. So I never got a chance to really, one of my biggest regrets is I've been a member of the channel for a while, and he would always have a member stream, and it would always be on the weekdays, and it would always be at work, and I never got a chance to really talk to him. And I wanted to interview him on the tower after hours at one point whenever I was talking with you, Raquel. And I wanted to reach out to him, and I never had the opportunity to because I work all the time. And he would always open up. Every time I was in the chat, he'd open up with the Tony Stark Makes You Feel song. And that was one of the first parody songs I ever wrote for it, was to that tune for my show. And from now on, I'll make sure that I will never forget to sing that opening number ever again. Ever.
You're the best. You would love that. And that's an amazing tribute to him.
I'm going to shut up.
Thank you, Tony. No, thank you for that. Yep. It's very special.
I'm sad that I've been a member of the channel for almost over a year. And I kept telling myself, I'm going to go on the member stream. I'm going to go on the member stream and actually say hello with my voice to Clobby. And I never have had the chance, but that's okay. I know he knew who I was, and I knew who he was. And Raquel, I can only just fathom what you're going through. And someone said to me a little bit ago, there's an Irish term, and I know you're Irish, is Mo Anam Cara, which is my soul friend. And I know Clobby was your soulmate, your friend. You've called him your best friend multiple times. And I can only imagine the grief you're feeling. And I can't say, like we can take it away or anything, but you can lean on us 100% whenever you need to, because I know it's going to take you a long time, if ever, for you to get over this.
Thank you, Sean.
And we're here for you.
Thank you so much. You have no idea how powerful your words are for me. Thank you, my friend.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that. Yep. Yeah, just open anyone else who'd like to say anything, and before we end, we've had a great tribute tonight, and I'd like to keep it going forever, but I think it's probably getting close to that time where we should start to say goodbye to everyone.
Well, I'll end on this. My last statement to the audience will be this. Obviously, most of you who are here and sticking around this whole time are Clobberin Times devotees. And you've heard what Mark and Raquel have said tonight, which is that the channel is not dead. And I didn't mean to use the wrong wording on that. That was not an intentional wording. The channel is going to continue, is what I meant to say. And it's going to continue in the best ways that they know how to honor Mike. But for those of you who feel a little bit of potential disappointment, or maybe you're questioning whether or not you'll tune in if Mike's not here anymore. Well, I just want to tell all of you that Mike had all the faith and love in the world in Raquel and Mark. And I do too. And I loved listening to them, and still do love listening to them on the show just as much as I loved listening to Mike, because they were all a package deal. And it was very successful that way. So I'm going to put my faith in Raquel and Mark going forward, because I want to see and hear their thoughts on all kinds of pop culture topics, even if we don't get the benefit of Mike being around anymore. And I don't mean for that to sound lectury. I just want everybody to keep the faith in the Clobberin Times channel. That's all I wanted to say.
Michael, you're brilliant, and thank you for your amazing words and for your emotional and intellectual generosity. And you were a great friend to Mike. You're a great friend to Clobby. So your words mean a lot to all of us. And thank you for having the faith and keeping the faith in us and all of our friendships. You're the best.
I'm here for you.
Max, I want to tell you, Max, that no, we cannot skip the rest of Voyager and go on to Enterprise. We have to finish the whole darn series.
Oh God.
Maybe I can time travel to that time travel to Enterprise. Yeah. But no, that was so nice of you, RetroBlasting, Michael, for those words. And yeah, it's like as we said, it's never going to be the same. It can't be, right? I mean, it's cliche, but it can't be, especially someone with that those huge shoes to fill. It's just can't be done. But I'd like to keep that spirit alive and keep the channel welcoming and covering all those pop culture items and Star Trek and what attracted so many people in the first place. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough going forward. I had a couple meetings tonight that not important. Just volunteer group meetings. I just canceled everything. I just didn't feel like being out. Being out tonight, and I'm glad we were all able to spend this spend this special time together, and keep reminiscing about Clobberin times. And I just count myself so lucky to have known him, and a privilege for him to actually call me a friend. And at one point he started calling me, I was his sidekick when I'd come on his channel, and I'm like, and when he come on my channel, he's like, well, I'm your sidekick. I'm like, you're no one's sidekick. He's, no, yes, I am. I'm your sidekick when I'm on your channel. And that's how humble he was. And that's why I love the guy so much. And you guys have been all such a big support to Raquel and me, and the family, and everyone. So I just want to just keep thanking everyone over and over. And it's just it's a whirlwind right now, but this was really special to be able to do this and have so many people. And at the end of the night, we've gotten that you guys in the chat, all the clobberers out there, have gotten it up to $12,706. We've got Mike over that 2,000 sub mark, which is phenomenal. I think we're at what are we at, 2,050 right now. The numbers don't matter, it's the spirit of it, right? That everyone took the time to come here tonight and donate, leave a great message, say something nice about Mike, and how important he was to their lives. And this is what makes YouTube so personable too, right? Because we can talk to people, they can react to us in the chat, and God, you get to know everyone. Like everyone in the chat so well, just from chatting, just from typing messages. But it's a privilege then to get to meet people in person too, on when people you finally get to meet that person online. So it's just a wonderful thing to happen. And just thank you again, everyone. And Raquel, if you'd like to say, I know you want to say a few more things about your Bud Clobberin times.
Clobby, I love you. Thank you for walking up to me and saying, wow, I love the way you talk about Star Trek. Will you do a show with me? And I actually regret not going on Blog Talk Radio. But I didn't know. I was teaching at the time. I was teaching night classes. And I didn't know, how could you stream with a random guy you've never met? How do you do that? And then I went over to Blog Talk Radio and I heard him talk. And I was just like, this guy is brilliant. And he's a sweetheart. And he has a great voice. So then I decided to dive in. And I'm an awkward, weirdo introvert. And he made all these friends for me. I'm sorry, everyone. I want to thank his family for their hospitality and their grace. And I want to thank to everyone who donated, especially Enigmatic Drop Bear, who I believe has also made a massive donation so that I'm able to go to Clobby's funeral. And I want to thank all the wrenches. And I want to thank everybody who came here on the panel. You guys are some of the best friends I've ever had. You guys are always there for me. And I can be a weirdo introvert and I don't have to call anyone and talk on the phone for 2 or 3 hours every day. You let me have my space and you let me be me and talk about weirdo academic things that no one wants to hear about. So thank you for putting up with me. And thank you for letting me be a part of your world. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Raquel. Thank you. And you're a special person. You ain't a weirdo, but I think we made you one of us, like one of us now. So it's a special thing we had going with Mike, and we're gonna keep it going, and a similar vein as much as we can. And
Mark,
we're gonna get
Mark, this channel has a lot of friends. You're gonna get a lot of support.
Thank you.
So I mean, I'm sure you could call anybody and they're gonna be here, and we'll keep this thing going, man.
Appreciate it. Yep. So everyone, on that note, I'd just like to thank everyone. If you if you're a channel member, put a thing in the chat or put a candle in, and it's we're gonna play a couple of Mike's favorite things on the way out, if you can indulge me. And it's again just thank everyone for being here. And yeah, he was a special guy, very special to me. And yeah, it's just it's not the same without him, but we're gonna remember him and honor his memory, and always talk about him, and he'll stay alive in our memories forever, because he was such a special guy. And of course, there's no way we could shout everyone out tonight. That was what Mike did, or Clobberin Times did, was so special, especially Saturday Night Star Trek. And he took pride in that. He kept a notebook and he would write down everyone who came in. And I think one night Raquel couldn't be there, or someone couldn't be, or the computer wasn't working, so I had to write down all the notes. And I'm like, God, how does he do this? I mean, doing the show and then writing down everyone who was in the chat, because he cared so much about everyone. He didn't want to miss anyone in the chat. So just so special. So I'm gonna scroll down to some of his favorite. I'm just gonna play some of his favorite lines there, and favorite scenes that we clipped together. He would ask me to clip stuff, so let me just roll through and play some of these. Of course, we're going to start with Clobberin, but thank you, everyone, and God bless you all, and you've been very special to everyone here.
Clobberin!
Groovy. It's clobbering time!
Come get some.
There's only one thing I want to say to you.
You're a dumbass. It's because you're a dumbass.
Can it Corey Apple? Oh, it can Corey Apple.
Superman!
And let's see. We'll put that on. Let's go. Let's see. We got.
You have to set an example, even in the face of stupidity. Now, everybody that reads comic books knows that Kirby's Silver Surfer is the only true Silver Surfer.
Yep.
Good. Bad. I'm the guy with the gun.
Captain, I see no reason to stand here and be insulted.
Your agonizer, please.
God damn it, Mark.
Get those nerds! 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 What?
Don't you cuss on this here radio.
Draw that man in a chicken suit.
It's the Chicken Man!
Everything that guy just says is bullshit. Thank you.
I have had enough of you!
Brain, what is brain?
And they probably redesigned the whole sick bay, too. I know engineers, they love to change things.
It is green.
No bloody A, B, C, or D.
Scotty, as good as your word.
Aye, sir. The more they overthink the plumbing, the easier it is to stop up the drain.
Inconceivable. 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 You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Clobberin!
Why don't you go?
You are expendable.
And you're not.
No, I'm not. I am not expendable. I'm not stupid. And I'm not going.
Of my friend, I can only say this. Of all the souls I have encountered in my travels, his was the most human.
Briscoe, Bowler, I hope to see you in action again soon.
Count on it. Well, maybe after a brief hiatus.